Evil. Number 202, Freight Train. Number 215, Boo Goji. Number 26, Schadenfreude. Number 28, Death Down Under. Number 301, Blaxel Rose. Number 369, Bermuda Biangle. Number 389, Stiletto. Number 42, Black Man. Number 617, Ghetto Fabulous. Number 666, Dragger. Number 777, Perfect. Number 782, Terror. Number 813, Fatal Traction. Number 88, Tui Lion. Number 910, Cocoa Butter. Number 98, Mally Webster. And number 9999, Queen Lucy Tifa.
And let's meet our Rat City All-Stars. Number 11, Bertha Beatdown. Number 17, Canna Whoopsass. Number 1859, Natty. Number 192, Habeas Corpses. Number 21, Anyong. Number 226, Tarot Bite. Number 253, and Smash Away. Number 3, Master Bowder. Number 30, Miss Defiant. Number 322, Kosher Assault. Number 323, Feline Fatale. Number 4, Loco. Number 47, Malice. Number 5, A Green. Number 501, Damage Control. Number 619, Red Divicious. Number 715, Mountain Derange. Number 8, Rockzilla. Number 83, Thumper Skull. And number 86, Made in China.
That's right. We're a little late there to get that read through there, but that was our first jam of the day. Jamming for Angel City was number 202, Freight Train, and jamming for Rat City, number 5.
Looks like coming up for the next jam for Angel City, for Rat City, we have number 4, Loco, and for Angel City, we have Ghetto Fabulous.
That's right. And number 2-1 for Rat City, that's Anyang serving in the penalty box for an illegal position. There's our whistle. They're off. Both jammers working on that outside track. There's on the inside is number 617. Ghetto Fabulous gets lead jam for Angel City.
Number 4, Loco, still working her way through the pack. Great blocking from the Angel City blockers there. A little apex jump from the Angel City jammer.
Nicely done. Nice takeoff and landing there. They're coming back around.
And Rat City made a star pass to number 83, Thumper Skull.
And there's the call off from Angel City. Full 4 on the scoreboard there for Angel City. That brings them up to 20 points. And they're able to hold Rat City scoreless there.
Jamming next for Angel City, we have number 26, Schadenfreude. And for Rat City, we have number 86, Made in China. Both teams lining up at the start. And there's the start whistle.
Little tumble there right between the jam line and the pivot line. And a track cut there for number 777. That's perfect of Angel City.
It looks like the Angel City jammer is headed to the penalty box, along with 1 blocker. That leaves Angel City with 3 blockers on the track, trying to keep the jammer from getting through.
That's right, and we are in a power jam here for Rat City. That was 2 track cuts. Track cut for number 26, Schadenfreude, and number 777 also got that cut. And then we also have an illegal position call on Angel City's 910 Cocoa Butter. That means 2 skaters on the track for Angel City, whereas Rat City is down for 1. That's number 30, Miss Defiant, serving a direction.
Rat City jammer coming back around through the pack. And the Angel City jammer is out as well. There is no lead for this jam, so this will be a 2-minute jam.
That's right, and now we are almost have all skaters back on the track. And sure enough, there we are. All skaters have finished their penalty.
Great blocking for both teams, holding those jammers at the back of the pack, not letting them through. Nice hit out, and a run back from a Rat City blocker. Trying to keep those jammers contained.
little bit of a crowd crush here at the pivot line. That's number 2-6, Schadenfreude getting cycled back, now running into this really great tripod there.
Blockers were cycling up to the front to catch that jammer when they stand back up. And there's the end of that jam. That was a tough one for both teams. Good job.
Rat City now on the scoreboard. That's 10 points to Angel City's 24 going into jam number 4. Dylan Rat City.
We're having an official timeout right before the start of the third jam.
That's right. It looks like we're fixing the track there. Always important to take care of that.
Thank you so much to our volunteers and our officials who make this tournament happen.
As we're sitting in this timeout, we'd like to recognize that we're on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Tamian, Muwekma, and Ohlone peoples, and we honor them as the traditional stewards of this region's lands that have sustained their communities, cultures, and spiritual practices.
All right, getting ready to start the next jam. We have jamming for Angel City, Freight Train, and for Rat City, Rockzilla.
And there's our lead jammer for Angel City. That's number 202, Freight Train, coming back around to that first straightaway and into the back of the pack. Looking for an opening, trying the out and then the in, and then right down the middle, taking a little tumble before working on that bipod of Rat City skaters. Nice tiptoe on the inside, and Freight Train is through.
Rat City jammer still on their initial, trying to get through the Angel City blockers and getting recycled around to the back of the pack. Nice run back from number 1-1 on Rat City. Both jammers trying to get through the pack, getting recycled out. And number 8-3, that's a star pass for Rat City.
That's right, that's Thumper Skull now, holding and wearing the star. Skating through on the inside track, but can't quite get the points before Freight Train calls it off.
Jamming for Rat City, we have A Green, number 5. And for Angel City, it is
like number 517. And that's a hard hit from A Green as they're able to get through and pick up that lead jam status. That's Ghetto Fabulous jamming for Angel City. Looks like they passed the star.
Nope, just took it off, just to distract the other blockers. That's a good way to get through as a jammer.
Absolutely, it fooled me, and there's the call off. 3 points on the scoreboard for Rat City. Young for Rat City.
Looks like jamming for Rat City, we have Anyang. And for Angel City, it is
like number 389, Stiletto. Yeah, that's right. It's going to be Anyang, though, gets that lead jam status. They're coming back around and going to start picking up some points.
Hustling around the track. Did you know these jammers can make it around the track in less than 10 seconds? That doesn't give the blockers a lot of time to set up when they come back around.
Absolutely, that's really quick. Speaking of quick, it looks like a little bit too quick of movement there
I saw a cut get called, but who is headed to the penalty box?
I believe that's 389, perhaps maybe an interesting.
Anyong makes it through a second time and calls it off, getting a full 8 points for Rat City and holding Angel City scoreless for that jam. That brings our score up to 3-2 Angel City and 20 points Rat City.
Absolutely. So we'll see what happens with this next jam. I believe we're starting in a power start for Rat City. Track cut call there at the end of that jam, but it was a little loud, so I'm not sure if that got communicated to Stiletto. And no power start. Interesting.
Looks like Angel City is starting with one blocker in the box, but their jammer is out.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the official review. Perhaps we're going to take a look at that call, but we'll see what they have in mind. I can't say for sure.
We're in an official timeout as the officials will work together to figure out who gets a penalty and why.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think that previous jam there was a track cut called on Angel City's jammer, and it was a little difficult to hear, so I'm not sure if that penalty was served. But we'll see what happens. I do see a jammer sitting in the box right now, so that may be the case.
Right, and then it will look like Rat City will start with a power jam.
While we're waiting, we'd like y'all to know that you can cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during a bout with a bout shout. A $2 donation gets you one shout out, and a $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs.
Wow.
That is an excellent deal. And you know what? Goes to a good cause. So why don't you go ahead and chip in a few bucks and get a bout shout. I'd also like to shout out Humble Brands, based in Taos, New Mexico. Humble Brands is committed to creating simple and effective personal care products while being mindful of our impact on the planet and caring for our communities. Humble Brands prioritizes mindfully sourced, ethically harvested, plant and mineral-based ingredients in their best-selling deodorants, bar soaps, and lip balms. And while we're waiting for Derby to resume, let me tell you about Fit Aid. Fit Aid Hydrate replenishes sodium, potassium, and magnesium, providing over 200% more magnesium and potassium than leading competitors. It is sugar-free and dextrose-free. It's built to keep you performing at your best. Fit-Aid is available in single-serve stick packs with flavors like Watermelon Wave and Pink Himalayan Lemonade. And don't forget to check out IQ Bar, delicious plant-based bars designed to fuel both your brain and body. Each bar is packed with protein, fiber, and brain nutrients to keep you energized, focused, and full longer without, keep this in mind, without the sugar crash, and that's very important. IQ Bar uses clean ingredients, smart nutrition, and crave-worthy flavors. That's the IQ Bar difference. Hashtag IQ Bar. Back at the lineup for Rat City, that is number 5, A Green, and yes, indeed, we are in a power start for Rat City. A Green getting cycled back there behind the jam line and working through that fracas right in the middle of the track, and they are through. That's lead jam for Rat City, rather. Defense coming back together at the jam line, and here comes A Green.
Angel City Jammer back on the track, but the Rat City blockers were ready for them. Both jammers fighting through the pack. Strong blocking for both teams. Really keeping those jammers contained.
Absolutely. You know, it doesn't look very action-packed, but these skaters hit hard. And that Stiletto now through working on their scoring pass, but there is the call-off from Rat City. Full 4 on the scoreboard for Rat City, bringing the score to 32 points for Angel City, and Rat City trailing behind at 24 points.
Lining up at the jam line, we have 202 Freight Train for Angel City and Made in China number 86 for Rat City.
Freight Train up ahead, can't quite get through, and no, they are through there. That's lead jam for Angel City.
And we've got a star pass for Rat City. Now we have jamming number 83, Thumper Skull. Almost got out and then just got recycled back to the pack. As a pivot myself, I hate when that happens. I feel for you. Stuck in the Angel City wall, trying to make their way through and get around that last blocker.
And Freight Train is through, coming back around to the back of the track.
Using their skaters to get through. A little help from offense. Looks like we have the Rat City Jammer acting as a blocker and running Freight Train all the way back. Since jammers don't have to stay in the engagement zone, they are actually able to run way, way back. A little jammer on jammer blocking here.
Really interesting strategy there. Going to bring this this jam to a little bit of a halt, which gives blockers time to reform. Here comes Freight Train coming through like a freight train, pushing blockers out of the way on the outside, tiptoeing.
And they're out.
They are out. Really great defense there from the blockers, but Freight Train doesn't care. They're going to just push right on through.
Thumper still trying to get, oh, Thumper is out. Awesome. Angel City, Rat City Jammer coming around for that was their initial pass. And coming around for a scoring pass right now, but Freight Train calls it off. Great work from both teams. Our score right now is Angel City 43, Rat City 24. We've got a bout shout. Let's go Miss Defiant. Amazing 20 years. Good job. Lining up at the jam line, we have Ghetto Fabulous for Angel City and number 2-1,
That's
Anyang.
Anyang. And there's, yeah, go ahead.
Ghetto Fabulous out number as lead jammer for Angel City. Coming around for a scoring pass now.
Nice little apex jump there, and Angel City is through. That's 4 points on the scoreboard earned by Ghetto Fabulous.
Looks like there's been a star pass from Rat City. Now jamming, we have number 501, Damage Control. Angel City making the round for another scoring pass. Rat City still on initial. Great offense from Angel City, getting their jammer right out. And they got hit out, so they have to run all the way back to the back of that pack. Pack's moving backwards on the track, running that jammer almost a full lap backwards.
Absolutely. Angel City already has 8 points on the scoreboard for this jam, so they're going to go ahead and take their time.
That's number 2-1, An Young, headed to the box with a failure to return penalty. Ran back a little bit too far.
Absolutely. That's really the key to this, isn't it? You know, you want to run the jammer back, but you can't go too far back because if you're out of the pack, you cannot make contact.
Yes. And if you go too far back and don't return, then you get that penalty.
That's right.
Great work on that jam. That was Angel City with 12 points, holding Rat City to 0 points for that jam. Coming up next, we have Rockzilla, number 8 for Rat City, jamming against.
That's Schadenfreude for Angel City, number 2-6.
Thank you. Strong blocking from both teams. And Schadenfreude is out as lead jammer. Followed quickly by Rockzilla, making it around.
That's right. We'll see what happens here, but I suspect we'll see a quick jump through. And, yep, there is the call-off right there from Schadenfreude. They're going to hold Rockzilla scoreless, but Rockzilla doesn't care. They look like, hey, you know, I got through. I kicked some butt. That counts for something, right?
Absolutely. On that last jam, we saw number 910, Cocoa Butter, headed to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. So that leaves Angel City with 3 blockers on the track. Jamming for Angel City, we have 369 Bermuda Biangle.
That's A Green from Rat City,
who is lead jammer. Excellent. Angel City jammer still stuck in the pack as Green comes around for her scoring pass.
Direction call for number 88, Tui Lion of Angel City. They're going to get sent to the penalty box. Here's the end of that jam.
Rat City putting up 8 points in that last jam to the Angel City 0.
Absolutely. Nice high-scoring jam for Rat City.
These teams are well matched. Right now we're at Angel City 59, Rat City 32. It's a really exciting game of high-level derby.
That's right, man. 13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this first half. There is a timeout, and that is a team timeout for Angel City.
We got a bout shout out. They want you to know that I'm watching for Coco in 4K high def. Thank you for bout shout to support your team and officials.
Absolutely. That's number 910, Cocoa Butter, I presume. Really great blocker. Excellent work we've been seeing from Coco today. And if you're interested in excellent work, well, then you should check out Moxie Barbell. This bout is powered by Moxie Barbell, online strength and nutrition coaching that helps you hit harder, skate longer, and recover faster. DM at Moxie Barbell on Instagram to learn more. And also, Sticker Coven. Bring your designs to life with 100 custom stickers for $47. Or go full sparkle with holographic options starting at $85. Sticker Coven is a queer, woman-owned biz brewing up low minimum weatherproof, wildly original stickers in specialty finishes like glitter, chrome, rainbow, and more.
All right, getting back into Derby, we have jamming for Rat City, number 86, Made in China, up against 202, Freight Train for Angel City. And Freight Train is already out, making her way through the pack, coming around for a scoring pass.
Really excellent jamming we've been seeing from Freight Train today. If they keep this up, I could see MVP at the end of this bout.
And Made in China also out, coming around as a scoring pass. Let's see if Freight Train wants to keep it going or call, and she calls it off. Probably a smart strategic move. Keep the Rat City from scoring any points, but we have 4 points up on the board for Angel City at that jam. All right, up next, we have number 2-1, Anyong, jamming for Rat City. And Ghetto Fabulous, number 617 for Angel City. Anyong is lead jammer for Rat City. Got out first. Angel City Jammer still making their way through the pack. Nice hit out from Angel City blockers and running back the Rat City Jammer.
That's right, I believe that's number 777. Perfect. Able to cycle back the Rat City Jammer there. Hard hit to the outside track and then quick footwork skating backwards.
We've got 11 minutes and 23 seconds left in this half. Coming up for Rat City, we have number 5, A Green, and Schadenfreude jamming for Angel City. And really sneak up the inside line for Angel City. Jammer coming around for a scoring pass. Rat City trying to do a little offense to help their jammer get out. And the Rat City jammer got out, but not before Angel City calls it off.
That's right. 3 points on the scoreboard for Angel City. Couldn't quite get that fourth pass on the skater, the Rat City skater, but no matter. Angel City still leading 66 to Rat City's 34. 10.5 minutes left in this first half. There's a 5-second call at the jam line for Angel City, number 369, Bermuda Biangle, and for Rat City, number 86, Made in China. There's a multiplayer call there.
One of the Rat City blockers heading to the box.
Yeah, that's number 619, Red Divicious. Once again, is a multiplayer call. Angel City is through lead jam for Bermuda Biangle.
And another Rat City blocker heading to the box. That's 1859, Natty.
That was a low block.
Angel City Jammer coming around. Still lead and going to try and score some points. Really great offense, getting all the track cleared so that they can come around without touching anyone. That's the best feeling as a jammer.
There's a star pass there for Rat City. Now holding the star, number 501, damage control.
Angel City blocker is doing a good job keeping that jammer at the back of the pack, not letting him get an inch of space.
And that was a track cut call on number 1031 for Angel City. That's Whiskey Von Sweets in the penalty box.
Rat City blockers dump the Angel City jammer out to the inside line, forcing them to recycle to the back of the pack.
30 seconds remaining in this jam. Jam number 16.
Angel City Jam are trying to get those last couple points as they come around.
The skaters are looking exhausted. It's really hard to skate and hit hard for 1:30.
Seeing some really strong defense from both teams. And that's the end of that jam. Great job. We've got a timeout called by Rat City. That's a team timeout. Want to do a special bout shout out. Good luck asked. Kick some butt. Love Habubi.
Today's activity is brought to you by Skate Good Club. Skate Good Club, jersey sustainably made in Europe with dispatch from Europe, the USA, and the UK. Enjoy perfect color matching, no minimum orders, and jerseys built to last.
We've also got a special bout shout out for Miss Defiant. Miss Defiant is the pack for this family. You too can get a bout shout out if you want to support your favorite team or officials. Head on over to the hospitality booth and buy it there, or you can get it on the stream. All right, both teams lining up for this next jam. This is Jam 16. We're heading into Jam 17. At the line, we have number 202 Freight Train for Angel City and number 5 A Green for Rat City.
There's the whistle. And
Freight Train is
Freight
out.
Train. Wow, so much fun to watch Freight Train jam, finding that inside line and just making a path.
Rat City Jammer also out, coming around for a scoring pass, but Freight Train calls it off. Great track awareness.
Yeah, really well done. I'm really enjoying the short game that Angel City is playing here. They get in, get my points, get out.
That's the way to do it.
Absolutely.
It also makes you less tired.
For sure, and it's paying off. Angel City leading 85 to Rat City's 34.
Now we're in Jam 18. At the line, we have number 8, Roxzilla for Rat City, up against number 617, Ghetto Fabulous for Angel City. Both jammers struggling through the blockers, really strong blocking and good shapes. And Angel City Jammer is out. The Rat City Jammer just getting past the one last blocker on Angel City to come around for the scoring pass. And it looks like the Rat City Jammer is heading to the box. And there's the end of that jam. So the next jam will start with Angel City Power Jam. Angel City also has one blocker in the box, so they've got 3 blockers on the track. Going to try to do some offense for their jammer to get out.
That's right. That's number 8 Roxzilla, the jammer for Rat City, in the penalty box for a track cut. And for Angel City, number 28 Death Down Under, serving for illegal position.
Freight Train jamming for Angel City. Power jam, so I love to see Freight Train jam and just have her offense get her straight out of the pack.
Absolutely, and there it is, straight out of the pack and coming back around.
Angel City doing some offense to help their jammer get out. And one of them gets sent to the box. That is
Whiskey on Sweets, 1031.
With a cut track. Freight Train's around on our second pass, excuse me. And Rat City Jammers just completed her initial pass. Had the star off, that was a little sneaky. Nice job, got finished with the initial. That jam was 12 points for Angel City, 0 points for Rat City. Okay. At the jam line, we have 2-6 Schadenfreude for Angel City. Up against number 8-6 Made in China for Rat City. And we have Angel City lead jammer coming around for a scoring pass. One blocker from each team heads to the penalty box. That leaves 3 blockers on the track for each. A brief split pack, but then the blockers rejoin together. Schadenfreude going around on their second scoring pass. Rat City Jammer still stuck in the pack on initial. Oh, they're out. Great work, making it through the pack on the initial and coming around for a scoring pass. Angel City Jammer stuck at the back of the pack and calls it off just before Rat City Jammer comes in.
A few penalties there that were served there. That was a low block for number 4-2 Blackman of Angel City and a back block for 619 Red Divicious of Rat City.
Lining up for Angel City, we have Stiletto, number 389, and Anyong, number 21 for Rat City. Both jammers at the back of the pack. Great lateral footwork from the blockers, trying to keep those jammers contained. Got a run back from Angel City. Pack is in the pack is all. Both teams' blockers grouping up to try to keep their jammer in.
I heard a whistle there, and it looks like maybe a multiplayer there for Rat City. I believe that's number 17, Canna Whoopass. And yes, indeed, that is a multiplayer. So they're going to the box. Heard the no pack call, and then the pack call quickly came back. There's 2 penalties there for illegal position. That's Whiskey Von Sweets, number 1031. That's Whiskey's 4th penalty of the bout.
I think we still do not have a lead jammer, and we're over a minute into this jam. This is really a really grindy jam. Makes both teams very tired.
Absolutely. Not a whole lot of movement there on that second straightaway. Angel City's jammer up ahead and Rat City behind.
But just the strength that it takes to move those 2 or 3 blockers as one person.
Oh, absolutely. It's like moving a brick wall. And here comes Rat City, who's through, gets lead jam.
Lead jam, almost a minute and a half into that jam. Good
Absolutely.
job.
That's number 21, Anyong, coming back around to earn some points. Let's see if Angel City can form up, and it looks like they have. They're able to keep Anyong in place.
And we're back into the grindy jam where you're just trying to push a few points forward and try to get your hits past the opposing team to score some points.
Absolutely. It looks like number 83 Thumper Skulls getting their 3rd penalty of the bout for Rat City. Looks like it may have been illegal contact. We'll see if that gets updated, and that's the end of the jam.
Good job. That was a tough one. That jam ended 0-0 for both teams. Oh, my mistake. Rat City actually scored 3 points. Good. That brings the score to Angel City 113, Rat City 37.
Absolutely. That must be really frustrating to go through such a grindy jam, and you don't get the full 4. Oh, that's gotta be killer, right?
I think Rat City's happy for any points.
Oh, sure enough.
Lining up at the jam line, we have number 5 for Rat City. That is A Green up against 202 Freight Train, Angel City.
I think we're in an official review for Angel City there. I keep it going. I'll figure what it's about. You go find out what this is.
We want to shout out one of our sponsors, Fit Aid. Fit Aid hydrates, replenishes sodium, potassium, and magnesium, and provides over 200% more magnesium and potassium than leading competitors. It's sugar-free, dextrose-free, and built to keep you performing at your best. It's available in single serve stick packets, watermelon wave, and pink Himalayan lemonade. Thank you for sponsoring our teams, and you can find it in the hospitality buckets in each team's locker room. We also want to shout out IQ Bar. IQ Bar is a delicious plant-based bar designed to fuel both your brain and your body. Each bar is packed with protein, fiber, and brain nutrients to keep you energized, focused, and full longer without the sugar crash. Clean ingredients, smart nutrition, and crave-worthy flavors. That's the IQ Bar difference.
0.322.
The official review that we're currently in is reviewing a pack destruction call on White 2-2.
That's 322, I believe. Yep, that's kosher assault. Angel City is requesting that that call get made. We'll see what happens.
Right, looks like that's the end of the official review. And to see what the outcome is. I don't see anyone in the box, so I think it was not upheld.
That's correct. Looks like Angel City did lose their official review there.
Jamming for Angel City, we have Freight Train up against A Green for Rat City. That's a high block penalty for Rat City, 3-0.
That's Miss Defiant going to the penalty box. Here comes Freight Train on the outside, the easy 4 points.
Didn't touch a single person. Great offense. And Green still struggling through the pack up against the Angel City blockers, trying to find a way through. Freight Train completes their second pass.
Freight Train through once again. That's 8 points on the scoreboard for Angel City. Minute 10 left in this jam, and once this jam is over, I suspect that will be the end of the half. blocking any sort of weird official reviews or other sort of hijinks that could happen during this jam. Freight train's getting cycled way back, and we do have a star pass for Rat City. Now wearing the stars, number 501, Damage Control for Rat City. And Damage Control is taking their time, cycling Freight Train back.
Again, they're only allowed to do this because they are the jammer now. Normally, the blockers have to stay inside the engagement zone, but when you get a jammer blocking another jammer, you can get some hijinks.
Absolutely good call out there. Both jammers now back at the pack. Freight Train tiptoeing, just narrowly avoiding that track cut call.
And putting up another 4 points on the board.
15 seconds remaining in this jam.
Rat City still on initial. And running Freight Train back again. However, that is the end of the jam, and we're now at intermission.
there's the end of intermission whistle at the jam line for Angel City. It's number 202 Freight Train, and for Rat City Roller Derby, number 5, A Green.
Looks like we're just not quite ready. Start the next half.
Briefly hold here in an official timeout so that we can get caught up and ready to go. I'm in here a little bit. Let's talk a little bit more about California Derby Galaxy. Lots of great things that CDG has done. They've created a roller derby specific anti-bias training accessible to all its members, and plans to coordinate additional partnerships with equity in the center to create sustainable and intentional practices in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And CDG offers impact testing, a concussion baseline testing, to help athletes have more information when dealing with concussions or brain injuries. This baseline testing provides information to help healthcare providers best understand the severity of the head injury and provide the best healthcare they can. As a result, really great cause there. Lots of great work that CDG is doing.
And thank you for buying tickets if you're here in person. Your ticket proceeds help to make us be able to bring these programs to you and help our athletes participate in roller derby.
For sure. Lots of leagues here in CDG that our ticket buyers are contributing to, such as Monterey Bay Roller Derby, based out of course, Monterey. The Carquinez Quad Squad up in Vallejo. Outlaws Roller Derby in Auburn. North Bay Derby in Sonoma. And Peninsula Roller Derby just around the corner in Burlingame, California.
This tournament is hosted by the Supernovas program, which is a part of the California Derby Galaxy. The Supernovas program is a pool of skaters in the Greater Bay Area that allows for more competitive, higher-level WFTDA gameplay. The Supernovas have 2 teams, the Supernovas Ultraviolets, which are playing in the game right after this game, and the Supernovas Big Bang, playing tomorrow and Monday.
Looks like we may be holding here for a little bit of track maintenance. Don't forget about those bout shouts. Cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during a bout with a bout shout. A $2 donation gets you 1 shout out, and a $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs. So it's a pretty good deal there. You get that third donation for $1 extra, if my math is mathing correctly. Sometimes it isn't, but I'm feeling pretty good about that one. And there's that end of timeout whistle. Feeling good about starting for this one. There's the 5-second call. Once again at the jam line for Angel City is number 202, Freight Train, and jamming for Rat City, number 5, A Green. Here's Freight Train, though, is going to get that lead jam on the outside track. They're going to come around down that straightaway to start earning some points. A Green looking at some points as well, and they are through, juking some jammers on the outside track. Freight Train looking for an opening, can't quite find it, and calls off the jam. Let's see if they picked up any points. Yes, they did. That's 2 points on the scoreboard for Angel City, bringing them up to 130 points here in the second half.
Up next on the jam line, we have number 21, Anyang for Rat City, and number 617, Ghetto Fabulous for Angel City. Both jammers at the back of the pack trying to keep their, trying to get through the pack and get out. And that's Angel City with lead jammer. Coming around for a scoring pass. Angel's Rat City blockers setting up in a tripod to help contain that jammer.
Looks like that may have been a forearm call for number 30. Miss Defiant from Rat City getting sent to the penalty box as Ghetto Fabulets is through. Looking over at Anyang from Rat City, looks like the star is off their head. Perhaps considering a star pass, but nothing official yet.
Both and Angel City Jammer is out on a second scoring pass. Coming around. Great job from the Angel City blockers keeping that jammer contained in the back. Angel City Jammer skates out of bounds. Just coming around to recycle at the back of the pack. And gets a little stuck behind their own blockers, but tries the other side and is stopped by the Rat City blockers.
Little moment here to regroup from both teams, and there's an opening. 501 damage control now holding the star and wearing the star for Rat City, but there's the call off from Angel City. They're going to hold Rat City scoreless, picking up 8 points themselves. Angel City still leading 138 to Rat City 37. At the jam line for Rat City, number 5, A Green. And from Angel City, number 26, Schadenfreude. It's going to be A Green on the inside track who gets that lead jam status. Schadenfreude getting through as well. Not quite.
Looks like that was a no pass, no penalty. So they didn't get that last point, but they still are able to come around on a scoring pass. But they do not score any points because A Green calls it off for Rat City.
That's right.
4 points.
The full 4. Nicely done from Rat City. They're able to find that opening on the inside track and get those points.
Up next on the jam line, we have 369, Bermuda Biangle for Angel City, and Rockzilla, number 8, for Rat City.
There's the whistle. Both jammers now looking for an opening. There might be one there on the inside, but not quite as Bermuda Biangle gets cycled back.
Both jammers actually getting recycled way back.
Way back there into almost into turn number 4, but here comes Bermuda Biangle picking up that lead jam status. They're coming back around to the back of the track. Now I'm looking for the jammer of Rat City. It looks like their star is in hand as Bermuda Biangle is able to find an opening and add 4 points to the scoreboard for Angel City. Rat City attempting the star pass. That's number 8, Rockzilla, holding the star.
Rat City blockers doing a great job in that tripod, trying to keep that jammer contained until now, and Angel City jammer's gotten out on a second scoring pass. Angel City is still lead. Rat City still on initial pass.
Number 30 and 619 from Rat City and Mystifying and Red Divicious holding up Bermuda Biangle. Bermuda Biangle is eventually able to get through and add another 4 to the scoreboard.
Rat City sending some offense to help their jammer out, trying to get them out of that pack. And really great drop from those Rat City blockers holding that Angel City jammer. Takes a lot of strength to get past these strong blockers. Angel City jammer goes flying and are able to get hit out by Rat City blockers.
That's got to be a really satisfying feeling from a blocker to send an opposing jammer lying flat on the track. And speaking of the Angel City jammer, they're going to the penalty box. Looks like a track cut there as the jam comes to the end. So we'll be in a power start here in this next jam for Rat City.
That last jam, Angel City scored 16 points, holding Rat City at 0 points for that jam. And we have Roxil in the box serving for a cut penalty.
That's actually Bermuda Biangle in the box.
My bad. There's a 5-second call. I don't see anyone for Rat City or for Angel City, and because they're calling a timeout.
There you go. There's that timeout there.
Angel City probably wants to use up as much time as they can to maintain their lead. Try to call that timeout at the very last second. Hey, since we have a timeout, I've got a bout shout for Miss Defiant on Rat City. Miss Defiant, you are the most meaningful and valued member of this team. Good job for 20 years of roller derby. You too can get a bout shout to help support your team. We have 1 bout shout for $2 or 3 for $5. What a good deal.
Phenomenal. I love it. Now 20 years of derby. That's incredible.
Derby really started about 20 years ago. Or the resurgence of derby.
That's awesome.
I don't want to tell you how old I was 20 years ago.
Now, what would you say the average, how long does the average skater skate for? And it's just like, I don't know, football, no, baseball. Let's say Major League Baseball. You start at like 18 when you're a little bitty baby, and then you can keep playing if you're really good until like 50, right?
We do have some skaters that skate into their 50s or beyond. Derby is interesting in that a lot of skaters start as adults, but we do see a lot more skaters coming up now in the junior level, starting as juniors under 18 derby, and joining these adult teams once they're aged up into the adults.
That's really cool. I love to hear that. At the jam line for Rat City, that's number 5, A Green, and we are in a power start here. Once again, Bermuda Biangle serving for that track cut in the last jam.
Great offense from the Rat City, helping their jammer get out and keeping the Angel City blockers from running too far back.
Speaking of too far back.
It's a little too far back.
A Green getting cycled back to that 4th turn there. But they're finding that opening on the outside track. It looks like they're through.
Yes, nice work. So that's the first scoring pass from Rat City jammer. Looks like the Angel City jammer is out of the box and back on the track, trying to get through their initial scoring pass. Those Rat City blockers are ready for them, though, and they're stuck in the back of the pack. That's Bermuda Biangle jamming for their 2nd jam in a row.
There's a star patch there for Angel City. Freight Train now wearing that star.
That was a clever move. Have your jammer wear the pivot so you can pass it right out of the box.
Really sneaky.
Rat City calls it off before Freight Train could score any points. Great work. That was 6-point jam for Rat City. Angel City 0. Rat City trying to get every one of these. Oh, actually 7 points. Rat City is happy for any of these points, especially if they can keep Angel City scoreless for these jams.
At the jam line for Angel City, number 617, Ghetto Fabulez, and for Rat City, number 21, Anyang. Anyang, of course, I believe it's Korean for hello.
Hello, that's right.
That's what that's what Anyang is gonna say as she smashes right into you and lays you flat, and then goodbye.
We've got a star pass from Rat City jamming. We have number 501, damage control, but it's short-lived as Angel City calls off the jam.
Going into our next lineup here. There's the 5-second call at the jam line for Rat City, number 86, Made in China, and for Angel City, number 26, Schadenfreude. And it's going to be Schadenfreude, gets an early lead. They'll start working on earning some points. Made in China looking for an opening, tries the outside, can't quite find it. Schadenfreude looking on the outside, excuse me, that was Made in China on the inside, Schadenfreude on the outside. Schadenfreude finds that outside, adds for the scoreboard for Angel City. Here comes Schadenfreude again, trying that outside.
Really great track awareness from Schadenfreude. Knows exactly where to step in to avoid a track cut. If the blocker that hit you out goes out, you do not have to recycle behind them. You can just step right back on. And they're really fighting their way through at the top of the pack, and gets hit out with a run back from 3-2-2 on Rat City. Ooh, they actually just got a penalty. Heading to the box, that's 3-2-2 Rat City.
I'm gonna guess
poacher assault.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's illegal contact, maybe outside the pack there. No illegal position.
They were too far away from the pack, but they were blocking. That last jam was 7 points for Angel City, 1 point for Rat City. Good job for both jammers. Oh, actually 10 points for Angel City. Got to get those score up on the board. That brings our score at this jam's 8 to Angel City 170, Rat City 49.
At the jam line for Angel City, number 389, Stiletto. And for Rat City, that's number 5, A Green. A Green's getting cycled back. Stiletto up ahead, working right in the middle of that tripod, tiptoeing on the outside track, getting a little assist from their teammate there. That's number 2A, Death Down Under. And this lead jam status assessed for number 389, Stiletto of Angel City. Back between the jam and the pivot line, Rat City's jammer, star in hand, is able to make it through and start working on those points. Stiletto working on blockers there and calls off the jam.
I'm seeing really good reforms from the blockers from both teams. You get separated, you come right back into your shape, and that makes you a stronger team, stronger, able to block that jammer when you're together rather than keeping separate. Also seeing some good zone play though. If you get separated, you can block individually before you're able to get your friends back with you. Yeah,
and the defense is paying off because Angel City unable to get the full 4 there. That was 3 points on that last jam for Angel City, 0 for Rat City. Coming into this next jam on the jam line for Angel City, number 202, Freight Train, and for Rat City, number 21, On Young. There's a high block there for Bertha beatdown of Rat City. They're going to the penalty box. And Freight Train is through, coming around to the back of the pack now. Anyang through as well to earn some points. Freight Train going to earn some points here. Let's see if there is the call. And yes, there is. There's the call off before Anyang can earn any points. 4 points on the scoreboard for Freight Train, though.
Great short game from Angel City. Just get those 4 points and call it off.
Absolutely. I'm starting to sense a pattern here from Freight Train. Get through, get those points, get out. That is how you win games.
Absolutely. Coming up next, we have Ghetto Fabulous for Angel City, jamming against 8-9 Made in China for Rat City. I'm also really enjoying these dynamic starts. We're seeing the blockers move around at the 5 seconds or even later. That doesn't let the other team set up to know exactly where you're doing. It helps you avoid offense and give a stronger start to your jammers.
Absolutely. That's number 8-6 for Made in China, who's got that lead jam status, but 6-1-7, Ghetto Fabulous is right behind.
It's a race.
It's a little race here. I suspect we may see a call off here soon. Let's see what happens. Ghetto Fabulous is through, and there is the call off. 1 point on the scoreboard for Rat City and 3 on the scoreboard for Angel City.
Looks like we have 1 blocker headed to the box. That's 777, perfect for a cut track. So Angel City will start 1 blocker down. Five seconds. These times between jams goes really quick. At the line we have 369. Bermuda Biangle. Oh, A Green already out for Rat City before I even got to announce her name.
Really exceptional jamming we've been seeing from A Green today.
And already a scoring pass. Didn't touch a single person. Made it all the way through. Looks like Angel City is still on initial and Rat City is lead jam. Good, a little whip off of her teammate. And makes it through for a second scoring pass. This is a strong jammer here. Angel City jammer also out, following behind. But I think Rat City can score a couple more points. They're probably going to try and run this one because they want to catch up and get as many points as they can.
Absolutely. We do have a skater standing in the penalty box for Rat City. That's number 11, Bertha Beatdown, serving for a forearm. And they are returning to the track now.
These high-scoring jams are really enabled by the blockers that are able to do some offense, do some defense, and hold the opposing jammer. Really great work from both teams. Rat City blockers up front trying to hold Bermuda Biangle, and they get out. That was the initial pass, I believe. And we have one Rat City blocker head to the box for a high block. That last jam was 11 points for Rat City, 4 points Angel City. Bringing our score to Angel City 184 to Rat City 61.
Tell you once again about Humble Brands. Humble Brands is committed to creating simple and effective personal care products while being mindful of their impact on the planet and caring for our communities. Humble Brands prioritize mindfully sourced, ethically harvested plant and mineral-based ingredients in their best-selling deodorants, bar soaps, and lip balms. A proud 1% for the planet member. Humble Brands is always cruelty-free and made in the USA. And IQ Bar, delicious plant-based bars designed to fuel both your brain and body. Each bar is packed with protein, fiber, and brain nutrients to keep you energized, focused, and full longer without the sugar crash. In fact, I had an IQ bar just a moment ago, and I would love to have 5 more. They are delicious.
All right, that ends the official timeout, and we're starting into Jam 12. At the jam line, we have 2 for Angel City. We have 389.
That's 389 Stiletto for Angel City, and 2-1 Anyong for Rat City.
Rat City has 2 blockers in the box now, coming in for a cut track. Always a bummer to get a cut track as a blocker. And it looks like Stiletto is out. Angel City is not lead jam. There was a no pass, no penalty. So Rat City still has the opportunity to get lead jammer. That would be advantageous because then they could control when the jam gets called off.
Yeah, let me tell you about these penalties really quick. We have number 17, Canna Whoop-Ass, who's just finished serving for a forearm. I saw 501 damage control with an interference call, and 1-1, which you just said, Bertha Beatdown for that track cut.
Absolutely, and Anyong just got out on their initial jam, made it around, this is their scoring pass, and Anyong is lead. So they have the power to control it and call it off if they would like. Angel City on their second scoring pass, I believe, but getting recycled away to the back of the pack by the Rat City blockers. Anyang doing a great job fighting through those strong Angel City blockers and trying to find a path through to get out and score 4 points. Can they make it out before the end of this jam? Great offense coming in from Rat City, trying to help their jammer out, but also maintain the pack. Looks like Angel City has pack in the front. Anyang gets knocked to the ground, but gets right back up. Unfortunately, gets recycled to the back of the pack right as the jam, and calls off the jam. I would call it off too. That's tiring. Great job. They put up 4 points for Rat City, 7 points Angel City on that last jam. It does help to be the lead jammer in this scenario. We have 12 minutes and 40 seconds in this second half of this first game. Thank you for joining us for Cosmo Chaos, hosted by the California Derby Galaxy Supernovas.
That's right, and don't forget we have 4 more bouts today.
And we're announcing for most of them.
Oh yeah, you are gonna get tired of hearing us.
Jamming for Angel City, that's Freight Train, already making it out on her initial pass. Jamming for Rat City is number 5A Green, who's been having a great game so far, trying to get through past the Angel City blockers. Both jammers stuck in the middle of that tight pack. And there's a star pass for Rat City. That's number 619,
Red Vicious.
I don't think we've seen this pivot jam before. And
I think so. They've been blocking today.
But Angel City calls it off before we get to see any points for Rat City. Our score at the end of Jam 13 is Angel City 194, Rat City 65.
At the jam line for Angel City, number 617, Ghetto Fabulous, and for Rat City, number 8, Rockzilla. There's the whistle. Ghetto Fabulous looking on the outside and thinking twice about it. Rockzilla.
Really great line coverage from number 83, Thumper Skull on Rat City.
Absolutely, and here's Ghetto Fabulous. They're out, and they get that lead jam status. Rockzilla took a little bit of a tumble, got right back up, and is looking for an opening now. Their star is off. They're thinking about the pass, but they're quite up ahead, able to get there. Here comes Ghetto Fabulous. Nice little hop there on the end of the apex, and they're through. 4 points on the scoreboard for Angel City as they come back around. Looking back at Rockzilla, they're working on a nice tripod there. Almost make it through on the inside track before they're cycled back. Both jammers now working on tripods there. They've come to a standstill, and there is the star pass for Rat City, number 8-3. Thumper Skull now wearing the star, and they're through. There's the call off. 4 more points on the scoreboard for Angel City. It's an 8-point jam, bringing them up to 202 points. Rat City still behind, 65 points. 10 minutes remaining here in this bout. Quick little penalty update. That's number 28, Death Down Under, skating for Angel City. They're in the penalty box for a direction call. Here comes our next jam. Jamming for Angel City, number 26, Schadenfreude, and for Rat City, number 21, Anyang. It's going to be Anyang who gets that lead jam status, but Schadenfreude is not far behind.
Anyang's going to try to get 4 points and call it off real quick. And looks like they got 3 points just before Angel City gets any.
We'll see about that. There was a cute little apex hop there. We'll see if Angel City picks up some points. Looking at our refs there, no points on our refs' fingers there. Really well-timed call off for Rat City. They're able to pick up those 3 points and end the jam. Coming into our next jam at the jam line for Rat City, it's A Green, really high-scoring jammer here. They're through and get that lead jam status. And jamming for Angel City is number 202, Freight Train. It's probably 2 of our strongest jammers that we've seen today. So it's really always super exciting to watch this matchup.
Looks like we've got number 42 for Angel City, Blackman in the box for illegal contact.
That's right. A Green picking up the points, and the defense from Rat City really able to keep freight train in their station today as
Amazing
A
work.
Green is racking up the points. That's 8 points already on the scoreboard for Rat City. Not a whole lot of movement there from Angel City's jammer as A Green makes it through on the outside track. Another 4 points, bringing it to a 12-point jam for Rat City. You know, I'm going to predict it right now. I think we're going to see MVP jammer for Rat City is A Green and MVP jammer for Angel City number 202. But that's just my prediction. We'll have to see what happens.
And A Green calls it off with a 15-point jam, 16-point jam.
16-point jam.
4 passes and held Freight Train to 0 points.
Gosh, how does that feel?
That's gonna feel amazing.
That's going to be amazing. Really awesome roller derby we're seeing here. 7 minutes 50 remaining in this bout.
I am loving watching this high-level derby. These are two really great teams. Really exciting to watch these teams play. And both jammers getting out right away. That's 369 Bermuda Biangle and 86.
Yeah, that's correct. 86 made in China. Oh, there's the call off though.
Sometimes when those jammers get the race, they don't want to try to run the pack all the way around the track. They may be saying, I'm a little tired, let's not do a sprint right now.
All right, fair enough. I guess I'm just talking, I'm not up there skating.
Both teams lining up at the pivot line. I think we have some interesting dynamic starts coming up. We'll see how these blockers move around before the jam starts. And at the jam line, we have 617.
That's Ghetto Fabulous.
Thank you. And number 21, Anyong, blocking the other jammer. Really great work.
And it's Ghetto Fabulous on the outside track, gets that lead jam status for Angel City.
Anyong trying to find a way through the Angel City blockers, trying to spread them apart and get through the middle.
Here comes Ghetto Fabulous on the back of the track.
Rat City doing a great job blocking this jukey jammer and reforming around.
Yeah, there's a forearm call there for White 17. That's a can of whoop ass for Rat City. It's going to be the third penalty of the day, and it's going to mean Rat City's down a skater for this jam.
There's a star pass from Rat City, and Angel City calls off the jam. I think we're getting a little faster derby. I saw all the teams skating really fast, trying to keep up this momentum and energy as we finish out this game.
Oh, absolutely. I think the caffeine from everyone's morning coffee is really starting to kick in.
I know it is for me. We've got 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in this half. The score is Angel City 210, Rat City 84. At the jam line, we've got A Green for Rat City and
number 26, Schadenfreude for Angel City. Schadenfreude is through. They're going to get that lead jam status.
These are some really fast jammers making that trip around the track with barely enough time for the blockers to set back up and get ready to catch again.
It's a forearm call there for number 88, Tui Lion of Angel City.
Angel City's currently got 2 blockers in the box. And 2 remaining on the track trying to stop A Green.
That's right. That second blocker is number 28, Death Down Under, serving for an illegal contact. And we have a team timeout for Rat City.
Rat City's going to try to regroup before the end of this game. Got 5 minutes left. I'm going to give a special shout out to our sponsor, Moxie Barbell. This bout is powered by Moxie Barbell, online strength and nutrition coaching that helps you hit harder, skate longer, and recover faster. DM at Moxie Barbell on Instagram to learn more. We also want to shout out our sponsor, Skate Good Club. Thank you for sponsoring this game. Skate Good Club makes jerseys sustainably made in Europe with dispatch from Europe, the USA, and the UK. Enjoy perfect color matching, no minimum orders, and jerseys built to last. Fast skating, not fast fashion, just solid jerseys made right. Skate Good Club ships from the EU, UK, or USA.
There's the 5-second call at the jam line for Angel City number 202. Freight Train, and from Rat City number 8, Rockzilla.
Freight Train trying to fight through the Rat City blockers. They've got 4 blockers on defense trying to contain Freight Train, but she is out and lead jammers for Angel City.
Rockzilla looking for an opening. They're at the pivot line on the outside track. They're going to get pushed down and cycled back. Here comes Freight Train pushing through on that same outside track, but there's the momentum getting stopped there by the blockers. That's Kosher Assault, who's able to hold Freight Train in their place, and there's the call off. 3 points on the scoreboard for Freight Train in Angel City. 0 for Rat City.
Lining up for Jam 21, we have Anyang for Rat City and Ghetto Fabulous for Angel City. We've seen this matchup a couple times. Really interesting jammers. Both of them are very fast and very strong to get through these blocker walls. Right off the start, Ghetto Fabulous pushing Rat City blockers way up to the front before she gets knocked out and has to recycle all the way to the back of the pack. Really great 2-person blocking from Rat City. Able to contain that jammer with just a couple.
And then there on the outside track, Ghetto Fabulous is able to get through and get that lead jam status. Anyang, Star off their head, looking for perhaps a pass, but not finding any pivots or blockers nearby. They're just working on that tripod up alone, up ahead.
Nope, they've got some offense help from their pivot 501 on Rat City, trying to move those Angel City blockers apart. They look really strong, trying to break up that tripod. Angel City jammer also getting recycled to the back of the pack. And looks like Anyang's running the Angel City jammer way back. We've seen this move a couple times from Rat City. Really interesting strategically because of the jammer. They are able to bring this jammer all the way back, give their blockers a little bit of a rest and time to set up before they come around again.
Ghetto Fabulous is taking their time, looking for maybe a little bit of advice or guidance from their bench coach.
Or maybe just a little breather.
Or a little breather could be it.
You know, they don't have to re-enter the track until there's an opportunity for them. They're never forced to skate backwards.
And there comes Anyang now sprinting towards the back of the pack and making contact with those blockers there, which means Ghetto Fabulous not far behind. Back into the fray with both jammers. And Ghetto Fabulous getting cycled right back, saying, geez Louise, can we quit it with this cycling back, please? But you know, that's the game.
Everyone has to do it.
And there goes Anyang.
And not lead jammer. Oh yeah, that's right. Angel City is still lead, probably going to call out right before Anyang comes around for a scoring pass. That was a lot of work from both jammers, both blocker teams. Good work. I think Angel City's trying to run down the clock a little bit. We've got about 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this in this period, and then we'll be at the end of this game. Our current score is Angel City 219, Rat City 84.
That's right. It's looking pretty good for Angel City. Going to be a hard one for Rat City to come back from, especially because we're seeing number 26, Schadenfreude from Angel City, getting that lead jam status. But A Green is not far behind. And there's the call off there. Did Rat City pick up any points? No, they did not.
Yeah. Oh, zero. Yeah, 0
Angel
points.
City was able to grab 1 point there.
That's a tough one. I can't imagine the job the refs are doing trying to count those points as they fly by at the last minute.
That's right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but as a jammer, you earn those points once you pass the hips of the opposing skaters.
That's right. You pass them before those 4 whistles to end the jam.
Right, and they have to be, what, inbound, upright, inbounds. Is there one more?
I think that's it.
Okay, that might be it.
My coaches are going to yell at me. I want to say you also score points for anyone in the box. So if you were to be out, if there's a blocker in the box and you pass another blocker on that team as the jammer, then you score a point for both the person you passed and the blocker in the box.
Right.
2 for 1.
So that's a big disincentive to be in the box.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of the box, so we have from Rat City, number 17, Canna Whoopass, serving their 4th penalty, and that was a direction call in that last jam. So Rat City is going to start down 1 blocker. 1 minute, 12 seconds remaining here in this second half.
Lining up for Angel City, we have Freight Train and A Green for Rat City.
Another really terrific lineup.
Amazing. A Green gets out, but Freight Train is lead. However, A Green's coming around first. Let's see if Freight Train wants to call it off before they hit the pack, and she does.
There's the call off.
You really, if you are behind this lead jammer, you really don't want the other jammer to hit first and get points before you do.
Absolutely. So. Great communication there from Freight Train, getting the eye contact with their coach saying, hey, should I call it off? Should I call it off? Should I call it off? And I suspect the coach was saying, no, let them wear themselves out and then call it off.
Yeah, just a little bit more tiring. We got about 36 seconds. And looks like there's a timeout. I think it's a team timeout for Rat City.
Oh, official
timeout. My bad. Let's see what the officials are talking about now.
And that's going to be an official review for Rat City.
Oh.
We'll see if we can hear what's going on with that.
You know, for an official review, they may be just taking this as a timeout. It looks like that they're used up all their team timeouts and may just be taking this as an official timeout, or they might be trying to review something that happened during the previous jam. During an official review, we have the coach or the alternate and the captain from both teams come into the center, discuss what's going on, and then the officials will go and talk about it and make a ruling based on the events of the last jam and what the officials saw. Looks like this official review is Rat City asking for a high block on 8-8 on Angel City. That's Tui Lion blocker for Angel City. Let's see what the officials decide to have their ruling on this official timeout or official review.
And while we're waiting in this official review, let me tell you once again about Sticker Coven. Get 100 custom 3-inch stickers for just $47. Or upgrade to Dazzling Holographic for $85. I remember when I was young, I was so into the holographic Pokemon cards, so I can't imagine how good these Sticker Coven holographic stickers look. With low minimums, UV laminated finishes, and queer woman-owned magic behind every order, Sticker Coven brings your boldest ideas to life.
All right, we're starting the next jam. I don't see 8-8 in the box, so I think Angel City, or excuse me, Rat City has lost their official review. Did not get that high block.
They sure have, and they are out of timeouts as well, so not that it's going to matter a whole lot. We got 20 seconds left in this bout.
Yeah, this period is almost over, so I believe this will be the last jam. We've already seen Freight Train get around on her initial pass and just got through, scoring 4 points on the first scoring pass. Rat City blocker, A Green, stuck in the back of the pack and trying to get out past the Angel City blockers, and she sneaks by on the outside line. Gets knocked down and unfortunately has to recycle a little bit to the back of the pack. Freight Train stuck on the Rat City blockers, doing a great job. And makes it through on the inside line. But Rat City's already there, recycling up to the front. And Freight Train is out. That's their second scoring pass.
That's right, a minute left here in this jam and bout as Freight Train comes back around. Really utilizing that inside track and then scooching over to the outside to try to find an opening, but they're through.
And we've got a star pass from Rat City. Now we have damage control, number 501, jamming. Are they going to get any points for this jam? It looks like they might have. Yes, we got 1 point for Rat City on that last jam, and another 4 for Freight Train as she makes it through.
Right for the end of that jam there, looks like an illegal contact call for Rat City jammer blocker number 30, Miss Defiant.
And that is an unofficial score. I believe this is, and that rolling whistle tells us that is the final score.
can't see it and it burns you.
Absolutely, which describes our team very well.
Love to hear that. I did hear our first whistle there, so we're about to get going here. I see at the jam line for the Novas, that's the Ultraviolets, is number 86 Zoe Trope. And then for Calgary, can't quite see that number here, but I suspect we'll see it in just a moment. I believe that's number 84.
Wow,
No,
projectile.
004. That's projectile, absolutely. And they shot off like projectile. They're going to get that lead jam status as Zoe Trope is out as well. Wow, look at this really quick derby here. I'm hearing lots of whistles, and including the call-off whistle there. That's 3 points on the scoreboard, and Calgary is on the board in our first jam. 0 points there for the Novas. And yes, I do see that penalty there. That's a penalty for the Novas. That's 0-0, the Secret Cervix, serving for a forearm penalty.
So the Supernovas will start off this next jam with 3 blockers on the track. And jamming for the Novas, we have number 99 Marinator.
That's right. And for jamming for Calgary's number 12 Ruthless Red. Both jammers working on that pack there, but it's going to be Marinator gets through and gets that lead jam status. Ruthless Red is getting cycled back. They're looking to block that Nova's jammer there.
He gets some offense from low down Derby Shame to help Marinator get out of that pack. Unfortunately, she gets recycled to the back of the pack as it's coming up and getting word from her coach to call it off right before Calgary comes around to score any points.
That's right. They're able to hold Calgary scoreless, and that's 3 points on the scoreboard for California Derby Galaxy.
Starting off strong with the 3-3 tied game.
Absolutely. At the jam line for Calgary's number 66, Are You Ready?
And jamming for Supernovas is number 5, Sunny Days.
So annoying this time. It's going to be Sunny Days who gets that lead jam status, hopping on the outside track. Are You Ready? Getting cycled back to the jam line. Wow, look at that really great defense there from the Novas. Here comes the Novas jammer. That's Days getting through, and that's 4 points on the scoreboard for the Novas.
And Are You Ready still on her initial pass, hasn't made it out of the pack yet. As Sunny Days gets out of the pack and followed closely by Are You Ready?
Jammers shoulder to shoulder there. Sunny Days looking for what to do there from their bench coach. As a nice little apex jump there from Are You Ready? No call off there. We're going to keep this jam going. But just as I say it, there's the call off there. Days is calling off the jam and getting up onto their feet in the infield there.
Looks like we've got 2 blockers in the box for Calgary. That's Bruiseberry Pie, number 31, for a direction, and Sleep, number 213, for a multiplayer penalty. That leaves Calgary with only 2 blockers on the track for this next jam. Jamming for Supernovas, we have Rex. And for Calgary, we have number 1111, Joe Means Joe. This is jam number 4. Rex getting recycled to the back of the pack.
But Rex did get that lead jam status there. Cute little apex jump there, but Rex said, I don't think I made it, so I'm going to go ahead and cycle back rather than take the penalty.
1 Calgary blocker released from the box, just as another one goes too. That's a direction penalty from number 44, Howabunga. We also have the Calgary jammer going to the box for an illegal contact. That leaves Rex with a power jam for the Supernovas. Gonna set up for offense. Don't even need it as there's only 1 Calgary blocker on the box in the track right now. Calgary getting a few more blockers back, but they are no match for the California Derby Galaxy offense, helping Rex get out and score another 4 points. I think the Novas are going to run this one, try to get their box cleared, and try to score a couple more points before this jam is over. We've got Lowe coming up to help Rex get some offense, try to get their jammer out. And the box is clear, so we've got everybody back on the track.
That's right, just under 1 minute remaining in this jam. hearing a penalty call there. I didn't quite get what it was, but we'll see it in just a moment here. That's number 213, Sleep. Looks like another illegal contact call there. So Sleep is going to go take it easy in the penalty box. And that is the end of the jam.
Great work from both teams. That was getting tough at the end there. Calgary Jammer got out just as the jam was called off. That was a 12-point jam for Rex and for the Supernovas, and 0 points for Calgary. That brings our score up to Calgary 7, Supernovas 26.
Yeah, really great opportunity there for the Novas to get that power jam there and get an early, quick lead there.
Absolutely. We're going into Jam 5 with Zoetrope on the line, along with number 004, Projectile. Looks like both teams are using a 4-jammer rotation. Zoetrope already out, finished with her initial pass and heading into a scoring pass right now, getting a little stuck up on the Calgary blockers, but get some offense from Killa to help break up that tripod.
It's like California Derby Galaxy number 24, Harley Sin getting sent to the penalty box. That was a forearm call there.
We're seeing some really intense derby, and that comes with some penalties if any of the skaters do illegal actions.
That's right, and Zoetrope is through. Looks like the full 4 for Zoe as they call it off.
That was a 4-point jam for the Novas, and Calgary 0.
And you believe that with all that action, just 4-point jam, there you go.
Yeah, that ran for a while. These are some strong blocking packs, trying to keep those jammers contained.
Up next at the jam line for Calgary's number 1-2, Ruthless Red, and for the Novas, number 9-9, Marinator.
And there's the start of the jam. Ruthless Red almost makes it out, but gets hit out on the inside line. Really great 2-person blocking from the Supernovas, trying to keep that jammer held in the back, despite the opposing team's offense.
Up in front, number 9-9, Marinator working on a vicious tripod from Calgary. That's number 4-4, Howabunga, that I see holding Marinator back. But there's the whistle for the no-pack call, and Marinator is able to make it through and start earning those points.
Looks like we've got one blocker from Calgary heading to the box. That's number 8-9, Emsky Hammer, for a legal position. And Marinator's coming around for another scoring pass. Getting a little hung up on the Calgary blockers, who need to bridge to stay within the pack. Supernova's tripod doing a really great job holding that blocker, holding that jammer, excuse me, and doing a run back from Harley Sin.
Minute remaining here in this jam as Marinator comes back around to re-enter the engagement zone.
Several blockers down on the ground. Jammer hops back up and tries to get through before everyone else can stand up. And the Calgary jammer is out after their initial pass, not lead jammer. Marinator's calling it off right before the Calgary jammer re-enters the engagement zone. Jamming for Calgary, we have Are You Ready? And for Supernovas, we have number 5, Sunny Days. We saw this matchup previously. We're going to see some of the same jammer matchups, I have a feeling, as we are on the same 4-jam rotation. Really great dynamic starts, and Days is out as lead jammer.
Really great footwork there, moving from the inside to the outside, and a little hop just for flourish from Days as they get that lead jam status.
Calgary's jammer is also out. I think that was a no pass, no penalty. And Days calls it off. Really great track awareness. That last jam was, we're waiting to see points. It looks like it was maybe, okay, 3 points for the Novas, 0 points for Calgary. Jamming next for Jam 8, we've got Rex for the Supernovas, and number 1111, Joe Means Joe. Oh, looks like we've got an official timeout.
That's right. I'm not quite sure what they're talking about. I did see something that may have been an illegal block,
A low block right at the end of that last jam?
Yeah, I think so. But we'll have to wait and see what it was because I'm not quite sure. It might not have been a low block at all.
This official timeout gives the teams both a chance to recoup and talk, strategize a little bit before resuming some more intense derby.
What I thought was oops, and was blocked. Oh, track cut. Seeing refs coming back from the bench, making our track cut symbol with the arms crossed there. So, yeah, and there's Arya Reddy going to the penalty box.
That leaves
supposedly for a track cut.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you to our officials for keeping this game running. We couldn't do it without you. That leaves Rex as the only jammer on the track for the California Derby Galaxy. We're going to start with the Power Jam. I'm excited to see what kind of offense the Supernovas have in store for Calgary in this next jam.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what Rex does with this power start because, just moments ago they had that power jam and they just knocked it out of the park. It was a 16-point jam, I believe.
I think
Rex.
so.
We'll see if they can keep that momentum going as we head into jam, I believe, number 8.
Since we've got a little time left on our official timeout, I want to say you can buy a bout shout to cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during a bout with the bout shout. Please keep it family friendly, but let the skaters, officials, and volunteers know you love, care, and you know about how special they are. If you use a $2 donation, gets you 1 shout out, $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs, and you can buy them at the hospitality table where you checked in at the front. We'll be reading those out during the bout. Speaking of bout shout outs, we got one already. Hannah Morley, you're the greatest.
I love that. Short and sweet.
Short, sweet, to the point. Now everyone knows it. All right, that rolling whistle signals the end of the official timeout. We got both teams' blockers lined up at the pivot line. We'll try to see what Calgary is doing to block against the Power Jam Rex. Got a dynamic start. I love seeing these dynamic starts. Rex trying to go up against the Calgary blockers, trying to fight her way through. Got Supernova's holding a goat in the back, and Rex gets recycled at the back, but jumps right back in. Does a really cool jump. Wow. And no pass, no penalty.
Oh, nope. There's a track cut for Rex. We're going to have a quick little jammer swap here as the Calgary jammer comes out. And that means we're going, I don't know, was Lita Sess there?
I'm not sure. Good question. If there was...
No Lita Sess.
All right, so Calgary still has...
There it is.
Calgary is lead. Wow, coming out of the box and getting lead. So the Supernovas will have to do a good job keeping this jammer contained until Rex can get back out of the box. And Calgary scores another point. That's Arya Reddy in the box, or coming out of the box and getting 4 points already.
Yeah, really amazing conversion of fortunes here for Calgary. They're behind now 11-44, so they really needed this power jam.
Absolutely, they're going to use this as an opportunity to score up some more points on the board. Looks like the box is clear, so Rex is back out on the track, and Calgary is coming around for a second scoring pass.
That's right, and recall Rexton was never assessed lead jammer there, so that means this is Arya Reddy's jam. Arya can call off this jam whenever they feel like it's time.
And struggling through the pack, but making it out. That puts up another 4 points for Calgary on the board. Rex is doing a good job fighting up against Calgary blockers at the top of the pack and gets out. I believe that is official. Oh, and
That's a
Calgary
track cut.
Jammer going to the box for another track cut. That leaves Rex back where we started with a power jam for the Supernovas.
But not for long, though. There's about 5 seconds left in that jam, and there's the end of the jam now. I gotta say, that's something you don't see very frequently
That was a
in
really
Derby.
exciting jam.
A power start for the Novas, and then before they can get lead, Rex gets sent to the box, and then Are You Ready comes out and gets that lead jam status. And on top of that, Arya sent back to the box, which means we're in a power start for the Novas.
Absolutely. I think
Wow.
I bet their coaches are very happy, as that's what you want to see. If you come out of the box and get lead, that's probably the best outcome scenario. And that last jam was a 14-point jam for Calgary. Really great job. Our current score at 18 minutes in is Calgary 21, Supernovas 44. Oh, yeah, sorry. 18 minutes remaining in this half.
We're in a team timeout now. That's a team timeout for Calgary Roller Derby. Let me tell you once again about Fit Aid. Fit Aid Hydrate replenishes sodium, potassium, and magnesium, providing over 200% more magnesium and potassium than leading competitors. You know what that means? You're going to be really calm and you're going to be completely cramp-free. Sugar-free and dextrose-free, it's built to keep you performing at your best. Available in single-serve stick packs, watermelon wave, and pink Himalayan lemonade. I gotta tell you, that pink Himalayan lemonade sounds amazing.
I know, I'm going to have to go try some of that.
Absolutely.
All right, going into Jam 9, we have Zoetrope on the line alone. It's a power jam for the Supernovas. Really great offense for the Supernovas, ever clearing out the track and helping Zoe get out. And there's lead jam assessed for Zoetrope for the Supernovas. Calgary Jammer still sitting in the box. Let's see how many points Zoe can score on this next pack before the Jammer gets out. Really nice little bean dipper on the outside line. And comes around on a scoring pass, barely touching anyone. We'll see Calgary blockers getting ready for this second pass from Zoe. And doesn't even need her offense help, just does a little hop over the line. And both jammers are out racing. Nice. Does a little hit and gets out. Zoe gets knocked out to the inside line. Calgary jammer going up against the Supernovas blockers. And they're doing a really good job containing those jammers. A couple people on the ground, but get back up and continue skating. Calgary Jammer makes it out. That is her initial.
That's right. That's number 66, Are You Ready, who was in that box at the beginning of this jam for illegal contact.
I see Zoetrope is lead. She could call it off if she wants, but it looks like they're going to run it to try to score some more points and widen that lead for the Supernovas. Let's see how many points we can put up on the board. All right, it looks like we've got a Calgary blocker sent to the box.
It's number 63, Smacky Kennedy, serving for a track cut.
Supernovas blocker is doing a really good job holding that Calgary jammer in the back. Trying to do some offense to get their jammer out. And Zoe Trope up at the top of the pack, sneaking around the outside to continue on. I love watching Zoe jam. That's a 20-point jam so far, 20-0. We'll see how many more points we can get with 15 seconds left in this jam. And an amazing apex jump.
Wow.
That puts up a 24-point jam. Okay, is there time for one more? These are some fast jammers. We can get around the track in about 8 seconds. Zoe.
Way. Is that the full four for
I think
her?
that was the full four.
Wow, full four.
28-point jam.
Hockey stop. I'm done. I love watching Zoe Trope. You said you love watching.
Absolutely.
Have you skated against Zoe Trope?
I have.
Tell me how it feels to skate against Zoe Trope.
You blink your eyes and she's already passed you.
So that's probably pretty frustrating for the Calgary team to see Zoe Trope jump off the bench and get behind that jam line.
Absolutely. And again, that was a 25-point jam for Zoe Trope up against Calgary 4 in that last jam.
Let's talk about this current jam, though, after the jam line, and getting lead jam for Calgary's number 180, April Sowers, up against number 99, Marinator from the Novas. And April Sowers is through once and calls off the jam.
That short game.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Able to find that inside track, get those points, and call off the jam.
That's the way to do it. You get those 4 points, and then you get to go back to your bench and rest for a little bit before you have to go out again. All right, jamming next, we have, it looks like Projectile for Calgary and Sunny Days. But before that happens, we have an official timeout.
I believe you're right. It looks like it's an official timeout. I see officials skating towards the scoreboard, possibly updating the score or the time there. We'll see what happens.
Just thank you so much to our officials. Make this game happen. We couldn't do it without you. We got some skating officials. We got non-skating officials making the scoring, the penalty box, the bout timing, all of those NSO essential roles that make this game happen.
I'd also like to thank IQ Bar, delicious plant-based bars designed to fuel both your body and brain. Each bar is packed with protein, fiber, and brain nutrients. You gotta have those brain nutrients to keep you energized. Focused, and keeps you full longer, which, I like to snack. So that's important to me to make sure I have my IQ bar and I'm full. Doesn't stop me from buying a lot of them, though.
We all love to snack. Lining up for the Supernovas, we've got 004 Projectile. Oh, sorry, for Calgary, we've got Projectile and Sunny Days for the Supernovas. Both jammers exploding off that line, trying to get some speed up before they run into the opposing pack. And Sunny Days is out as lead jammer, coming around the track after their initial. Supernova's blockers doing a good job holding the Calgary jammer in the back, running them back to the outside line. Sunny Days is out again. Looks like we've got Lieutenant Jan heading to the box for a directional penalty.
That's right, and number 3-1, Bruceberry Pie from Calgary for a multiplayer.
This is a quite high penalty count game already. I think a little bit of the first game nerves for both of these teams. Kind of do some more legal actions. We'll see how that turns out throughout the rest of the game. Speaking of penalties, we've got number 1-3, Lil Killa, heading to the box for a forearm for the Supernovas. That leaves the Supernovas with 2 blockers on the track, still holding Projectile in the back. Really great hit out on the inside line from Harley Sin. Going to run that jammer back. And that's the end of that jam. That was 8 points for Sunny Days, 4 points for Calgary. Oh, 1 more point, 9 points for Sunny Days and the California Derby Galaxy.
Up next at the jam line for Calgary, number 1111, Joe Means Joe, and for the Novas, number 37, Rex. Rex, of course, recognizable for their bright yellow socks, so keep an eye on those socks and you'll find Rex. It's going to be Joe Means Joe, though, at the front, though, looking really close to getting lead jam, and there it is, lead jam assessed for Calgary Roller Derby. Rex in the pack there, looking for an opening. Really great defense from Calgary. And here comes Joe Means Joe. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Calgary. Rex almost there to finding an opening there on the inside track, but doesn't quite find it.
Just steps out and gets recycled back to the back of the pack. And
Kawabunga from Calgary getting sent to the penalty box for a direction call.
We also have the Novas pivot in the box. That's Sami Slam for another penalty.
Not sure what that one was, but we'll update you when we find out. Here comes Joe Means Joe back around. 8 points on the scoreboard so far for Joe Means Joe.
Rex is out of the pack, finishing her initial pass, but I think Calgary's going to want to score some more points. And Joe calls it off. That was a 12-point jam for Calgary up against California Derby Galaxy 0. CDG still in the lead, though, with 78 points for Calgary 45. They're well-matched teams, both very strong and really top of their game right now.
Absolutely. CDG with the highest lead count so far. They've got lead jam 8 times compared to Calgary's 4. So they've doubled the amount of lead counts. And so far haven't seen a successful star pass today. Coming into jam number 12.
That's right. And Nova's just called a team timeout. So we'll get a little break so we can recoup, strategize, and get back out there for the next jam.
Circling back on that penalty for the Novas, that's number 1230, Sami Slam in the penalty box, or rather out of the penalty box now. They were serving for an illegal position call. But like I said, they're back on the track, and we are sitting here in this team timeout for the Novas.
While we're in our timeout, I want to mention a couple of the programs that the California Derby Galaxy is putting on for our member leagues. CDG has created special roller derby specific anti-bias training accessible to all its members and plans to coordinate additional partnerships with the Equity Center to create sustainable and intentional practices in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
There's the 5-second call. The jam line for this Novas is number 86, Zoetrope, and for Calgary, number 12, Ruthless Red. There's the whistle. Little bit of a trip start there for Zoetrope, but they're shot out like a cannon on the outside track.
Get a little bit stuck on the Calgary blockers.
Number 603, Lieutenant Jang, getting sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer call.
Supernova's blockers in the back doing a great job containing Ruthless Red. Calgary and Ruthless Red is lead jam, escapes out the inside line and makes it around, finishing her initial pass. Zoetrope still stuck in the Calgary wall. Very strong blocking. Are we going to see a star pass? We will find out. And Ruthless Red makes it through for a scoring pass, gets up 4 points on the board, and looks like Zoetrope is headed to the box for a multiplayer. Nope, sorry,
track cut.
I was going to say, it's a little unusual to get multiplayer as a jammer, but yeah, track cut, much more common. Zoetrope is joined in the box by Lil Killa, blocker for the Supernovas, and one of the Calgary blockers as well. Looks like that was a multiplayer for Lil Killa. Got only a few skaters left on the track, so we'll see how much strategy they can do and put together to block the Calgary during their power jam.
Absolutely. 35 seconds left in this jam. High scoring jam for Ruthless Red. They already have 12 points on the scoreboard, so they're closing that lead as Calgary's at 57 to the Nova's 78 points here in the first half.
Yeah, we're seeing really strong blocking from the Calgary blockers holding Zoetrope, but she's able to do a little spin and get around and try to get through on the outside line. Ruthless Red stuck on the Supernova's wall and decides to call it off. Looks like the box is clear, so all skaters are back out on the track at full force for the next jam. That last one was 16-point jam for Ruthless Red in Calgary, 0 points, Supernovas. This is a close game. It's really exciting.
There is. The points are now, the score rather, is now 61 points for Calgary, 78 points for the Novas. That's a 17-point difference.
We've got about 10 minutes left in this half. Jamming for Calgary is April Sowers. Jamming for Supernovas is Marinator.
Here's the outside track. Marinator is able to gain a little bit of position there, but runs back into some Calgary blockers. Nice tripod there from Calgary. That's number 89, Emski Hammer, who's keeping Marinator in one spot.
Yeah, I see the Supernovas are staying, make sure they stay in the back of the pack so that Calgary is forced to string out and bridge. Looks like Marinator has made it out as lead jammer, and is coming around for her scoring pass.
Calgary skater 747 Knox getting sent to the penalty box. First penalty of the day for Knox, serving for a multiplayer penalty, and that's the end of the jam. I see 3 points on the scoreboard there for the Novas, 0 for Calgary. Yeah, in fact, I'm actually now seeing 2 multiplayer penalties in that box. We have number 89, Emski Hammer for Calgary, and number 747, Knox, serving a multiplayer penalty.
That leaves only 2 blockers on the track for Calgary, but they don't need them. They got the jammer out, that's 004 projectile, lead jammer for Calgary. Sunny Days trying to get through for the Supernovas, trying to get past 1 blocker for Calgary, and she's out as well. Supernovas reforming in the front to try to contain projectile, who is thinking about calling it off. Getting the signal from the coach, calls it off before Days can score any points. Smart track play, good awareness, good listening to your coaches. That's 4 points for Calgary, 0 Supernovas. One of the big things in roller derby is communication. Communicating with your bench and your coaches, communicating with each other on the track. So the teams that know how to communicate well usually have good, strong team connections and play together really well.
I believe it. Is it hard to communicate when you're skating on the track?
Definitely. It's loud, it's chaotic, but if you can maintain that calm, clear communication, you can really go far.
On the track, Joe means Joe for Calgary is looking to keep that communication open, but it's going to be Rex from the Novas who gets that lead jam status assessed. Both jammers are out now, and they're coming back around to the back of the pack, slowly but surely as the pack is skating ahead. I suspect we may see a call-off here soon, but we'll see what happens, and there it is. There's the call-off from Rex.
Wow, that pack got going really fast. Sometimes you really see this fast derby where it just turns into a race. Everybody's racing around the track.
Sure, absolutely. Looks like that's a 2-point pickup for the Novas, and they're able to hold Calgary scoreless. So not quite the full 4, but hey, points are points.
Points are points. We've got the Supernovas calling an official review. I believe they want the full 4 points for that last jam, but we will see what this official review is about. During an official review, we have the team captains and alternates going to the center to discuss what they want to hear with the officials. Then the officials convene, make a decision, and get back to us. Looks like CDG is just using their official review as a timeout, so there will be no change to the current game state. Going into jam 17, on the line we've got number 1-2, Ruthless Red up against Zoe Trope for Supernovas. We've seen this matchup before. It's a fun one. Both are very strong, kind of jukey jammers as we go around the track.
Absolutely. We have 2 skaters in the penalty box. From Calgary, number 82, Kiki Tiki Bang Bang, serving for a forearm. And from the Novas, number 00, the Secret Cervix, serving for a forearm as well.
Lots of forearm penalties. Sometimes when you try to be in a shape with your friends, you get your arm stuck. Can't be using your forearms to block the jammer.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's just absolute chaos.
A little bit, definitely.
But you got to do your best to keep it controlled and keep it the way you want to keep it.
Absolutely.
You want the chaos that you want.
Controlled chaos.
Exactly.
That's why we named it Cosmo Chaos.
Very apt name. There's Zoe Trope up in lead, getting that lead jam status assessed.
And a nice run back from Harley Sin, keeping Ruthless Red at the back of the pack. Looks like there's a no pack call. All the skaters must be within 10 feet of each other, or 10 feet of the nearest blocker from the other team. Zoe Trope trying to make it around the outside line, but gets stopped by the Calgary blockers. Supernova's blockers doing a really good job in the back. Both teams actually holding the strong shapes, keeping that jammer contained. And Zoe Trope is out. Through on the inside line. I'm not sure if that was out of play or just Zoe getting past. But the Supernovas are doing another run back.
I thought that was Zoe through with a full 4.
That's right. And Zoe is lead, so she could call it off anytime. Oh, it looks like we've got a power jam for Zoe Trope. We've got Calgary Blocker headed to the box for a forearm penalty. Interesting, a forearm as a jammer.
Yeah, fascinating. I thought it was a high block, but oh, there's another penalty there too. The pivot as well for Calgary. Number 213 Sleep in the penalty box. Not quite sure what that penalty was at the moment.
This is going to be a good opportunity for Zoe and the Supernovas to rack up a lot of points. Without the other jammer on the box, the blockers can focus fully on offense and help Zoe get through that pack.
Another 4 on the scoreboard for Zoe Trope with 20 seconds left here in this jam. Of course, unless Zoe Trope calls it off, but they might not do that. We're just now seeing the jammers from Calgary rejoin the track. So maybe we'll see a call off, maybe we won't.
And Zoe makes it through another time.
Once
more. Sneaking around the outside line, just as the jam gets called off. I think we got 1 point for Calgary on that one. And it looks like 20 points for the Supernovas.
I'm not seeing any points for Calgary on that last jam.
0. All right, 20 points for Supernovas, 0 Calgary. That power jam really advantageous.
Oh, absolutely. And Zoe Trope knows how to take advantage of those power jams as well.
All right, jamming for Calgary in this next one, we got April Sowers and our lead jammer already, Marinator, for the Supernovas. These jammers are fast. They can get around the track in maybe 8 seconds. So those blockers need to be ready and set up for the lap to be continued. April Sowers is out, coming in for a scoring pass now, but Marinator calls it off.
April Sowers able to pick up 1 point there for Calgary. How many points that was there for the Novas?
I'm seeing 3.
No, 4.
All right.
Well done. California Derby Galaxy still leading. That's 107 to Calgary's 66. 3 minutes 20 left here in the first half as we go into jam number 19. At the jam line for jam number 19, it's number 004, Projectile for Calgary. And Projectile gets that lead jam status assessed. Jamming for the Novas is number 5, Sunny Days. Projectile coming back around to the back of the pack, looking for pushing and opening through on that outside track, picking up maybe 1 or 2 points, just 1 point, and then calling it off. Another really quick jam there. Going into the next at the jam line for Calgary, number 1111, Joe Means Joe, and next to Joe, that's Rex, number 37. Interesting formation here from Calgary as Rex pushes ahead, jumps, and gets through. Lead jam status is assessed to Rex.
I love those. Not even an apex jump, it was just a straightaway jump from Rex, leaping around the blockers on the outside line.
Yeah, maybe it's just Rex's socks, but Rex is a very leggy jammer who's able to really gracefully, no, I mean it really gracefully, just dance through those openings, and it's really fun to watch.
Ah, it looks like it's a power jam for Rex. I was wondering where the Calgary jammer was. That's a cut for Calgary and gives Rex a chance to get some points in, but she calls it off. I'm going to give a big thank you to our medics for keeping us safe on the track.
Have our medics go ahead and take a look at our skaters there, and while that's going on, we do know Joe Means Joe is in the penalty box for a track cut. We also have number 44 from Calgary in the box. That's Howabunga serving for a high block. That's Howabunga's 3rd penalty of the day.
We're in an official timeout just for a moment as we repair the track. get everything reset for the next jam.
And while we wait for that, how about I tell you about Humble Brands? Humble Brands is committed to creating simple and effective personal care products while being mindful of our impact on the planet and caring for our communities. Humble Brands prioritizes mindfully sourced, ethically harvested plant and mineral-based ingredients in their best-selling deodorants. Best-selling deodorants, bar soaps, and lip balm. They do it all.
Wow. And we've got some of them in our team packets right here. Thanks for sponsoring us.
Oh, big thank you to Humble Brands.
We might need it.
Let me tell you, you get stinky playing roller derby.
I know. We've got the 5-second call going into Jam 21 with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this half. We got a power jam from Marinator for the Supernovas. We're going to see some offense from the Supernovas blockers trying to get Marinator out. Followed, and the Calgary Jammer is out. That's 1111. Joe means Joe. Powering into the wall and knocking over Secret Cervix. And there's Marinator as lead jammer, getting out for the Supernovas. Supernovas blockers still holding Joe means Joe in the back of the pack, while Calgary catches Marinator up at the top, but not before she's able to get out. Both jammers out, both on a scoring pass now. Let's see if we can get any points for Marinator before she's going to call it off.
That's a start pass there for Calgary, now jamming for Calgary's number 1 to Ruthless Red.
We saw that in the last game. That was where you put out a jammer as the pivot so that you're able to pass it right out of the box and get out and get some points, even if you start out in the box. Kind of a smart strategy.
It sure is. In the box now for Calgary, number 3-1, Bruiseberry Pie, serving for a multiplayer. That's penalty number 4 for Bruiseberry Pie.
We still have Marinator still lead. She could call it off if she wants. Looks like we've got another Calgary blocker. That's actually Joe means Joe now heading to the box as a blocker for a multiplayer penalty. Let's see if we can get some more points for the Supernovas before this jam is over. They want to get as many points as they can before the end of this half so we can go into a strong position starting out in the second half.
That's right. This half is almost over, and we have 20 seconds remaining in this jam. So I suspect we're going to go the full 20 seconds left in this jam.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Marinator calls it off. But looks like that was a pretty successful score. All 12 points for the Supernovas for Marinator and 3 for Calgary.
That's right. Current scores as they stand going into the second half. For Calgary, that's 67 points. And for the Novas, that is 125.
California Derby Galaxy Supernovas Ultraviolets. Our score at the beginning of period 2 is 70 Calgary, 125 CTG.
At the jam line, we see number 86, Zoetrope for the California Derby Galaxy, up against 004 Projectile. Now, these are two jammers that do like to shoot off of the jam line, so I'm excited to see what happens here. And it's going to be Zoetrope on the inside track and gets that lead jam status. Nice blocking there from the Nova's blockers, able to keep Projectile behind the jam line. Here comes Zoetrope now back around to the back of the track as Projectile gets cycled back as well.
Nice hit out on the outside line by Taz from Calgary, knocking out Zoetrope or forcing her to recycle to the back of the pack. And the Supernova is still holding Projectile in the pack, still on her initial. Their initial.
That's Secret Service, Cervix rather, getting sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer call there.
And Projectile's coming around, but they are not able to score any points before Zoe calls it off.
That's right, and Zoe picks up 2 points for the Novas, adding it to the scoreboard.
Jamming next, we have Ruthless Red on the line for Calgary, along with Marinator for California Derby Galaxy. And I heard a whistle.
Looks like it's going to be another track repair there. They're on the turn number 4 on the inside track.
Just a quick official timeout to get this track repaired. Thank you so much to our volunteers. Keep this track in good condition. I don't know if you can see it, but there's actually a rope under that track line so that the skaters can feel when they go out of bounds.
Really? Can you really feel that?
You can really feel it.
Wow. Okay, so you get there's something to help you there in the cosmic chaos.
The cosmic chaos of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little tactile feedback. I just want to talk about another program that CDG is offering to its member leagues. We offer impact testing, which is a concussion baseline testing to help athletes have more information when dealing with concussions or brain injuries. This baseline testing provides information to help healthcare providers best understand the severity of the head injuries and provide the best healthcare they can as a result. That's a program that we offer to all of our member leagues so that we can keep our athletes safe and healthy as they play this sport. There's the start whistle for Jam 2. And looks like Ruthless Red out as the lead jammer for Calgary. Great blocking from the Calgary blockers, holding Marinator at the back. We're going to see several skaters on the ground.
There's Ruthless Red, who's able to get that outside track and add 4 points to the scoreboard for Calgary.
Man, good job. Calgary must have had a good talk in the locker room at halftime. They're coming out with a vengeance.
They sure are, but Marinator's coming back around to the back of the track as well, but there's the call-off before Marinator can earn any points.
That last jam was 8 points for Calgary, 0 points for Supernovas. On the line next for California Derby Galaxy is Hannah Morley and
180, April Sowers.
April Sowers. I got a special bout shout for Hannah Morley. Hannah Morley, you crush. Short and sweet.
You crush.
You crush.
Is that a command or is that a compliment?
Hannah Morley crushing it as lead jammer
Look at that.
immediately.
She sure does crush.
Supernova's blockers recycling Calgary jammer to the back of the pack as Hannah comes around for a scoring pass. Getting a little tripped up on the Calgary blockers, trying to get through on the inside line. Gets knocked out but gets right back in.
And here's April Sowers who gets through and starts working on earning some points as well. They're coming back around to the back of the pack, and there's the call-off.
Really good communication with the bench, getting Hannah to call it off with 4 points before Calgary can score any points on that jam. That's the way to do it. You got to get 4 points, call it off. Keep the other team from scoring any points. Up next on the line for Calgary, we have Joe Means Joe and Sunny Days for the Supernovas. Both teams doing a little dynamic start, moving around right before the whistle goes, trying to get themselves in the best position to get their jammer out. Sunny Days pushing through, is sneaking by on the outside line with a little shuffle step as she completes her initial.
There's a forearm call for number 6'3", Smacky Kennedy of Calgary.
Sunny Days, trying to sneak by, but actually gets hit out to the inside line and recycled to the back. Two-person blocking from Calgary, as one of their blockers is occupied trying to get Joe Means Joe out of that pack. Do a little offense. Sunny Days on the outside line, getting around for a full 4 points. And Joe Means Joe still on initial pass. Although looks like stopped up at the front of the pack a little bit by Sami Slam, but they're out on after their initial. And Sunny Days calls it off.
I see Rex at the jam line for the Novas. And Projectile from Calgary. Projectile starting way back, about, what is that, 30 feet back?
Yeah, 30 feet, trying to get some speed up before.
And there's that speed, looking for an opening on the outside track, but it's no use because Rex is going to find an opening on the inside track and get a set lead jam. Projectile getting cycled back. Here comes Rex, now both at the back of the pack. Rex looking to earn some points.
Really strong blocking, trying to keep those jammers contained, keep them from running out. Rex recycled back. Right.
Heard a forearm call, and yes, there it is. 2-9-3-1. That's Taz getting sent to the penalty box for Calgary.
Rex making it out around on her scoring pass. Still lead jammer. Joe Means Joe cycled back to the inside line as Rex fights against those strong Calgary blockers. Killa preventing a run back so Rex doesn't have to go too far back. Thank you. Both jammers doing a really good job fighting through these strong packs. Now I see a little bit of bridging from the Supernovas, trying to be able to make sure that those blockers can hold that jammer in the back without being out of the pack, out of the engagement zone.
Wow, great offensive blocking there from the Novas. Rex is able to get through, but here comes Projectile. They're through. Star in hand, now back on their head.
And Rex waits just a minute for the box to be clear before calling off the jam. Looks like that was an 8-point jam for Rex, and for the Novas, 0 points for Calgary.
That's right, 23.5 minutes remaining in this half.
And when Calgary is calling a timeout.
Don't forget, you can cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during a bout with a bout shout. A $2 donation gets you 1 shout out, and a $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs. And a big thank you to Moxie Barbell. This jam is powered by Moxie Barbell, online strength, nutrition, and health behavior change coaching that's unique to you. Imagine a life where you feel strong and energized, are proud of what you see in the mirror, and don't ever feel like your body is holding you back from doing the things you love. Check out @Moxie Barbell on Instagram or moxiebarbell.com to learn more.
Yeah, I know several of the Supernova skaters use Moxie Barbell for their workouts and have been having a great time doing it. Looking strong out there.
I love to hear that. Speaking of the Novas, at the jam line for the Novas is number 86, Zoe Trope. And for Calgary, number 12, Ruthless Red. There's the start of jam whistle. Both jammers trying that outside track, but it's Ruthless Red who's going to push ahead and is through. That's lead jam for Calgary. Zoe Trope in the engagement zone, pushing through blockers, trying to find an opening, can't quite find it, and Ruthless Red is now back to the back of the pack to start earning those points. That looks like at least 4 points there, and yes, indeed, Ruthless Red is through. That's 4 points for Calgary. Zoetrope now out of the engagement zone, looking for some points. Here comes Ruthless Red, and there's the call-off. That's 0 points there for the Novas, and just 1 point for Calgary. That's a 5-point jam total for Calgary.
Every point counts. That extra one might make the difference. Lining up the jam line, we have number 99 Marinator up against number 180 April Sowers for Calgary.
Does look like the Novas are starting a skater short. That's 4864. Low down Derby Shame in the box for an illegal position call. Both jammers looking to find an opening. April Sowers getting cycled back, and Marinator is finding opening on the outside, and there's lead jam for the Novas. April Sowers getting cycled back. The star is in hand there. Maybe we will see a star pass. Here comes Marinator on the inside, scooching over to the outside, and then back to the in to find an opening.
Knocks both of those blockers down to the ground before getting through.
That's 4 points on the scoreboard for the Novas.
Novas blockers doing a really good job holding April Sowers at the back of the pack, but just 2 of them. The other ones have to go bridge to the pack.
That's right. Low down Derby Shame now back on the track, doing a little bit of offensive blocking there. Marinator is now through. Another 4 on the scoreboard for a total of 12 points so far for the Novas. There's the star pass, and I did hear a whistle, so we'll see what happens there. Didn't count as a star pass, so that star got handed back to April Sowers.
And Marinator calls off the jam. They're strong. They were getting pinballed around a little bit. Both of those jammers bouncing all around.
Yeah, they sure were.
Looks like Marinator put up 12 points for that last jam and held Calgary at 0 points.
Little fist bump between jammers there at the jam line. That looks like the quadruple won themselves. Joe means Joe. And for the Derby Galaxy, 820, Hannah Morley.
Both jammers get stuck at the back of the pack, but looks like Hannah's able to find almost found a way out, but got knocked out and got a penalty. It looks like that was a multiplayer penalty. Interesting. That gives Joe means Joe a chance to get lead jammer, and they do, knocking over the Supernova's blockers as they come around on this scoring pass.
Nice tripod there from the Novas. There's a forearm call for Calgary, 2931, that's Taz.
And it looks like actually Joe means Joe got sent to the box with a cut track. I thought they were clear on the inside line, but actually got sent to the box. That releases Hannah from the box and lets them set up for a power jam.
That's right, minute left here in this jam with no lead, which means we're gonna go with a full minute. Jammers here are not able to call off this jam. Hannah Morley makes it through. And that is Hannah's initial. So now Hannah's going to start earning some points as they start passing skaters here.
Supernova's blockers doing a great job doing some offense to help Hannah out, help her not get stuck on these blockers. But we can't forget about defense, and they are ready for when Joe comes back in around, coming out of the penalty box.
That's right, and Joe is back. I heard that jam on call, but not before Hannah Morley was able to get through for 4 points.
They're working really hard out there, but it's a pretty low-scoring jam so far. Blockers making them work for every point they get.
That's right, 15 seconds left here in jam number 8. Joe means Joe coming back around to the back of the track to meet up with Hannah Morley. Joe is through. I see maybe 1 point there, maybe 2 if they're lucky, and there's the end of the jam.
Great work from both teams. Yep, it looks like it was 3 points for, there we go, 7 points for Supernovas, 4 points for 5 points for Calgary.
5 points for Calgary.
All that work, great job. We got a special bout shout out for the Secret Cervix, number 00. We want to be like you when we grow up.
Like we do have a skater in the box, number 747, serving for a direction call for Calgary. At the jam line now for Calgary, number 004, Projectile. And for the Novas, number 5, Sunny Days. And I believe we're in another power jam for the Novas. That's a forearm call for Projectile.
That's going to give the Supernovas a chance to get some points on the board. Got to help Sunny Days get around the track. And she does. That's lead for Sunny Days.
That's right. Now the pivot for Calgary is in the box. There's a high block there. That's the 5th penalty of the bout for number 31, Bruceberry Pie.
And Sunny Days makes it around, breaking through that last line of defense for Calgary. We're going to try and hold a goat in the back, but they're able to escape. Supernova set up and ready for when Calgary Jammer gets out. That's 004 Projectile. They're trying really hard to get through the Supernova's wall, but just dropping lower and lower, getting strong. Trying to get any movement from these blockers. Some offense. Oh, nice offense from the Calgary blockers, getting Projectile out of that wall. Sunny Days calls it off. There we go. That was a great jam for Sunny Days. It looks like it was full 12 points and 0 for Calgary.
Yeah, very well done there. Calgary, of the 30 jams so far, got lead in 10 of them, and the Derby Galaxy with 20, which probably helps to explain their lead, as California Derby Galaxy is at 177 points and Calgary is at 88.
Jamming now, we have Ruthless Red for Calgary, getting out and getting lead jammer right away, followed not too far behind by Rex for the Novas. We got both coaches shouting, communicate with their team. Ruthless Red slamming into the Supernova's wall, trying to fight her way through. And Rex recycling around to the back of the pack and making it through. Nice one. That's 4 points for Rex, who is not lead jammer. Ruthless Red still has just called it off. I think they did get some points though. Looks like 4 points for Ruthless Red, so that was a tied jam, 4-4 for each team. We have 15 minutes left in this half.
Up next at the jam line for Calgary, number 180, April Sowers. And for the Novas, number 86, Zoe Trope. There's the whistle. Zoe Trope looking on the inside, April Sauer on the outside. And there's Zoe Trope looking for an opening, juking back and forth. Wow, look at that footwork. That's amazing skating. Zoe Trope's momentum has ended there, but no, they're through. That's lead jam for the Novas. At the back of the pack for April Sowers is pinballing back and forth, looking for an opening as Zoe Trope makes it through. 4 points on the scoreboard for the Novas. April Sowers getting cycled back, still looking for an opening. Really great defense there from the blockers. I see Secret Cervix holding the Calgary Jammer back as Zoe is able to make it through once again. That's 8 points now on the scoreboard for Zoe. I see a penalty there for Bruceberry Pie. That's penalty number 6. Number 6 for Bruceberry Pie of Calgary. That was a low block. Zoe coming back around now with 12 points on the scoreboard for the Novas. Looking on the inside, then the outs. Great block there from number 4-4, Howabunga.
Recycling Zoe all the way back to the back of the engagement zone.
Yeah, and that's huge because you got to stop that momentum that Zoe has.
Absolutely. We're seeing some offense from Lil Killa, letting Zoe get out of the pack for another 4 points. And that's a star pass from Calgary.
That's right, April Sowers to 3-1, Bruceberry Pie.
Looks like 1-3, Lil Killa's getting sent to the box for a forearm. But, yep, Bruceberry Pie jamming now and on her scoring pass.
17 seconds remaining here in this jam.
Zoe Trope's going to try to get one more pass at least. Try to score some points.
Oh no, there's the call off. I think Bruceberry may have picked up a few points there. Let's see.
So.
Yeah, the flip 4.
Wow, nice job. So we've got, for that jam, it was... Oh, I think it was 20 points for CDG, Novas, and 3 points for Calgary. We're in an official timeout, so we'll see if this stands.
Yeah, I suspect we're going to see a minor score update there. I thought that was 7 points for Calgary, but I'm not sure. I always feel like I have to, disclaim all of these comments that I'm making about the officials with we don't know.
We're just sitting over here in the announcer booth.
Oh, there we go, 7.
There we go.
Right.
Good job.
I know something about this sport.
We got a really great view here right at the start line. So we can see all these team strategies right off the line.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, it's my favorite thing about announcing.
That's why I announce, so I get front row
free
seats.
front row seat, and I just got to talk, so that's not so bad. We'll do a quick little score update here. Calgary Roller Derby almost at the triple-digit mark. They have 99 points now, up against California Derby Galaxy's 201. So it's a 102-point game there with 13 minutes, 18 seconds remaining here in this bout.
Hey, we've got a little time. I will shout out one of our sponsors, Sticker Coven. Bring your designs to life with 100 custom stickers for $47, or go full sparkle with holographic options starting at $85. Sticker Coven is a queer, women-owned business brewing up low-minimum, weatherproof, wildly original stickers and special finishes like glitter, chrome, rainbow, and more.
Now I'm trying to figure out what's leading to this good lead that the Novas has, and I'm looking at the stats right now. It looks like the Novas have gotten lead 21 times, and if you look at the penalties, Novas has only had 16 total penalties, whereas Calgary has a total of 30 penalties.
Wow.
So that's a lot of time in the box for Calgary.
Staying out of the box lets you have more options for your strategy with the blockers. It also just gets you more time on the track and lets you do more things.
That's right. Look at this jam now. We have Joe Means Joe from Calgary jamming, and from the Novas, number 99, Marinator.
And Marinator gets out as lead, coming up the inside line around the apex there. We'll see how Marinator can score any points with a little help from her offense here. Just getting a little hung up on the last Calgary blockers, and it looks like there's been a star pass for Calgary. Jamming now, we have number 8-9.
That's Emsky Hammer from Calgary.
Thank you.
Should also add number 747 from Calgary. Knox is in the box. That was a low block there. So Calgary now down a skater.
Well, they are having a fine time recycling both jammers to the way to the back of the pack. The entire pack skating backwards as those jammers just have to come around and come with them.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're enjoying the break, but the break's now over. Marinator up ahead working on the Calgary tripod, but it's neck and neck here as Emsky Hammer finds an opening on the outside before getting knocked down. Crowd is going nuts for that hit there as Emsky gets cycled back.
We love the strategy of Derby, but it's also pretty fun to watch people fall down.
Both jammers now back in the middle of the engagement zone, with Marinator having a slight lead in front of Emsky Hammer.
I saw there was a brief no pack, and I think that's 1-1-1-1 going to the box for destruction.
That's right, and that's the end of that jam there. No, that's actually direction.
Oh, direction.
Yeah, direction for Joe Means Joe. That was already a star pass there, so we're not going to see a power start here. But that is penalty number 5 for Joe Means Joe.
Both teams have one person in the box. It's Joe Means Joe for Calgary, and HD with an illegal position, serving a penalty for the Novas. Up next on the jam line for the Novas, we have Hannah Morley. Hannah Morley has some fans in the audience. We want to shout out, Hannah Morley, you are amazing.
How many bout shouts does Hannah have?
A couple.
That's a lot. And I would like to remind the audience, you can purchase a bout shout yourself. It's a $2 donation gets you 1 bout shout, and a $5 donation gets you 3 bout shouts.
That's right. You can support your favorite skaters, even officials and volunteers, and have us read your message out into the audience. Keep it family friendly, please.
Yes, please do. And a little penalty update there. I think that was an insubordination penalty as well for Joe Means Joe. That brings Joe Means Joe up to 6 penalties in this bout. 7 penalties, as a reminder, 7 penalties and you're out. You're done skating in the bout.
We're currently in an official review for the Supernovas. I think they may have just resolved that, and that got the insubordination for that. Looks like that's the end of the official review. We have 2 blockers in the box, 1 from each team. Jamming for Calgary 004 projectile up against Hannah Morley for the Novas. Great offense great defense from the Novas, helping contain that jammer from both teams, really. Calgary is also doing a great job holding Hannah Morley in the back. She's juking back and forth, trying to get out, and she does. Passing that last blocker gets her assessed lead jammer, but she's actually passed by projectile. And Hannah's going to call it off. When it turns into a race, you don't want to let the other jammer hit the pack before you do and score some points. Probably a good strategic move.
Update on that last official review there. That was the Novas looking for a removal of the destruction of pack penalty. Looks like the call stood, so the Novas went ahead. They lost their official review there. Will not be able to call any more official reviews for the remainder of the bout.
That's not too bad. There's 10 minutes left in this game. As we head into Jam 14 with Sunny Days already getting lead. That's great. Against Ruthless Red in the back for Calgary. Get a little assist from Ruthless Red, and she is out as well. Just as Sunny Days comes around for a scoring pass. Barely touches anyone and gets ready to call it off right before Ruthless Red can rejoin the pack. I have a feeling these last 10 minutes are going to go by pretty quick.
I believe that as well. Calgary Roller Derby now having hit the century mark. They're at 103 points. California Derby Galaxy at 213 points. At the jam line for the Novas is number 37 Rex, and for Calgary, number 180 April Sowers.
Noah's blockers rolling back at that 5-second whistle to hold April Sowers in the back.
And here comes Rex. Rex is through and gets that lead jam status. They're through and going to start earning some points. And here comes April Sowers as well. Both jammers now out and going to pick up some points. If this is like anything like the previous jams, I suspect Rex is going to get through, get those points. And yes, there's the call off.
Absolutely right.
Before Calgary can pick up any points.
Blocker pack swapping out really quick in between the 2 jams.
Up next to the jam line. Let's see, who's that for the Novas?
That's Marinator, number 99. And for Calgary, it's number 66.
66, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Haven't seen Are You Ready jam in a little while, so I'm excited to see them again. Those jammers trying the outside. And Are You Ready's through. That's lead jam for Calgary Roller Derby.
I guess she was ready.
Sure was. Marinator still working on blockers there as Are You Ready comes back through. That's at least 3 points right there, maybe 4 for the full 4 perhaps for Are You Ready, but they're going to cycle back and try once again. And now they are through and they breeze past Marinator. 4 points on the scoreboard for Calgary.
Marinator still working on that Calgary pack at the back, getting recycled around, but coming back in to try to get through on her initial pass, and she does. Are You Ready? Jumping through with a little apex jump. Oh, but actually jumped out of bounds and had to get recycled. So
Calgary down a skater. Their pivot, Emsky Hammer, number 8-9, serving for a direction.
both jammers out and coming around for a scoring pass. I think we might see Are You Ready get a few points and call it off before Marinator can hit anyone.
Oh, there's a forearm call there for Are You Ready? We're now in a power jam for Novas, and there's no longer a lead jammer, which means we're going to go the remaining 45 seconds here in this jam.
That's extremely tiring for the blockers and the jammers.
It sure is. Marinator is through, though. There's another 4 points on the scoreboard, so that's an 8-8 jam now for Derby Galaxy.
Nova's blockers doing some offense and not letting Calgary set up and get ready for Marinator to come in. Marinator is able to weave through, do a little spin, but no. Kahawabunga gets a great hit out on the inside line and forces Marinator to recycle way back. Calgary is all strung out, recycling back as far as they possibly can.
I also saw Taz there from the Calgary 2931 take a hard hit and spring immediately back up to keep Marinator from getting through on that inside track, which Are You Ready almost does herself, but takes a little tumble there and gets cycled back.
There's the end of the jam. Great work. That was a high-scoring one. I think it was 12 points for Novas, 11 points Calgary. And we have about 6 minutes left in this half. Both teams working hard out there. On the jam line, we have Hannah Morley for the Novas and 004 Projectile for Calgary.
Nova's down a skater. The Secret Cervix is serving for a low block. Morley pushing through some skaters, but it's going to be Projectile gets through, gets that lead jam status. Projectile moving quickly like Projectile through turns 3 and 4, coming now through the straightaway to the back of the pack. Not a whole lot of movement from Morley, but here comes Projectile on the outside untouched. 4 points on the scoreboard for Calgary. Back at the engagement zone, Morley looking for an opening, getting cycled back. Projectile now back again. There he gets right there on the inside track. Nice big opening for Projectile. Not without a little bit of struggle, though. Another 4 on the scoreboard for Calgary. 8-point jam so far for Calgary, as Morley still looking for an opening. Really great defense there from Smacky Kennedy of Calgary, who's consistently cycling Morley back. Back at Projectile coming around turn number 4 and through the straightaway. Looks like Projectile slowing down a little bit. 12 points on the scoreboard for Projectile. They're looking for 4 more. Can they make it 16? We'll see.
Getting a little hung up on the Supernova's blockers.
And they're through at 16 points on the scoreboard for Calgary. Projectile making, closing this gap here between the scores of Calgary and the Novas.
And there's been a star pass for the Novas. Our new jammer is 0-0, the Secret Cervix, coming around to score some points, help out our Supernovas. Projectile getting recycled to the back. Supernovas are ready for them to come in and hit the pack. But they're able to sneak around. Oh, not quite. Get recycled to the back as well. Secret Cervix is out at the front of the pack, fighting her way through, getting 4 points up on the board for the Novas. And that is the end of the jam. That was a 2-minute jam. Great work. And great work for Calgary. That was 16 points for Calgary, thanks to Projectile. 4 points for the Novas.
Yeah, Projectile really showing how skilled of a jammer they are, getting those high scoring points. That's actually 18 points now on the scoreboard for Calgary compared to the Novas 4. So really well done in that jam for Calgary. Let's see if they can do it again.
Jamming now for the Novas, we have number 5, Sunny Days.
And for Calgary, number 1, 2, Ruthless Red. It's going to be Sunny Days, though, who gets that lead jam status assessed as they come back around to the back of the pack. Ruthless Red now through as well. Both jammers working on scoring some points. And Davis through on the outside.
Holds for just a second, getting ready to call it off. And nope, we're going to run this jam.
We're going to run it.
I think the Supernovas want to run out the clock. We are at just about 2.5 minutes left in this period, so we've got a couple more jams for you. Sunny Days is going to run it and try to get a couple more points up on the board.
And Sunny Days is through now. That's an 8-point jam so far for Sunny Days.
Ruthless Red is on her scoring pass, so she's scoring points, passing these Supernovas blockers, and she's out. Coming around the track for another time. I know these blockers are making them work hard, though. And Sunny Days calls it off. Let's see how many points they put up on the board. I think that was 11 points for the Novas and 4 points for Calgary.
Going into jam number 19 now. 2 minutes remaining on the period clock, so that's 2 minutes remaining here in this second half.
This could be the last jam of the game.
It could be the last jam of the game. I suspect 1 or 2, maybe, if we're lucky, 3 jams. We'll see what Rex does. Rex is our jammer for the Novas, and our jammer for Calgary, number 180, is April Sowers. April Sowers gets a no pass, no penalty, so now they're through.
Not lead, but they are scoring points right now.
But I do see a power jam now for Calgary, which they need. It's that was a track cut there for Rex.
All right, we're going to have the Supernova set up to catch this Calgary jammer. And Calgary blockers are going to try to play some offense, and perfect. April is through already.
April Sowers is through, but has not been assessed lead yet.
That's right. I believe this is going to be a 2-minute jam. Not sure.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'm not so sure about that, but that doesn't matter. They're getting through and they're earning the points, which is what is almighty here, is earning those points.
Absolutely.
It's a 12-point jam so far. Minute left in the jam, 50 seconds left in the period. There's a direction call for Calgary's 213 Sleep.
And Rex makes it through the pack on her initial pass. Supernova's blockers keeping April Sowers at the back of the pack, recycling around as Rex makes it through another time. Great defense from Lowe there.
30 seconds remaining in this jam, 20 seconds in the bout. It looks like Bruceberry Pie did get their 7th and final penalty. That was a forearm call.
And great apex jump from Rex to get through the pack that next time.
Absolutely. Really well done with Bruceberry Pie making those penalties count.
Absolutely.
Getting the ejection there at the end of the bout.
Jam. And that's the end of the period clock, so this is definitely the last jam.
5 seconds remaining in this jam.
It looks like, oh, wow. Almost. That was a great jump, and there we go. There's the end of the game.
Nice jump on the straightaway from Rex. Rex is looking very proud of themselves.
Just leaping over
oh,
these
yeah,
blockers.
that's going to look good for the highlight reel.
All right, that last jam brought us to 15 points for Calgary, and looks like 12 for the Novas.
Right, we're not technically an unofficial score yet, but I suspect we will soon. Because, I mean, we're not looking at overtime right now. California Derby Galaxy leading 256 points to Calgary's 149. There's the rolling whistle.
For the final score. Excellent job to both teams. That was Calgary Roller Derby versus California Derby Galaxy Supernovas UV. The last minute and taking our team spots so we can keep this tournament rolling.
Absolutely. So that's about 15, 20 minutes on next bout. My name's Mitch's Get Stitches.
I'm Z Machine. We're keeping the Derby excitement rolling all day. Coming to you next at 2 p.m.
Absolutely. We'll see you soon. Rusty Band-Aid. Number 4140, Sasha Degrader. Number 5, Heart's Core. Number 505, Co Reamer. Number 666, Piercer. Number 70, damn, Gina. Number 8, Hydra. Number 81, Maddie Massacre. And number 916, Slick Mick.
And let's meet your Boulder Flatiron Phoenixes. Number 10, Laura Out of My Way. Number 114, Cat Claus. Number 1190, Ricochetene. Number 1563, Lady Macbeth. Number 213, Primeval. Number 22, Penelope Bruce. Number 24, Angry Topaz. Number 33, Ibuprofen. Number 333, Honey Badger. Number 415, Raspberry Jams. Number 504, Fleur de Beast. Number 536, Vic Demise. Number 666, Mac Daddy. Number 69, Junkla. Number 7, Freddie Mercury. Number 737, Lady J. Number 818, LA's Finest. Number 828, Momentum Mori. Number 9, Feral Cat. And number 909, Bruiser Von Hammer. Thank you for joining us for Game 3 of Cosmo Chaos. We'll get started in just about 1 minute. I am your announcer, Z Machine, joined by...
My name's Mitch's Get Stitches. Glad you're here.
Nene up against Hardcore, number 5 for Fault Line. And it's Hardcore with lead jammer, getting right out on the outside line and coming around for a scoring pass.
Immediately into a forearm penalty there for 4140, Sasha Degrader. They're going to the penalty box, and Hardcore's going to go ahead and call off the jam there.
Boulder jammer got out, but was not able to score any points before Hardcore called off that jam. So we're starting off this jam 2 with Fault Line at 4. Boulder County Roller Derby still at 0. On the jam line next for Boulder, we have 737 Lady J. And oh, it looks like Hardcore serving a penalty, starting us off with a power jam for Boulder. It's a track cut penalty. So Hardcore will sit in the box for 30 seconds. And it looks like Boulder is lead. Lady J getting out with lead. Boulder doing their best to keep some offense and hold that jammer at the back, or hold the blocker at the back so their jammer can get out without any difficulty, scoring 4 points easily. Looks like Fault Line's only got 2 blockers on the track right now, letting Lady J come around and not touch anyone to score another 4 points. Hardcore has come out of the box and is on her, just finished her initial pass, and Lady J calls it off. At the jam line for Fault Line, we have 666 Piercer up against number 22 Penelope Bruiser for Boulder. Oh, I see the star is on the ground. Oh, that's an interesting. The star is on the ground. The jammer has to have the star on their head before they can score any points. So it looked like Penelope Bruiser got out, but because she took the star off, or maybe because it fell off, she's no longer eligible for lead. And now she's actually got lead now, so still lead. So that's Boulder County with the lead jammer. Fault Line jammer still trying to get through that pack. Great blocking from the Boulder blockers. And I think that was a track penalty for number 666 Piercer on Fault Line. That means it's a power jam for Boulder, as number 22 gets knocked to the ground, gets back up, and calls it off. There you go. Looks like that was a full 4 points for Boulder and 0 points for Fault Line, bringing the score at the end of Jam 3 to 16 Boulder, 4 Fault Line. Boulder starting off with a power jam. That's number 333 Honey Badger. Both teams lining up at the pivot line, and Honey Badger is able to weave her way through and get out and get lead jammer. Another 4 points for Honey Badger and for Boulder County. Doing some good offense to help keep those Fault Line blockers contained and help their jammer get through for another 4 points. And it looks like the box is clear. Both teams at full strength on the track, as number 666 Piercer finishes their initial pass just before Boulder calls it off. That was a great jam for Honey Badger. That was 12 points for Boulder County Roller Derby, and that jam was 0 for Fault Line. On the line for Boulder, we have 1190 Ricochet up against 81 Maddie Massacre for Fault Line. Number 4 for Fault Line going to the box. But it looks like Maddie Massacre is lead jammer for Fault Line. Let's see what they can do with this lead. And before getting recycled back, Maddie Massacre calls off the jam, keeping Boulder from scoring any points that jam. Fault Line gets an extra 2 points on that jam. Lining up for Jam 6, we have Hardcore for Fault Line and number 737 Lady J for Boulder. Flatiron has 2 blockers in the box, leaving them with only 2 on the track. They're going to do their best to contain Lady J. And Hardcore is out, sneaking up the inside line for a quick run out, finishing her initial pass and moving on to a scoring pass. .737 for Boulder. Jammer also out. And Hardcore makes it through for a full 4 points, along with one blocker release from the box. These packs are moving quickly. We are having both teams running up, trying to get into formation before the Jammers come around. Wow! Awesome apex jump from Hardcore. Jumping right over those blockers from Boulder and scoring a full 4 points. Lady J also out of the pack with a 4 points. And Hardcore calls it off before Lady J re-enters the pack. Smart strategy play there. That was 12 points for Fault Line, 4 for Boulder. Great work. Five-second call, and we have both teams have one blocker in the box each. Actually, it's the pivot for both teams. That's Laura out of my way, man, for Boulder, serving in a legal position, and let's be honest, Fault Line for misconduct. And look at that, 666 Piercer, lead jammer for Fault Line, followed not too far behind by number 22, Penelope Bruise. And Piercer will call it off. Starting off strong, pretty close game. We have Boulder at 34 points and Fault Line at 20 points with 21 minutes in this half remaining. That's the 5-second call. It's 81 Maddie Massacre at the line for Fault Line and 333 Honey Badger. Breaking her way through the Fault Line blockers. Oh, actually both jammers are out. They're racing around the track. Honey Badger's in the lead and lead jammer. And that's a power jam. Maddie Massacre sitting in the box for a cut track penalty, as it's a power jam for Boulder, so they're going to do their best to help their jammer out. They're going to hold. Nice, okay. Honey Badger is out, has scored 4 points. Boulder blockers trying to break up Fault Line's tripods and defense, help their jammer get through more easily. Get a little shirt whip, and Honey Badger's able to find a way through the pack, get around for the outside line, on the inside line. We've got 2 Fault Line blockers in the box right now. 3.
Maddie's got for cut. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn being cut.
All right, that's the end of that jam. That last jam we had 8 points for Boulder, 0 points for Fault Line. Bringing the score up to 42 Boulder, 20 Fault Line Derby Devils. I'm going to say thank you to our volunteers, medics, officials, and all the skater teams visiting here for helping us make this tournament happen. California Derby Galaxy says thank you.
Yeah, and if you'd like to cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers, you can do so with a bout shout. A $2 donation gets you 1 shout out, and a $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs. Do we have any new bout shouts so far?
Let me take a look. I think we might. We don't have any bout shouts right now, but if you want to hear your name, your favorite skater, or official or volunteer, just go over to the hospitality table at the front, buy a bout shout. We'll shout out their name. And it looks like we're in an official timeout. Just got to get everything set up before we get this next jam started.
Yep, that's right. Still in that official timeout. 1 minute 18 elapsed since we started this timeout, which isn't bad, all things considered. I do see on the jam line we have number 5 Hardcore for the Fault Line Derby Devils and 1190 Ricochet. Oh, excuse me, now it's 333 Honey Badger for Boulder County Roller Derby.
Fault Line going to be doing their best to block Ricochet, Honey Badger with only 2 blockers on the track. Sorry, that is Ricochet. And Hardcore makes it out on the inside line. They love that inside line and does a really good job sneaking up it. And Ricochet also makes it out for their initial pass, but Hardcore calls it off. Fault Line still has 1 blocker in the box. That's the pivot.
He just got sent to the box there. That's number 33 Ibuprofen.
For a cut.
Yep, that's right, track cut.
That's right. And Fault Line also has the pivot in the box. Let's be honest, also serving for a cut. Got to keep these pivots out of the box. Help your jammer out if you need to pass it.
Yeah, that's right. That's penalty number 3 for Let's Be Honest. It's pretty quick in about 10 minutes. About 3 penalties.
Jamming now for Boulder, we have Lady J, who is lead jammer. Lady J is going to finish up her scoring pass and come around or finishing up an initial pass, come around for scoring.
And for Fault Line, that's number 666 Piercer. Right there in front of us, just shy of the pivot line. Star in hand getting cycled back. Pierce has now rejoined us on the track and skating by on the outside track. It looks like they'll get through. Yes, indeed they are, but they are not lead jam. Pierce is going to start earning some points.
Lady J calls it off after getting all 4 points. Smart strategy there. Call it off before the opposing jammer comes in to score any extra points. That brings us up to Boulder County 49, Fault Line 24. Great work from both teams so far in this game.
Up next for Boulder County, number 22 Penelope Bruise, and from Fault Line number 81 Maddie Massacre. There's the whistle. Maddie Massacre looking for an opening on the outside track, but gets cycled back. Penelope Bruise trying the same strategy, gets cycled back as well, but up now in front. Maddie Massacre working, and lots of blockers getting some help from their fellow blocker, and Maddie Massacre is through. That's lead jam for Fault Line Derby Devils.
Fault Line's currently down a pivot. We have Let's Be Honest in the box for a multiplayer and release from the box.
That's right, and Fault Line's 1-5 Ice Rocker just got sent to the penalty box for a back block. So even though Let's Be Honest just got out of the box, they're still down 1 skater.
Penelope Bruise made it through on initial pass, and now on a scoring pass. But unfortunately does not get the scoring points before Fault Line calls it off.
At the jam line for Boulder County Roller Derby, number 333, that's Honey Badger. And for Fault Line, that's number 5, Hardcore. Honey Badger is able to gain position quickly, but haven't quite gotten the lead jam. But it looks like they have now. It's lead jam for Fault Line. Hardcore, though, is not far behind. Both jammers coming around turns 3 and 4, now to the straightaway. Now to turns 1 and 2, the engagement zone is moving ahead.
Both blockers ended up on the floor there.
Those jammers on the floor, yeah.
But that's not going to slow them down too much. They're coming through, and both jammers are out. It's racing.
Wow.
This is moving fast. And Honey Badger decides he's had enough and calls it off.
Looks like that's 4 points for both teams there before the call off.
Great work. I think we're going to see some fast derby. We're going to see some blockers and trying to move around the track to catch up to the jammers and set up before they make it that lap around. Both these teams are fast skaters.
At the jam line for Boulder County, number 1190 Ricochet, and for Fault Line, number 110 Let's Be Honest.
Rickish Nene is out. Getting by on the outside line past that last fault line blocker. Followed not too far behind by the fault line. Both jammers racing around the track. Blockers moving to catch up. And Boulder knocks into one of their blockers and calls it off. They score. They got 1 point. Ooh. 2 points for fault line in that jam. 1 point for Boulder. It's always fun when you're not lead jammer, but you can get more points.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Score now at Boulder County leading with 54 points. Fault line trailing behind with 37 points. 15 minutes remaining in the first half.
Blockers starting up at the pivot line. That worked out well for Boulder as they hit their jammer out. That's Maddie Masker, number 81. And Boulder was able to get lead jammer. Jammer for Boulder is 737.
That's Lady J. Yes, it is. And both jammers are out now looking to score those points. Lady J at the front of the engagement zone. Looks like they picked up a few points and then called off the jam there.
I think that was all 4 points.
All 4 points. Well done.
Fault line got a couple points as well. Fault line got 2 points in that last jam. Not too far behind. The score currently is Boulder 58, Fault line 39. We've got 14 minutes left in this half. I haven't seen any timeouts from either team yet. We're just going to keep on playing derby. See how it goes.
There you go. At the jam line for Boulder, number 22 Penelope Bruise, and at the jam line for fault line, number 5 Hardcore.
Both jammers in the middle of that pack getting stopped by these strong blockers, fighting their way through. And it's Hardcore able to get out. And it's lead jammer for fault line. Penelope Bruise getting recycled back to the back of the pack, trying to make her way through, still on initial pass, whereas Hardcore is out after he scored 4 points on that last jam. Great track awareness from the fault line blockers, knowing exactly how far back to recycle Penelope Bruise. And Hardcore makes it out a second time for another 4 points. Get some offense from Boulder County, helping out their jammer as they get pushed around, trying to make it through those last 2 fault line blockers. Can they do it? I think you can do it if you just dodge around. And here comes Hardcore. I think that's their 3rd scoring pass for 12 points. Boulder County still on initial pass, trying to get that jammer out.
Quick penalty update. Looks like that was Busty Band-Aid from fault line leaving the penalty box for illegal position, and ibuprofen.
Right as the jam is called off, I saw Boulder getting out. So they did get the jammer out, but did not get an opportunity to score any points. That was last jam was 16 points for fault line, 0 for Boulder County, bringing us to an even closer score. This exciting game. These teams seem well matched.
At the jam line for Boulder County, number 333 Honey Badger, and for fault line number 110, Let's Be Honest. False start call there, and the jammers are off. There's our lead jam, number 333 Honey Badger for Boulder County.
It's a power jam for Boulder as
That's right, yeah.
Yes, the jammer for fault line has the box. That's Let's Be Honest.
That's penalty number 5 for a track cuts for Let's Be Honest. Honey Badger coming back around, having already scored 4 points, looking for another 4. Run into a tripod and then a bipod there, but Honey Badger is through.
Great offense from Boulder, keeping fault line from setting up in that tripod shape. And nice, Honey Badger's through, barely touching anyone on the outside line. Let's Be Honest has been released from the box and is going to try to complete her initial. And she does. Not lead jammer, but making it through and able to score points now. Let's see if we, and there we go.
There's the
Boulder
call
calls
off.
off that jam. That's
Mhm.
smart. That was a good one. 16 points Boulder, 0 points for Fault Line, just to match that previous jam, which was 0-16.
Yeah, very, very smart jam by Boulder there.
Absolutely.
Really taking advantage of that power jam and calling off the jam before Fault Line could get in any points.
All right, we've got 10 minutes left in this half. At the jam line, we have Ricochet for Boulder, and looks like Maddie Massacre.
Maddie Massacre, that's right.
8-1 for Fault Line.
Take a quick timeout, though. I'll tell you once again about Moxie Barbell. This bout is powered by Moxie Barbell, online strength and nutrition coaching that helps you hit harder, skates longer, and recover faster. DM at Moxie Barbell on Instagram to learn more.
And there's the rolling whistle signaling the end of the timeout.
At the jam line for Boulder, number 1190, Ricochet, and for Fault Line 81, Maddie Massacre. Lots of movement there on the inside track. Maddie trying to find an opening, but Ricochet almost getting up ahead and getting hit hard. It's Maddie Massacre, lead jam for Fault Line Derby Devils.
Ricochet almost out, and she makes it out. Not too far behind Maddie Massacre. The pack is moving pretty quickly, going to try to catch up and start moving before these jammers come around. Great offense from Fault Line, holding one of those Boulder blockers in the back so it makes easier time to get through. And Maddie calls it off.
Looks like that might be 3-3 for both teams. Let's see what the refs say.
They agree, 3-3. That brings our score to 77, Boulder County, 58, Fault Line. Could be anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. 9.5 minutes remaining here in the first half. And we're going into jam number 18. At the jam line for Boulder County, number 737, Lady J. And for Fault Line, number 5, Hardcore. Lady J taking that outside track. Hardcore going right down the middle, trying to find an opening.
Both teams' blockers doing a great job stopping that jammer. And Lady J gets run all the way back behind the Hardcore blockers. Pack is really strung out, and it's Hardcore Fault Line with the lead jammer. Hardcore is able to get past those Boulder blockers. And Boulder Lady J is also out as well. Coming around for a scoring pass. Looks like we have one Fault Line blocker in the box. Shabam, number 18 for a legal position. Both jammers struggling to get through these strong blockers, and Lady J gets 4 points before the jam's called off. I think that was 4-4. Ooh, 4-3. 4 points for Boulder, 3 points for Fault Line.
Absolutely. Seemed like the momentum there kind of slowed down towards the end of that jam, so makes sense that there was a bit of call up there. That brings us in the next jam, jamming for Fault Line, number 110, Let's Be Honest, and for Boulder, number 22, Penelope Bruise. There's a multiplayer call for Penelope Bruise. That means we're in a power jam for Fault Line Derby Devils.
I just saw Let's Be Honest for Fault Line got out, but it was no pass, no penalty, so she is not lead yet. However, if she can get through the pack this time, she will be lead, and it helps that she has a power jam. There we go. Now, I'm not seeing a lead pointing. Let's see. It helps that she has a power jam, so her offense can help her get through the pack. I saw Fault Line offense trying to hold one of the blockers from Boulder in the back. That means that they would have pack. Now they're coming in to sweep the inside line and help, Let's Be Honest, get out. There we go, another 4 points. And Boulder blocker back on the track. Nice hit out from ice, 1-5. Jumps back on the track. That's Penelope Bruise. Fighting our way past the fault line blockers to try to get out. Lesbianas coming up the inside line for another 4 points. Let's be honest, coming in for another hit on the boulder blockers and getting recycled just quickly to the inside line. I'm hearing a penalty whistle. Let's see.
I believe that was a legal position there.
I think it was a cut. I don't know. Let's see. Let's be honest, sitting in the box regardless.
Yeah, that's right. That's a track cut for Let's Be Honest. That's penalty number 6.
And now that leaves Boulder with a power jam. Let's see how Penelope Bruce can handle the remaining 10 seconds. Let's see if we can get another 4 points up on the board for Boulder.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a lot of penalties there. So for the pivot for Boulder, number 33, ibuprofen now in the box for legal procedure. And number 293, Brass Schnuckles for Fault Line Dirty Devils, serving for a multiplayer.
Those 2-minute jams are exhausting. I feel for them. All right, both teams lining up at the pivot line. Let's see if we have...
There's Honey Badger at the jam line. It's a power start, but let's be honest, is standing in the penalty box.
We're going to see some offense from the Boulder blockers trying to get their jammer out. And it's lead jammer for Honey Badger. But let's be honest, is out. And she calls it off. So both teams will start with their jammers on the track this next time.
Yeah, interesting strategy there. I'm not sure what happened there. Seemed maybe like that call may have been a little bit premature, but who's to say?
Just gives us another chance to set up and...
Oh, looks like Boulder is starting with a skater down. They couldn't quite field enough skaters there just in time.
If you're not on the track when the jam whistle blows, you must return to your bench. You cannot skate in that jam.
That's right, and Maddie Masker is taking advantage of that. Maddie Masker is our lead jammer. They're jamming for Fault Line Derby Devils, and they've already made their initial pass, so now they're going to work on their scoring pass.
And jamming for Boulder, we have 1190 Ricochet. But Hardcore calls it off. Or sorry, that's Maddie Massacre.
Right before that call up there, looks like 1563 Lady McDeath from Boulder County sent to the penalty box for a direction call. Fortunately, that was at the end of the jam there, so they weren't down 2 skaters. That does mean, though, however, they will start this next jam down 1 skater. Official timeout here.
Just for a little track repair, thank you so much to our volunteers for keeping our track in good shape so we can keep on skating.
Pass, process.
While we're in this timeout, I want to shout out one of our sponsors, IQ Bar. IQ Bars are delicious plant-based bars designed to fuel both your brain and your body. They have clean ingredients, smart nutrition, and crave-worthy flavors. That's the IQ Bar difference. There's the end of our official timeout. On the line for Boulder, we have 737 Lady J and number 5 Hardcore for Fault Line.
There's the whistle. Hardcore is going to immediately shoot off the jam line, as we've come to expect from them. Working on that Boulder tripod, there's the no pad call, which forces the skaters to rejam. And here's Lady J sneaking through on the inside track. That's lead jam for Boulder County.
Excellent work taking advantage of that quick no path, but not too far behind is Hardcore. Coming around the outside. Can they score any points before Boulder calls it off? Looks like no. Let's see if Boulder got the full 4 points. Yes. So
Sure
that
did.
is 4 points for Boulder, 0 Fault Line. really close score. I think they've been within 10 for quite a while now. We've got 89 points for Boulder County Roller Derby, 79 for Fault Line Derby Devils.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like, look at these stats here. Boulder has taken lead jam 11 times, and Fault Line has only taken lead jam 10 times. So still really
even.
close. But here's the kicker. Take a look at the penalties. Boulder County has received 8 total penalties so far. Fault Line, 21.
Wow.
So despite the more than double the amount of penalties, it's still a really close game.
Yeah, they're both teams working really hard out there, trying to keep this game evenly matched. We're currently in a team timeout for Fault Line. Just taking a moment to regroup and strategize before the next jam. We are nearly at the end of period 1. We have about 2 minutes 40 seconds left in period 1. This is going into jam 23. We'll see how they set up for this next one.
Big thank you to Sticker Coven. Sticker Coven, low minimums, high enchantments. Just 10 stickers per order to start with Sticker Coven. Get your free digital proof and let the magic stick.
At the jam line for Fault Line, we have 1-1-0, let's be honest. And it looks like 2-2 Penelope Bruise for Boulder. Both teams set up in a tripod right near the jam line, going to try to catch those jammers before they can get out on the lines. And let's be honest, is out as lead jammer for Fault Line. Couldn't be contained. Great job. And we're going to have Penelope Bruce still stuck on her initial pass. We've got a direction penalty for Boulder. That's 1563 Lady Macbeth. Both jammers coming up around turn 4 as the blockers set up and get ready for these impact. Nope, never mind. We're going to call it off.
Worth noting there in that last pass there for Let's Be Honest, one of those passes was not earned. So Let's Be Honest only earned 3 points on that last pass.
Okay. Coming up next, we have 8-1 Maddie Massacre for Fault Line going up against number 333 Honey Badger. This is a matchup we've seen a couple times. Both very strong jammers. And Honey Badger's out on the inside line right away. Lead jammer for Boulder. Maddie Massacre getting run back to the back of the engagement zone. Oh, actually heading to the penalty box. That leaves Boulder with a power jam.
Yeah, that was a multiplayer penalty on Maddie Massacre. And there's also number 505 Koreemer in the penalty box for Fault Line, serving for illegal contact.
Boulder blockers are going to try and do some nice offense for their jammer to get Honey Badger out and score another 4 points without touching anybody. Currently at racking up 12 points. Let's see how many more we can get before the end of this jam. Just a brief slowdown, and then Honey Badger breaks through the Fault Line defense wall for another 4 points.
Yeah, I gotta say, Honey Badger is, I think, an underrated jammer. They're really sneaky in that they can get through and get these really high-scoring jams, but they make it look effortless.
Absolutely. Looks like you're not struggling at all. That was a 20-point jam for Honey Badger and Boulder County. It's a great job. And 0 points for Fault Line in that last jam. The box is clear. Both teams at full strength on the track. Coming up next, we have Ricochet for Boulder and Hardcore.
That's right. It looks like it's going to be Hardcore against Lead Jam.
Hardcore's got a lot of leads.
Oh, yeah. Hardcore is another really excellent jammer. A lot of fun to watch Hardcore jam. Both jammers now coming back around. Hardcore is through, and here comes Ricochet. Can Ricochet earn any points? It looks like yes. 2 points.
2 points from those blockers that were on the ground just before Hardcore calls it off. So the last jam. Oh, that was intermission. Great job, both teams. Our score going into intermission is Here we go. Creepy, crawly, spooky, scary Boulder County Roller Derby. Let's go, Boulder. Special shout out to the blocking team of my dreams, Mac and Ivy. You too can get a bout shout with your if you check in at the hospitality team and buy a bout shout for $2 to help support your favorite teams. All right, let's get going with the second half of this game. At the jam line, we have 1190 for Boulder.
Ricochet.
Yep, and Hardcore number 5 for Fault Line. These are both great jammers. Let's excited to see what kind of moves they can pull here.
Ricochet up ahead, but no, it's Hardcore. He gets lead jam status. Out of nowhere, here comes Hardcore zipping around. Ricochet coming through as well. It looks like Fault Line's pivot, number 15, Ice Rocker, in the penalty box for a track cut, and there's the call off there from Hardcore. I see 4 points on the scoreboard for Hardcore, and it looks like
some interesting changes with the points here. Let's see, 4 points.
There we go. There's the 4 points for Fault Line, and 0 for Boulder. Brings us into jam number 2. Up next for Boulder, number 737, Lady J, and for Fault Line, 81, Maddie Massacre. Here's Lady J, lead jam for Boulder.
Lady J was able to get out because Fault Line only has 1 blocker on the track right now. That's number 8, Shabam, doing a great job.
Yeah, that's a good call. That's 4140. Sasha DeGrader from Fault Line getting serving for illegal contact in the penalty box.
We also have the pivot in the box, Ice Rocker for Fault Line, and they were both released, so Fault Line is back up to full strength on the track. Both jammers out, coming around on a scoring pass. Let's see how Lady J can do. And Lady J calls it off. I think that was 0 points for Fault Line on that latest. But overall, we had 2 points for Fault Line, 9 points for Boulder.
Up next from Boulder, number 333, Honey Badger, and for Fault Line, number 5, Hardcore. Here they go. Both jammers taking the inside track. It's looking good for Hardcore, though. No, they're shoulder to shoulder. Honey Badger getting cycled back, and here's Hardcore lead jam once again. For Fault Line, Honey Badger not far behind, though. Both skaters working on their scoring pass now. Hardcore is through, and there's the call off. Full 4 for Fault Line Roller Derby. And they're going to hold Boulder scoreless.
Penalty box is clear, so both teams at full strength. Up next on the jam line, we have Penelope Bruce for Boulder County and number 81, Maddie Massacre. And I'm seeing a timeout. Just a quick timeout to fix the track. We're back up and about to start the jam. There we go. Both jammers running into these teams' tripods. And Penelope Bruce is out as lead jammer for Boulder County. Hardcore recycled back to the back of the packet, still trying to get through on her initial. And she's out as well. Penelope Bruce coming around for a scoring pass. Bumping up against the Fault Line blockers and getting recycled to the back of the pack before calling it off. I think that was definitely some points for Boulder there.
I see 2 points there on our ref's hands.
Every point helps. Get 2 points to call it off. Keep your opponent from getting any points at all. Boulder County is in the lead right now at 122 points, up against Fault Line's 98 points. Fault Line just about to cross over to the century mark. At the jam line, we have number 110, Lesbian Honest for Fault Line.
And that's 1190, Ricochet for Boulder. Both jammers smushed together there in that pack. It's going to be Let's Be Honest who gets through.
Ricochet is still trying to get past all these blockers for fault line. They take the star pass off. Is there going to be take the star off, but get recycled back to the back of the pack? Sometimes it's a distraction tactic. Sometimes it's about it to be a star pass.
Looks like a forearm penalty there for number 7, Freddie Mercury poisoning from Boulder County. So they're going to be sitting in the box for 30 seconds.
And Ricochet is out, but I think Let's Be Honest is going to call it off before they're able to get any points. And they do. Let's see if we can get any points for Boulder up on the board, but I don't think so. Looks like that latest jam was 4 points for Fault Line, 0 points for Boulder. Helping narrow that lead that Boulder has a little bit. Boulder currently has 1 blocker in the box, Freddie Mercury poisoning for a forearm. Both jammers out on the track, Lady J for Boulder, and number 5, Hardcore for Fault Line.
Here they go. The engagement zone there up at front at the pivot line. Hardcore's going to get cycled back, and Lady J looking for an opening on the outside and then trying the inside. Here's Hardcore, lead jam.
Nice.
No, that's not a lead jam. I called it too soon. That's a power jam now. Hardcore getting sent to the penalty box for a track cut, and there's lead jam for Lady J. Lady J is now coming back around to the back of the pack, trying on the outside and taking the inside instead. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Lady J.
Smart strategic move from the Boulder blockers here, holding a goat in the back, as we call it, to keep the pack in the back so that their jammer just has to push it out a little bit to get those 4 points. Just 1 fewer blocker for them to get past.
Speaking of 4 points, there's another 4 points on the scoreboard for Lady J. 8-point jam so far. Can it be 12?
There it is.
I think it is. There's a 12-point jam now for Lady J. Hardcore right behind Lady J. Little jammer on jammer push action, and Lady J is going to call it off.
Great jam from Lady J. That was 12 points for Boulder County, 0 points for Fault Line. That we just finished jam 6. So we're getting into the middle of the second half of this game. Boulder County blockers lining up at the jam line in a tripod. Going up against number 81, Maddie Massacre. And for Boulder, we have...
That's Honey Badger.
Honey Badger.
It's going to be Maddie Massacre, though, who gets that lead jam set. Honey Badger is not far behind, though.
I think she might catch up. Might be a race. See how far these blockers can make it. And... oh, Maddie Massacre gets through the Boulder wall and calls it off. For a full 4 points.
Full 4 for Maddie. Any points there for Honey Badger? Yes, indeed.
2
Is that
points.
2? 2 points.
Oh, I'm hearing a late penalty call. I think one of the white team blocker 3-3 reporting to the penalty box for a illegal procedure.
Taking a look at this jam now. It's Penelope Bruise from Boulder County who's going to get lead jam assessed. They're skating up against number 110, Let's Be Honest, who's now through as well. Both skaters on their scoring pass. Penelope coming up to the back of the pack and is able to sketch through. We're going to end that jam a little early there due to an injury.
Thank you so much to our medic team for keeping us safe out on the track here. All right, we're finishing up this official timeout as our skater gets checked out by the medics. Thank you so much to our medics for keeping us safe. This tournament is brought to you by the California Derby Galaxy Supernovas. The California Derby Galaxy is a coalition of leagues in the Greater Bay Area with the goal to reimagine roller derby community into a model that is both sustainable in the long term as well as enjoyable for participants at all levels of skill and engagement. CDG offers equity scholarships for marginalized folks within the derby community to reduce barriers to participation. The leagues in the California Derby Galaxy in 2026 are Monterey Bay Roller Derby, Carquinez Quad Squad, Outlaws Roller Derby, North Bay Derby, and Peninsula Roller Derby. You can see some of these teams today, tomorrow, and Monday during this tournament. Thank you for joining us for Cosmo Chaos. All right, it looks like we have a power jam for Fault Line. In the box, we have number 22, Penelope Bruce for Boulder, along with Ibuprofen number 33 for legal position.
That's right. Looks like it was a track cut called at the end of that last jam for Penelope Bruce.
Let's see what Hardcore can do as a power jam for Fault Line.
And there's the whistle. Hardcore is off. The pack is skating, but Hardcore is skating a little bit faster. That's lead jam for Fault Line. Hardcore now coming back around.
Boulder blockers trying to set up to catch, but the Fault Line offense is going to get in their way. And Fault Line's out again on a second pass for 4 points. All the Boulder blockers are back out on the track, getting set up to catch Fault Line as she comes around for this third pass. Just a little bit of impedance, and she's out again. Hardcore for another 4 points. Looks like we also have Penelope Bruce back on the track. Just finished her initial pass as the jammer for Boulder. Hardcore with a jump over the apex. Very cool, and calls it off.
That's the end of that jam. Now Boulder County going to be down a skater for this next jam. That's number 7, Freddie Mercury Poisoning, serving penalty number 3 for a direction call.
Lining up at the jam line, we have 737 Lady J for Boulder and 81 Maddie Massacre. And I'm seeing Fault Line doing a 2 jammer rotation. That means those jammers are going out every other jam. That's going to be exhausting.
Oh, that's killer.
Doesn't slow him down at all, though. Looks like Lady J is lead, but Maddie Massacre not far behind. Both jammers skating really fast to get around that track and get back into that blocker zone to score some points. And Lady J calls off the jam. I think both teams got some points. I'm seeing 3 points for Fault Line. And I think it's 0 points for Boulder. That's tough. Sometimes it's better to stop it, though, before you lose any points. Lining up for the next jam, 333 Honey Badger against number 5 Hardcore.
There's the whistle.
And Hardcore is out.
Wide open on the outside. Hardcore gets through. That's lead jam for Fault Line. Honey Badger now through as well, but here comes Hardcore towards the back of the pack. Wow, big jump there. Makes it through the full 4 for Hardcore, and there's the call off.
Great work. I love seeing those apex jumps.
Very acrobatic.
Flying through the air. Our score at 19 minutes remaining in this half is Boulder 140, Fault Line 126. Fault line could come back from this. This is very close.
That's right, 14-point game. And it's still anybody's game.
On the jam line, I'm seeing Let's Be Honest for Fault Line up against 22 Penelope Bruce for Boulder.
It's like a big mashup there right in the middle, but it's going to be Let's Be Honest who gets through and gets that lead jam status.
Penelope Bruce getting stuck on fault line blockers, trying to get past that last one, gets dumped out to the inside line, has to recycle all the way to the back of the pack. And fighting through, gets, wow, great work from Ice on the fault line there, hitting out to the outside, to the inside, and keeping Penelope Bruce contained.
Let's Be Honest now coming back around turns number 1 and 2 to the back of the pack. Cycling back after earning maybe a few points and then back on the track. Uh-oh, but I heard a penalty. Yes, indeed. There's the 7th and final penalty for Let's Be Honest. That was a track cut, so now we are now in a power jam for number 22, Penelope Bruce.
I think there's actually a star pass for Boulder. I'm seeing number 10, Laura Out of My Way Man for Boulder. So this is going to be a 2-minute jam. We're going to have almost a minute left in this jam, so got to contain, preserve your energy, and get some help from your offense here to get your way through the engagement zone and get those points. It's a good opportunity for Boulder to score some extra points and widen their lead. Oof.
Yeah, I will say there was that star pass, but Penelope Cruz, who is no longer jamming, is serving for a direction call, and Ice Rocker, a fault line, serving for a low block.
Ice is now back on the track, just as Laura comes around for another scoring pass. Good opportunity for offense to help their jammer get through the pack. And I'm actually not quite sure. Okay, there we go. I believe that since Let's Be Honest has reached 7 penalties, she was not able to rejoin. So we got an extra minute or extra 30 seconds of that power jam. Worked out well for Boulder. That was a 16-point jam for Boulder and 5 points for Fault Line.
I believe that's an official review. You know, I gotta wonder if they're gonna challenge that track cut penalty.
I would.
Yeah.
Let's Be Honest, is a strong jammer. They probably want to keep her out on the track as long as they can.
Exactly. And if that call is overturned, well, that'll put Let's Be Honest back on the track.
That's right. While we're in this official review, I want to shout out one of our sponsors, Skate Good Club. Skate Good Club makes jerseys sustainably in Europe with dispatch from Europe, USA, and the UK. Enjoy perfect color matching, no minimum orders, and jerseys built to last. These Skate Good Club jerseys are sustainably made, ultra durable, and ready to ship from your corner of the world. No minimums, just maximum style. Thank you for sponsoring Cosmo Chaos. All right, update from the official review. We're getting an equipment violation for the white jammer for not having a mouth guard in. It's important to make sure you have all of your safety gear before you skate, and you can get sent to the penalty box if you don't wear it all. So we're going to be starting out with Laura Out of My Way, number 10 for Boulder in the penalty box, and a power jam for Fault Line. We got number 81, Maddie Massacre, on the jam line for Fault Line.
You know, I don't want to minimize track safety, but That's kind of a fun whoopsie. Like, whoops, my bad.
I've done it before. Don't tell the officials. Especially the white mouth guard. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Makes you look teeth look better in photos though.
Well, at the jam line now for fault line is number 81 Maddie Massacre.
Fault line blockers lining up, ready to do offense to help their jammer get out past Boulder. And there it is. Maddie is out as lead jammer. We're getting just a little confusion on the track from Boulder blockers. And fault line able to get a goat in the back, hold pack in the back, and let Maddie get around for a scoring pass. This is a fast jammer, so let's see how many laps she's able to do before the opposing jammer is released.
We're released now, so now we have jammer and jammer shoulder to shoulder, but Laura out of my way, man. Still, I was gonna say hasn't had their initial pass yet, but there you go. It's funny how when you announce these things, they change instantly.
And Maddie Massacre calls it off. Massacre calls it off with after getting recycled to the back of that pack. That was a 10-point jam for fault line. Great job bringing the score to 156 Boulder, 141 fault line, with 15 minutes 45 seconds left in this half. It's a very close game. At the jam line, we have 737 Lady J for Boulder up against number 5 Hardcore. The fault line blockers on the ground, but and knocking Lady J to the outside line, recycling back to the back of the pack. We've got a forearm penalty for the fault line pivot, Sasha DeGrader, sitting in the penalty box now. And it looks like Hardcore got lead jammer. Lady J is also out. Coming in just ahead of Hardcore, who's going to call it off. She doesn't want to let Boulder score any points this jam. And that's right, that last jam was 4 points for fault line, 0 points for Boulder. Good strategic play there. Fault line starting out with 1 blocker in the box. Boulder lining up on the jam line with their blockers. We've got 81 Maddie Massacre up against 333 Honey Badger, who gets out and gets lead jammer for Boulder. Maddie Massacre stuck in the box, not the box, stuck in the wall of Boulder, who's doing a good job getting in front of her and recontaining every time she tries to get out. Honey Badger is trying to get through that pack and trying to score some points. Let's see if she sees an opening. And she's able to get out and call off the jam. I saw maybe a cut penalty. Oh, yes, okay. Looks like a cut for a blocker.
A Boulder County blocker, that's number 33, Ivy Profin. That's penalty number 5 for Ivy.
Lining up on the jam line, we have 2-2 Penelope Bruise for Boulder and number 5 Hardcore for fault line. Both jammers getting speed before getting the pack, and a little jump around from Hardcore.
Oh, that might have been a track cut. Nope, not a track cut, just getting cycled back.
That's smart. They changed the rules that if you step out yourself.
Oh, the cut for Penelope.
Oh, okay, it's a power jam for fault line. Hardcore is a power jam. Going to come around and score some points. Let's see if we can get some offense to help her out. Getting stuck on the opposing wall, but they have to stop blocking because there's no pack. The no pack call means you cannot block that jammer anymore. It's fault line playing it safe and staying in the back to help their jammer just push out and get through the pack. Great work from Hardcore, snaking through the jammer, through the pack. Getting a little stuck in the back, and looks like Penelope Bruiser is out. I think that was her initial pass. And coming around for a scoring pass, but not before Hardcore calls it off. Good work. Box is clear. Everyone's teams, everybody out on the track.
At the jam line for fault line. Or 8-1 Maddie Massacre, but Boulder County's going to go ahead and call a team timeout. Going into jam number 17 with just under 12 minutes left on the clock in the second half. Boulder County still leads 160 to fault lines 153. Let me tell you once again about Fit Aid Hydrate. Fit Aid Hydrate replenishes sodium, potassium, and magnesium, providing over 200% more magnesium and potassium than leading competitors. Fit Aid Hydrate is sugar-free and dextrose-free. It's built to keep you performing at your best. Available in single-serve stick packs. Watermelon Wave and Pink Himalayan Lemonade. We're coming back now at the jam line for Boulder 1190 Ricochet Nene, and for fault line number 8-1 Maddie Massacre. There's the whistle. A little bit of hesitation there, but it's going to be Maddie Massacre. Gets through on the inside track or lead jam status. There's a multiplayer call, and that's a power jam for Maddie Massacre. Ricochet Nene getting sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer call. Maddie Massacre is through. That's 4 points on the scoreboard. They're coming back around to that first straightaway now to the back of the pack. Nice little jump there on the inside. Takes the knee, gets right back up, another 4 points on the scoreboard for Maddie Massacre and Fault Line Derby Devils. Derby Devils now in the lead, 161 to 160. Here comes Maddie again. Momentum has ground to a halt a bit, but Maddie's working on it. I heard a penalty. I think it was a legal contact. Let's see who that goes to. Looks like a skater for Fault Line. Maddie is still in it. That skater is number 666 Piercer from Fault Line in the penalty box. Maddie, however, is coming back around to turns 1 and 2, coming to the back of the pack. They're hitting some blockers. We now have both jammers back on the track, and there's the call off from Maddie.
There's a lead change.
That's right.
Line's in the lead now with 167 points. There's a 14-point jam. The Boulder County at 160. We've got 10 minutes left in this half. Let's see what happens. It's an exciting update.
Absolutely. It's a close one, and that means it's going to be a fun one. So let's see what happens next. I see at the jam line, number 737, Lady J standing next to number 5, Hardcore. And there's the whistle. Both jammers trying that outside, the inside, now the outside. Hardcore has been making efficient use of that outside track, but Lady J is taking the inside. There's a multiplayer there for 1-5, Ice Rocker from Fault Line Derby Devils. And both jammers are squished together at turn number 1. I heard another penalty there. Let's see who that was for. And here comes Lady J. They're out. They get lead jam status assessed to them.
This could be an opportunity for Boulder to take the lead again. Let's see how many points Lady J can put on the board.
Lady J running into 41-40. That's Sasha to grade her, knocking them down, which gives Hardcore plenty of time to get through and start earning some points. There's a no pass, no penalty there. It looks like Lady J only picked up 3 points on that most recent pass. Hardcore, however, the full 4. Lady J on this first straightaway again. They're going to get cycled back to the outside, looking like they might have been hoping for a penalty call there, but they didn't quite get it. Hardcore, however, juking on the out and then the inside. Another 4 points on the scoreboard. That's 8 points now for Fault Line Derby Devils. 4 points for Boulder. Let's see if they'll add any more. It looks like they will. Another 3 points there for Boulder County Roller Derby, bringing that jam to 7 points versus Fault Line's 8. Boulder County had 167, Fault Line Derby Devils 175.
Wow, there's an exciting jam. Both teams getting very close and keeping that score very close to each other. Up next on the jam line, let's take a look. We have 333 Honey Badger, and it looks like 916 Slick Mick for Fault Line. We haven't seen this jammer yet, so let's see how they do. We're having an official timeout. Nope, a team timeout for Boulder County.
Official review.
Official review.
Yes, that's right. For Fault Line, it looks like. Is that right? No, it's not right. It's definitely for Boulder County. We're just going to get that update on the scoreboard. Yep, there's the change.
All right, let's go take a look and see what this official review is about. In the meantime, let me tell you about the hosts for this tournament, Cosmo Chaos, the Supernovas. The Supernovas program is a program through the California Derby Galaxy. It's a pool of skaters in the Greater Bay Area who are looking for more competitive, high-level WTDA gameplay. The Supernovas program is a combination of skaters from all participating leagues to come together at high-level competitive charter teams, which allows more opportunity to play at this competitive level while also supporting recreational play at their home leagues. Thank you to the Supernovas for hosting this Cosmo Chaos 2025.
So it sounds like Boulder County is asking for a forearm penalty to be assessed to number 15, Ice Rocker. Officials are now coming back together to discuss that. Taking a look at Ice Rocker's penalties right now, Ice Rocker is at 5 penalties. So if this call is changed and Boulder County wins their official reviews, that'll put Ice Rocker at 6 penalties for this bout.
And there's the 5-second call. At the jam line, we have 333 Honey Badger for Boulder and 916 Slick Mick for Fault Line. Honey Badger is lead, but Slick Mick is also out, not too far behind. Both jammers coming around and the blockers getting set up, ready for these jammers coming in. Oh, almost an apex jump, but got a hard hit out on the line for Slick Mick, having to recycle to the back of the pack. And Honey Badger is out through with a 4-point scoring pass. Slick Mick falling down just as they get out of the pack and getting re-caught up in the boulder wall. That's not a good feeling, but they are going to make it through. Great blocking from 3-3 on Boulder. And Slick Mick makes it out. Oh, not quite. Looks like Boulder's able to recycle Slick Mick all the way to the back of the line. This is our scoring pass, but they're not able to get out of this pack. And we have Honey Badger coming around for a fourth scoring pass. Wow, not touching anybody. Oh, and it looks like that's a cut track penalty for Honey Badger. That leaves it at a power jam for Fault Line. Slick Mick. Let's see if they're able to get out with any help from their offense. Just trying to keep the pack in the back so that they're able to push out. It's just really grindy, and they're out. That's 4 points for Slick Mick. Power jam for Fault Line Derby Devils, and this is going to be a 2-minute jam. We get some offense sweeps. Oh, not quite. Gonna let Slick Mick try to push the Boulder blockers out of play. Try to get her way through, try to score points as she goes. And unfortunately getting knocked out to the inside line and have to recycle all the way to the back of the pack. Honey Badger is also out of the penalty box and coming around on another scoring pass just as the jam ends.
Circling back to that official review, it looks like the call on the field did stand, and Ice Rocker was not assessed at a forearm penalty, but it does look like Ice Rocker just was called on a legal position, so that's going to be penalty number 6 for Ice Rocker.
All right, that last jam worked out really well for Boulder County. They are back in the lead with 183 points to Fault Line Derby Devils 179. This is a very close jam. It's only a 4-point difference. This could be the difference. We've got 6 minutes left in this half, and we've got an official timeout.
Very fortunate call for an official timeout. I feel like both teams could use the break. It's such a close game with only 6 minutes remaining in this game.
I think so. You got to have a minute to recoup and figure out what you're going to do next.
There's the end of the official timeout at the jam line now for Boulder County, number 333, number 22, Penelope Bruise. And for fault line number 81, Maddie Massacre, there's the whistle. They're both shot off like a rocket, each jammer taking the inside and the outside, but it's going to be Maddie Massacre who gets the lead jam status. Maddie Massacre now coming through the first straightaway into turns number 1 and 2, coming around to the back of the track. Little tumble there for Boulder County blocker, and both jammers are now through. Penelope Cruz starting their scoring pass, but Maddie Massacre is going to call up the jam.
And we've got another lead change. Fault Line is now in the lead with 187, Boulder County 179. It's going to go back and forth.
Is that
We've got 5 minutes left in this game. Let's see what these players can do. And an official timeout.
Another official timeout? No, just a timeout for now.
Not sure who called that.
I think you might be right. I think it might be an official. Wow, they're really just teasing us here.
I know. I want to see the end of this game.
Yeah.
Got to make sure we get everything right, though.
I see a pair of officials at the scoreboard booth. It looks like maybe they're working on, I assume it's score. Probably
think
not
so.
time.
I thought some of their numbers changed, but we'll find out.
That's true. I was wondering about that score, the score change, the lead change rather. Keeping an eye here on the scoreboard to see if anything changes. Who's to say? In any case, I see our two jammers at the jam line from Boulder, 1190, Rika Shanene, and from fault line number 5, Hardcore. 5 minutes, 9 seconds remaining in the bout.
And this is jam 21.
That's right, Rika Shanene up ahead looking for an opening. And there's a forearm call for number 7 of Boulder County, Freddie Mercury poisoning.
Rika Shanene coming around the track at rapid speed, calls it off. Let's see if they got points for that. Followed closely by Hardcore.
I don't think it's the full 4. Is that 3 points there for Ricochet?
I've seen 3 points for Boulder on that last jam.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our current score. That helped out Boulder a lot, though.
That helps.
It's current score 182 Boulder, fault line 187.
Another timeout.
Hey, when it's this close, you got to make sure you get every detail right.
That's true. That's true. 4.5 minutes in this bout. If you'll excuse the timeouts.
Oh, looks like it's actually an official review from fault line.
Oh, good eye.
We're going to find out what this official review is all about. In the meantime, let's shout out our sponsor, Sticker Coven. Get up to 100 custom 3-inch stickers for just $47, or upgrade to dazzling holographics for $85s. With low minimums, UV laminated finishes, and a queer women-owned magic finishes behind every order, Sticker Coven brings your boldest ideas to life. Stickers so good they might be cursed with quality. All right, this official review, Fault Line is looking for a cut call on the white jammer from that previous jam. Let's see what the officials decide for this.
I believe that was Ricochet, number 1190.
Thank you. Yeah, let's see what the officials decide for this review. We'll see who ends up in the box.
Not actually exit the track.
Looks like the result of that official review was that the jammer did not cut the track, and Fault Line does not retain their official review. Thank you to our officials. And jamming now, we have 737 Lady J, but it's Massacre. Thank you. Getting out first for the lead jammer for Fault Line. Lady J still stuck in the back, trying to make her way through as Maddie comes around for a scoring pass. It's just knocked out to the inside line, and Lady J almost got out, but has to recycle all the way back to the back of the pack. Maddie Massacre gets 4 points and calls off the jam. You got to play this short game. Oh, looks like there was a penalty for the white jammer, Lady J. I think it was a high block. Nope.
Well, we'll find out what it is in just a moment.
In the meantime, we got a power jam for Fault Line with number 5, Hardcore. Oh, and don't actually get to start. We're going to have a timeout again.
Lots of timeouts here to get this figured out. Score is Fault Line leading 191 to Boulder's 182.
Still a very close game. We've got 3.5 minutes left in this game. Boulder lining up at the line, and there's the start whistle. Hardcore, and they're out. Hardcore is lead jam for Fault Line. Boulder jammer still in the box, so we've got a power jam for Fault Line. It's a nice hit out on the inside line from the Boulder blockers, forcing Hardcore to recycle to the back of the pack. We're sending number 7 to the penalty box for Boulder.
That's a track cut. That's a penalty number 6 for Freddie Mercury poisoning.
Oh, and we've got a jammer swap in the box. Hardcore is just reported to the box for a cut, I believe.
Looks like you were right with Lady J. That was a low block earlier. Hardcore, yes, it was a cut.
All right, Lady J's back out on the track and trying to complete her initial pass before she can start scoring any points. Those Fault Line blockers are strong and hard to get past, though. Even with some help from her friends, who's not able to get through. Fault Line just reforming right in front of her. Wow, apex jump from Hardcore coming right out of the box and jumping past all those Boulder blockers. Gonna put up some more points on the board. Boulder still on their initial pass. And Hardcore's made it through again for another 4 points. This is one fast jammer. I think this might make all the difference for Fault Line. We've got 2 minutes left in the period, and they're at 199. Hardcore, another 4 points. There looks like there was a star pass for Boulder. We got Laura Out of My Way Man, number 10, jamming now for Boulder. And they're able to get through for 4 points for Boulder. That's good to get some points up on the board. And Hardcore is through again, just as we are out of time.
No, it was a call-off, actually. Yeah.
How can there be a call-off? Both block jammers went to the box.
Oh, it looks like we're going to end that jam early for an injury. Thanks once again to our medical team for taking care of us and our skaters, making sure that everyone gets to skate out of this tournament.
Yeah, just a score update. We have Boulder County at 186, Fault Line at 207. Close game.
That's right. Just a minute 42 remaining in this second half. Excuse me. As soon as I say that, time gets updated. We're now at a minute 46. Going into, nope, back to minute 42. I think they're doing it just to mess with me. Yeah, look at that. They're changing it even more. 138.
Hey, every second counts. We really got to make sure.
Oh, I know. That's why I got my eyes glued to the scoreboard to see where we're at. You know, it's possible this could be this next jam could be our final jam for this bout.
That's right. We have less than 2 minutes left in the period.
So Fault Line, they're going to probably be playing their best jammer here for their next jam, or their strongest jammer, just to get out in front of the line, get that lead jam status assessed to them so that they can hold the clock for the remainder of
They're probably going to
bout.
Run it so that they can run out the clock and retain their lead all the way to the end of the game.
Like we have our skater standing, walking off the track.
That's always good to see. Thank you again to our medics, keeping us safe out here.
Looks like we settled on 138 for final time.
And that rolling whistle ends the official timeout. Gonna get set up for the next jam and possibly the last jam. At the line, we have number 333 Honey Badger for Boulder up against number 81 Maddie Massacre.
And they're off. Honey Badger is up ahead working on a tripod. Maddie Massacre far behind, but there's Honey Badger getting cycled back, which means Maddie Massacre's got a considerable advantage. Here comes Honey Badger though on the outside, getting stopped by Fault Line. Trying again on the inside. It's looking pretty good for Honey Badger. And there it is, lead jam for Honey Badger.
Oh, this could be really great for Boulder. They got a chance to score points, get some points on the board, and they could take the lead on this last jam. Boulder blockers still holding Maddie Massacre at the back of the pack and running all the way back. Honey Badger out for another 4 points. Let's see, I think Boulder County might be able to catch up.
That's, yeah, they're now 190.
Oh, we've got a star pass from Fault Line. Looks like they put out Hardcore as the pivot, and now Hardcore is jamming after that star pass. We got Honey Badger coming around for a scoring pass, followed not too far behind by Hardcore as the jammer.
That's a really smart pivot rostering there. We've seen nothing but good things from Hardcore today, so it makes sense to have a two rock star team for your jammer and pivot.
Absolutely. And Hardcore's made it through for 4 points. Honey Badger in the pack, trying to get through for another 4, getting stopped by Fault Line blockers. Let's see. And Honey Badger is calling off the jam. But it looks like,
they
got called on a penalty.
Yeah.
So they cannot call off the jam and have to report to the box. That's not looking good for Boulder because Hardcore is still out there racking up those points. Boulder currently has 2 blockers on the track. Going to try to stop Hardcore, but she's able to sneak around the outside.
15 seconds remaining in this jam and the game. We're hearing cheers from Fault Line. It seems like they're pretty confident in the outcome of this bout.
And Hardcore gets through for another 4 points. That's 16 points so far. And that's the end of the jam and the end of the game. Our unofficial score is Boulder County 194, Fault Line Derby Devils 223. Really great work from both teams. Yeah, it's a really exciting game.
A really close one. I don't suspect that the scores will change much enough to matter at this point. So I think Fault Line may have it. We'll see when we hear that next whistle.
Yeah, really good comeback from Fault Line in that second half. And there's the rolling whistle. This is our final score. Boulder 194, Fault Line 223.
That concludes game number 3 of 5 Jets today. 5 Jets today. Can you believe that?
1 day, and we're going to be here for all of them, bringing you the best Derby announcing on the Pacific Coast.
Coming up next, game number 4. We have Tucson versus Pacific Roller Derby. Very excited for that. Feels like not long ago that I last saw the Tucson Javelinas play, so I'm excited to see them play again.
I love their mascot. It's the best mascot in Derby, in my opinion.
It's up there. It's one of the good ones for sure. So why don't y'all stay tuned? My name is Mitch's Get Stitches, and I'm joined by
Z Machine.
We'll be right back.
for Tucson, lead jammer.
Venus thigh trap on that straightaway there on the inside track looking for an opening, and there might be an opening right there. Not quite. Venus thigh trap gets pushed off to the outside track by the Hobbies.
Recycled all the way back by Diamond Cutter.
That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Glitter Bomb from Tucson. Coming back around to rejoin the pack. Nice little hop there on the apex, and they're through. 4 more points on the scoreboard for Tucson Roller Derby.
Venus thigh trap still working on her initial pass. Coming around to the back of the pack, but getting stuck on Tucson's blockers. Trying to get a little offense help from one of the Pacific blockers. And, oh, it's a star pass.
Star pass. It looks like that's number 000, no Fox Given. Now jamming for Pacific Roller Derby, but that's the end of the jam there. It's called off by Glitter Bomb.
That puts us at Tucson, 13 points. Pacific Roller Derby 0, just to start the first jam. Strong start for Tucson.
Now Tucson, of course, is represented by their mascot, the Javelina, with cute little skates on. Have you ever seen the Javelina Z machine?
I've never, but they look really cute. Especially with skates on.
Oh, phenomenal.
It looks tiny feet.
That's
right.
16 wheels on a Javelina. But that brings us into our current jam, jamming for Pacific Roller Derby number 91, Sabine Wraith. And for Tucson, 424, Artie Misfit. It's Artie Misfit, though, who will get lead jam with Sabine Wraith not far behind. Both jammers working on points, and Sabine calls it off. Looks like Sabine got 4 points there and called it off before. Oh man, I had it all backed up, all backwards. That's Artie Misfit with the 4 points. Sabine with 0.
All right, and lining up for our next jam. For the Hooligans, we have 007, Carmen Slam Diego, up against Bunny Beatdown, 87, for Tucson. And it's Bunny Beatdown out already, sneaking up the inside line to get lead jammer for Tucson. Carmen Slam Diego in the back, trying to get past those strong Tucson blockers. Pacific lining up with defense. 4 players on defense makes it hard for that jammer to get past. Bunny Beatdown's going to try to find a hole through the blockers. Both jammers struggling against the strong walls.
That's right. They're on turn number 2 and into the straightaway there. Not a whole lot of movement, but you can see that central pack there is on that second straightaway. Jammers are pushing.
Those jammers are working hard. It's hard to move those 3 skaters when they're locked in and trying to block you, keep you from moving.
I believe I saw a back block there for Bunny Beatdown. That means we're in a power jam for Pacific Roller Derby.
And just in time as their jammer gets out on the initial pass, coming around now for a scoring pass. This will be a 2-minute jam. We got 1 minute left in the jam. And Tucson takes off, trying to avoid their points getting taken. And knocks Carmen Slam Diego out to the outside line and runs her all the way back. Pacific doing their best to get ready for when their opposing jammer comes out. And Tucson setting up with a strong 2-person wall to hold that jammer in. That's a black 2-0 for Tucson, heading to the box for a multiplayer penalty. We've also got number 06, Anna Rose, in for illegal procedure.
I think maybe one more. Yeah, 1, 2, 2. The Diamond Cutter getting sent to the box for a forearm there.
This is a good opportunity for Pacific to put some points on the board with only 1 Tucson blocker up. And, wow, the Tucson jammer gets through right as the jam.
No.
Oh,
but that was a track cut there for Bunny Beatdown right at the end of that jam there. Which means we'll be in a power start coming up for Pacific Roller Derby.
Box is looking pretty full on Tucson's side. We've got 2 Tucson blockers out and full strength for Pacific. This is a good opportunity for Pacific to put some points up on the board.
Speaking of Pacific, it looks like that's 916 Major D on the jam line for Pacific Roller Derby. Trying to make a move there, but thinking twice and cycling themselves back. But there they go on the outside track. That's lead jam for Pacific Roller Derby. Major D now coming back around to the first straightaway.
And trying to get a little help from their teammate whipping around. Didn't quite work, and they have to recycle to the back. As the track's getting more and more Tucson blockers out from the penalty box, and they make it through for a full 4 points. Looks like the Tucson jammer, Bunny Beatdown, is out and easily completes her first scoring pass.
That's right, and as Tucson skaters are leaving the penalty box, it looks like Pacific Roller Derby skaters entering the penalty box. That's number 17, Kitty DeVille, going to the box for a track cut, and that is the end of that jam. Major D calls it off.
Great work as we head into Jam 5. We have Pacific Roller Derby at 14 points, Tucson at 22. Seen some good moves from both teams so far. With the 5-second call, we are ready to head into Jam 5. At the line, we have number 69, Glitter Bomb for Tucson, and Venus Flytrap for Pacific.
Glitter Bomb is up ahead. Venus Flytrap is back behind, but it's going to be Glitter Bomb that gets through and gets that lead jammer. I see a direction call there for Tucson. That's number 122, the Diamond Cutter, getting sent to the penalty box for a second time now as Venus Flytrap is finally able to make it through.
Ooh, both jammers knocked to the ground. Are we going to... Oh.
That was just the Pacific jammer. Glitter Bomb now back on that first straightaway, right behind Flytrap. There's the call off there.
That last jam was 4 points for Tucson, 0 points for Pacific. And Pacific starting with 1 blocker in the box, 1 blocker down. At the jam line, we have 4-2-4. That is Artie Misfit. And for Pacific, it's 9-1.
Sabine
Wraith.
Artie Misfit up ahead, just about to reach the pivot line as Sabine is back behind. But here comes Sabine at the pivot line, looking for an opening, takes the inside. That's lead jam for Pacific Roller Derby.
Great work. Those Tucson blockers are doing a great job covering both sides of the track, but Sabine was able to get through anyway. And it looks like the Tucson jammer's also out, coming around about half a track behind. No problem for Sabine. She gets through and calls it off before Tucson can score any points. That's the way we want to see it. 4 points for Pacific, 0 points for Tucson. And play the strategic short game.
Absolutely. Now an 8-point game. Pacific Roller Derby trailing 18 points to Tucson's 26. Up next at the jam line, that's number 007 for Pacific.
Carmen Slam Diego.
That's right. And for Tucson, number 87, Bunny Beatdown. There's the whistle. Jammers shoulder to shoulder just shy of the pivot line. But here comes Bunny Beatdown on the inside. Lead jam for Tucson.
Looks like Pacific jammers struggling to get through those strong Tucson blockers. Trying to push her way through the pack. Bunny Beatdown finding a hole on the outside line and making it around for a scoring pass. Carmen Slam Diego trying to get the pack moving, trying to make a hole for her to get through.
Bunny Beatdown coming back around to the back of the pack, looking for an opening, finding a shoulder instead, and getting cycled back on the outside track.
Good recycling from Pacific. Got Carmen Slam Diego still on initial pass, trying to get through. Another recycle for Bunny Beatdown at the outside line. These blockers are not making it easy for the jammers. And Bunny Beatdown taken out to the outside line. Great blocking there from 5-0 on Pacific Strawberry's short skate. Great work. Another quick knockout for Bunny Beatdown. Tries to recycle to the inside line. And Carmen Slam Diego almost made it. Oh, that was so frustrating. Then gets run back to the back of the pack. Both teams doing really great hitouts and runbacks. That just tires the jammers right out.
Here's Carmen Slam Diego making it through with star in hand. That's their initial, so they're going to now be on their scoring pass, but for long. Bunny Beatdown calls it off to end the jam. 8 points for Tucson, 0 for Pacific Roller Derby. At the jam line now for Pacific Roller Derby, number 916, Major D. And for Tucson, number 27, Foul Play. There's the whistle. Foul play on the outside track, finds an opening, makes it through. Lead jam for Tucson. Major D not far behind. Both jammers now skating as fast as they can, coming around turns 3 and 4. Looks like number 311 Raid from Tucson sets at the box for a multiplayer as Foul Play calls it off. Looks like at least a few points there, maybe. No, I take that back. That's a 0-point jam for both teams. But a win for Pacific as one of the Tucson skaters is sent to the penalty box. Up next for Pacific Roller Derby, number 6'8", Venus Thigh Trap. And for Tucson, number 6'9", Glitter Bomb.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup a couple times. Both very strong jammers trying to break through these walls. Looks like we've got the Tucson wall in the back, going to try to catch Venus Thigh Trap, and then Pacific up front trying to contain Glitter Bomb. And they can't do it. Glitter Bomb is out as lead jammer. Coming around as Pacific jammer still stuck in the back of the pack by these Tucson blockers. Glitter Bomb juking a little bit as she comes in and makes it through on the inside line. Great, 4 points up on the board for Tucson. They're going to try and run this and see if they can keep more points up on the board too.
Here comes Glitter Bomb at the back of the pack. Tries for the outside. Oh no, it looks like that's a forearm though for someone. Certainly not Glitter Bomb, as Glitter Bomb is now able to skate through. That was a forearm for the Pacific Roller Derby skater. No fucks given, number 000.
And Glitter Bomb making it through again on the inside line right at turn 4. As the pack's made almost a full lap around. Pacific jammer still getting recycled at the inside line. Probably hoping to do a star pass, but their pivot is in the box.
Glitter Bomb through one more time. 16-point jam so far for Tucson. And they're able to keep Pacific Roller Derby in place.
Getting ready for another scoring pass from Tucson as Glitter Bomb comes around. And I'm seeing a forearm call again for the
another forearm. That's 2 forearms in a row for no fox given.
And it means that Venus Thigh Trap is all alone on the track with no one to hand that star to. She's gonna have to make it through on her own. And
Glitter Bomb tiptoes through. That's pass number what's that, 7 now? 24 points there.
Wow, yeah.
On the scoreboard for Tucson, but here comes the end of the jam here.
And there's the end of the jam. Great work there. That was a tough one. That's 24 points for Tucson, 0 for Pacific, bringing our score up to 18 Pacific, 58 Tucson.
Almost halfway through our first half here. At this jam line, I see for Pacific Roller Derby number 91, Sabine Wraith, and for Tucson, 424, Artie Misfit. Immediate no pack call.
Yeah, Artie breaking through the Tucson wall, which recloses behind her and catches Sabine, but that's no match. Sabine gets out and is lead jammer for Pacific Roller Derby. I think she's a strong strong jammer here. And let's see if we can put up some points on the board for Pacific. Looks like Artie Misfit is also out, coming around on finishing her initial pass. And Sabine calls it off after getting 4 points.
Penalty update there. Number 25, Lana Del Slay, sent to the penalty box from Tucson. That was a direction call. But that'll bring us into our next jam at the jam line for Tucson. Number 87, Bunny Beatdown, and for Pacific Roller Derby number 50, Strawberry Short Skate. 5-second call there.
I like this rotation that Pacific has going on. We saw Strawberry Shortcake as a pivot in the previous jams. And now she's going out as a full-on jammer, and it looks like it paid off because she got lead jam there. That's Strawberry Shortcake in the lead for Pacific, followed not too far behind by Bunny Beatdown for Tucson. Let's see if Pacific can put some points up on the board. And, oh, Bunny Beatdown lapping and sneaking through to get 4 points for Tucson. Bunny Beatdown calls it off before there can be another lap from Tucson.
Looks like the pivot from Tucson, number 122, the Diamond Cutter, received penalty number 3. That was an illegal position penalty, and they are in the box for that. Speaking of Tucson, at the jam line for Tucson, number 27, Foul Play, and from Pacific Roller Derby, number 187, Sugar and Cyanide. There's the whistle, they're off. Cyanide up ahead.
Almost immediate no pack as those two walls are too far apart. We got a penalty for number 3 on Tucson, the Diamond Cutter.
No, that is number 3, Kill Pickle. That was a forearm.
That's right. And the Pacific Jammer is out and looking to come around and score some points. Let's see, we've only got one Tucson blocker on the track, and they're easily able to get past and call it off. That's great. 8 points for Pacific on that last jam. Holding strong.
8 points well earned.
Tucson starting off the next jam with 2 blockers on the box and 2 on the track.
Might be 3, actually.
Oh.
Anna Rose, number 06.
I think
it was
out.
Anna Rose who may have gotten that last penalty. Not the Diamond Cutter.
Got it.
I see, but at the jam line for Tucson, I see Glitter Bomb, and from Pacific Roller Derby, Strawberry Short Skates. There's the no pack call. Jammers briefly shoulder to shoulder, but Strawberry Short Skate is going to take position.
Ooh, and it's a penalty for Strawberry Short Skate. I think it may be
We'll hear about what that is in just a second. Glitter Bomb now has lead jammer status assessed to them. They're coming back around to the back of the pack, coming into turns 1 and 2. That was an illegal contact call on Strawberry Short Skate, which brought us to our power jam where we are now. Glitter Bomb contending with some blockers, getting cycled back, trying again on the inside, kind of close to right in the middle, actually. And they are through. That's another 4, or rather the first 4 points on the scoreboard for Glitter Bomb. Glitter Bomb now on turns 1 and 2 again, going into the straightaway, assessing where their blockers are at and going right at them. Unable to make it through initially on that first tripod, on that first try for the tripod, but they're through now.
That was a good last jam for the Javelinas. They put up 8 points on the board and held Pacific Roller Derby at 0 points. We're heading into jam 14 with 11 minutes and 15 seconds left in this first half, game 4 of Cosmo Chaos. At the jam line, we have 424, Artie Misfit for Tucson, and number 91, Sabina Wraith. Sabina putting one of the Tucson blockers on the ground, trying to get past and doing a spin move to get around the outside, trying to make these blockers get moving and break apart so that she can get through. Up at the front, we got Artie Misfit, and it's Artie Misfit out as lead jammer for Tucson Roller Derby.
Really quick, it looks like 797 Papa Roche from Tucson in the box for a legal position.
Sabina is also out for Pacific Roller Derby, but does not get a chance to score any points as Artie Misfit comes around and calls it off after getting 4 points for Tucson.
Up next to the jam line for Pacific Roller Derby, number 007, Carmen Slam Diego. And for Tucson, number 87, Bunny Beatdown. The 5-second call. There's the whistle. Both jammers trying that outside. Here's Bunny on the inside, getting pushed into the infield and gets cycled back, but not too far back. Bunny beatdown really laying down the beatdown as they are pushing down other skaters. And there's a track cut call for Bunny beatdown, which means we are in a power jam for Pacific. Carmen Slandiego up ahead there on turn number 2, contending with some blockers. There's a no pout call, and Carmen is through.
Nice. Pacific is trying to hold one of those Tucson blockers in the back so that they keep pack and hopefully make it a little bit easier for their jammer to get through. They're going to wait in the back and let their jammer push Tucson out of play. Oh, she actually calls it off. So we're going to start the next jam with a power jam for Pacific Roller Derby.
There's a team timeout for Pacific Roller Derby.
If you want to cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during this bout, you can buy a bout shout. Please keep it family friendly, but let the skaters, officials, and volunteers know you love and care and know about how special they are. Go see our team over at the hospitality stand at the front desk to buy your bout shout. You can get a $2 donation, gets you 1 shout out, $5 donation gets you 3 shout outs, and we will read them in the room right here and they'll appear on the stream. Let your favorite skaters know that you are watching at home.
And thank you to Skate Good Club, jerseys sustainably made in Europe with dispatch from Europe, the USA, and the UK. Enjoy perfect color matching, no minimum orders, and jerseys built to last. Skate hard with gear made to last. Skate Good Club jerseys are sustainably made, ultra durable, and ready to ship from your corner of the world. No minimums, just maximum style.
That rolling whistle ends the team timeout, and we are going to start with a power jam. We got on the line, we got 916 Major D for Pacific Roller Derby. Tucson is going to set up in a defensive formation, hopefully catch Major D as they come around. Pacific going to try to do a little offense and get their jammer out. Here we go, Pacific going for a bookends for two blockers on each side and then pulling back to let their jammer break up around the outside. And unfortunately, their jammer gets recycled to the back of the pack, coming back around on turn 1. And it's Major D for lead jammer for Pacific Hooligans.
Bunny beatdown is through, and there's the track cut once again. Bunny beatdown not looking too happy going back to the penalty box. That means another full 30 seconds of power jam for Pacific Roller Derby. Major D is going, looking pretty good, looking happy about this. Going to make the best of it as they can.
And Tucson tries to take off as the jammer comes around, but they have to stop as there is a no pack called. This gives Major D an opportunity to break through the pack, stuck on one last blocker, and then makes it around the outside line for another 4 points. Pacific Roller Derby setting up for the return of the Javelinas jammer. And Major D trying to get through past the Tucson blockers once again. And the jam gets called off. Right then, that was a successful jam for the Pacific Roller Derby. That's 11 points for Hooligans, 0 points Tucson.
Speaking of Tucson, at the jam line for Tucson Roller Derby, that's number, I believe that's 3435, Whole Punch of Pain.
We haven't seen a jam from this jammer yet.
No, not yet. I mean, let's just see what happens. And from Pacific, number 91, Sabine Wraith. Speaking of hole punch, it looks like Whole Punch of Pain punched a hole right through that wall, was able to make it through. Sabine Wraith, though, did the same thing, not far behind. We saw a tap from the hips, and there's the call-off. Whole Punch of Pain not able to add any points to the scoreboard, but neither was Sabine, so 0-point jam that.
Hey, not too bad for Tucson. They get to keep their lead. We're going into jam 18 with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in this half. At the jam line for Pacific Roller Derby, we have 68 Venus Thigh Trap. And number 424, Artie
Misfits.
Artie Misfit.
Artie Misfits up ahead, taking
Clear
the
lead.
inside and is able to get through for lead jam. We're going to come back around to that first straightaway. Hopefully earn some points. Venus Thigh Trap contending with some Tucson blockers, and Artie is about, yes, all the way through now. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Tucson. Venus Thigh Trap has taken the star off and passed it over. That is Strawberry Short Skates now jamming for Pacific Roller Derby. Short Skate out and right behind Artie Misfit. Lots of options here for Artie now.
Looks like Artie's getting ready to call it off. Probably opening at 1 point, call it off.
Yep.
There we go. That last lap around was 0-0, but it looks like we put up 8 points on the board for the Javelinas in that last jam. Up next on the jam line, we have 007 Carmen Slam Diego for Pacific and 6-9 Glitter Bomb for Tucson. Hey, I've got a special shout out for Glitter Bomb. Go Glitter Bomb! Love from your Flagstaff family. That's a bout shout. You too could buy one for your favorite skater. And great job, Glitter Bomb, out immediately on the outside line.
See, those bout shouts are a good investment.
Help your skaters skate faster, hit harder with bout shouts. And Pacific Roller Derby Jammer still stuck on Tucson blockers. Glitter Bomb coming around for a scoring pass, easily puts up 4 points on the board. Pacific trying to do a little offense, help their jammer out and get ready for the next scoring pass for Glitter Bomb. Oh, starts on a awesome apex jump, but doesn't quite make it as a hit out of bounds by No Fox Given. Glitter Bomb at the back of the pack on Tucson's blockers, trying to find a hole through the inside line, and they make it out around the outside. Nice. Pacific Roller Derby helping their jammer out. Still on initial pass for Pacific. We've got a star pass for Pacific. It looks like jamming now we have 0-0-0, No Fox Given.
That's right.
Thank you to our pivots, taking the sacrifice for our jammers.
Ooh, a power jam now. Glitter Bomb for Tucson is getting sent to the penalty box. That's a track cut. And number 210, Smackavoy from Pacific Roller Derby, also getting sent to the box for a track cut, which means 0-0-0, No Fox Given is in a power jam. 33 seconds left. Oh no, and here's the track cut for No Fox Given. So we're going to have a jammer swap here, as one jammer is sent to the penalty box, the other jammer can leave the penalty box.
And so we should be getting Glitter Bomb back on the track in just a moment. Tucson doing some offense to help get their jammer out. I see 390 trying to draw a track cut on a blocker. Doesn't quite get it. And number 20D20 sent to the box for a multiplayer. That was a tough jam. That was a 2-minute jam. That's always tiring. But it ended up with 12 points for the Javelinas, 0 points Pacific. Got just under 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes left in our jam, in our half.
You got there.
I got it.
Power start here for Tucson on the jam line. For Tucson, number 27, Foul Play. Foul Play up on that first turn there. Contending with a tripod, but getting a little bit of help from their friend at number 3, Kill Pickle. Kill Pickle getting hit hard out into the outfield, while Foul Play is working now on a bipod. We see skaters here really stretching out that pack.
And it's Tucson with the lead jam. Lead jammer not too far behind is No Fox Given coming out of the penalty box. Let's see if Tucson can put any points up on the board. And she calls it off.
Let's see how many points that was for Tucson. It looks like 3? Yes, I believe that's 3 points on the scoreboard for Tucson. 0 for Pacific Roller Derby. Score is Tucson leading with 97 points. Pacific Roller Derby at 46. Minute 45 left in the first half as we go into jam number 21.
This may be the last jam of the half. We'll see. At the line, we've got 3-4-3-5 Hole Puncher Pain for Tucson and 9-1-6 Major D for Pacific. lots of skaters on the ground. And Hole Punch of Pain trying to find a way through, gets knocked to the ground by Pacific, but gets back up and makes it through as lead jammer Tucson.
Like a few penalties there. Sugar and Cyanide from Pacific Roller Derby serving for an league position. And number 122, the Diamond Cutter, getting sent to the penalty box for, funny enough, a cut. Minute remaining here in the first half. Tucson Roller Derby earning 3 points on last jam, hitting the century mark, with Pacific Roller Derby trailing behind 46 points. It's a 54-point game as we are about to end this first half, but we got one more jam here for you at the jam line for Pacific Roller Derby, number 91, Sabine Wraith, and from Tucson, number 424, Artie Misfit.
Both teams lining up at the jam line and trying to catch those jammers as they come in. Immediate run back from Tucson, and Tucson is lead. Artie Misfit, lead jammer. Sabine, getting hit right out on the outside by Papa Roche.
Here comes Artie Misfit now on the straightaway, working on those blockers to find an opening, and they find it. They're now through another, first four on the scoreboard for Artie Misfit. 3 seconds remaining in this half, minute 30 in the jam. It is Artie Misfit's jam, so they can end it whenever they like, and it looks like they like to end it now. They call the jam, and that brings us to halftime.
Our score going to halftime is Pacific Roller Derby Hooligans at 4.
62-point lead. Taking a look at the penalties, you know, nothing super notable here. Pacific Roller Derby with 8 penalties. Tucson with 17, but no one near the penalty limit. I'm taking a look at closer look at the stats. It looks like Tucson has been getting a lead jammer 15 times compared to Pacific Roller Derby's 7 times. Speaking of Pacific Roller Derby, at the jam line for the Hooligans, number 187, Sugar and Cyanide, and for Tucson, number 69, Glitter Bomb. It's going to be Glitter Bomb who gets lead jam this first jam back in the second half. Sugar and Cyanide is not far behind. They're now coming back around to the back of the pack, and there's Glitter with the call-off.
Looks like that was 2 points for Tucson, 0 points for Pacific, just to start off our second half. At the jam line, we have Sabine Wraith for Pacific Roller Derby and 424 Artie Misfit.
There's the whistle. Artie looking and finds a hole on the outside. That's lead jam for Tucson.
Sabine gets recycled back to the back of the pack, trying to make her way through past these Tucson blockers. We're in a strong tripod. Oh, and it's a star pass. Great work. Great star pass to...
Looks like Venus Thigh Trap with a star for Pacific Roller Derby.
Not too far behind Tucson's jammer. Maybe we can get some points up on the board. And Tucson calls it off.
Maybe 2 points? Yes, that's 2 points there for Tucson. 2 points, Tucson. I'm terribly sorry for that last pun. But that brings us into jam number 3. Coming to the jam line for Tucson, number 3435, Hole Punch of Pain, and for Pacific Roller Derby, number 916, Major D.
I'm seeing the Pacific lined up at the pivot line. There it is. But Tucson rolled up to avoid a no pack at the start of the jam. Hole Punch of Pain trying to find their way past these Pacific blockers, and Major D trying to find the way around the outside line. Unfortunately falls down. And, ooh, both jammers are...
Look at that.
Oh, wow, it's Major D out as lead jammer, followed right behind by Hole Punch of Pain. I'm seeing an equipment on the track. That doesn't stop our jam. We've got Major D coming around up against Tucson's wall, and they call it off.
Looks like our piece of track equipment has been claimed. We're glad to get that off the track. And we're in an official timeout.
Looks like that last jam, each team put up 1 point. So 1-1, bringing us up to Pacific 47, Tucson 117. Only 3 minutes into our second half. At the jam line, we have number 27 for Tucson, foul play. Oh, and it looks like it's a power jam for Tucson. So Tucson blocker's going to try and do some offense, get their jammer out.
That was an illegal position call on Major D, the jammer for Pacific Roller Derby.
Pacific doing their best to hold that jammer in, but they cannot. That's foul play for lead jammer for Tucson. Tucson lining up for some offense and gonna sweep that Pacific line. Pacific is able to roll away and reform, so that foul play still needs to try to get their way past these strong blockers. And Pacific jammer has completed their first pass.
916 Major D. But there's the call off from foul play before Major D can add any more points to the scoreboard for Pacific Roller Derby. 4 points on the scoreboard for Tucson. And that'll bring us into jam number 5. For jam number 5, at the jam line for Tucson Roller Derby, number 69, Glitter Bomb, and for Pacific Roller Derby, number 68, Venus Thigh Trap. There's the whistle. Jammers briefly shoulder to shoulder there, trying on that outside line. Venus on the in, though, was able to make some progress. And Venus is through.
Lead jammer.
Where's the lead jam? There it is. Lead jam assessed to Venus thigh trap.
We're sending Pacific blocker 000, no Fox given, to the box.
That's right. We'll find out. Oh, that was a multiplayer call there for no Fox given.
Venus thigh trap gets through, I think gets a few points and calls it off. Gets 1 point. Excellent. Every point counts for Pacific at this moment. Really good energy from both teams here out on the track. Pacific starting with 1 blocker in the box. They've only got 3 defense here on the track. Tucson at full strength. Both jammers lining up on the inside line. That's Sabine Wraith for Pacific.
And Artie Misfit for Tucson. It's going to be Artie out in front with lead jam. Sabine has taken the star off their head, but can they find an opening? Perhaps they can. Here comes Artie on the outside track. 4 points on the scoreboard for Tucson. Sabine juking in and is able to make it through. Sabine now ready to start earning some points for Pacific Roller Derby. Meanwhile, Artie Misfit finds another opening there on the outside track. That's now 8 points for Tucson Roller Derby.
Artie making Sabine making past 2 blockers for Tucson, getting a couple points up, but gets recycled all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Artie's made it through on the outside line for another 4 points. I thought they were thinking about calling it off, but we're going to keep running it and get even more points up on the board. Both jammers at the back of the pack. Artie stuck on Pacific's wall, trying to find a hole through those strong blocker tripods, getting pushed around by Pacific. And at the back of the pack, we have Sabine Wraith, and Artie calls it off. Didn't want to run all the way back to the back of that pack, so decided she'd rather call it off.
Looks like 2 more points on the scoreboard for Tucson. Puts them at 15 points total, 3 for Pacific Roller Derby. That's 51 points total for Pacific, 136 for Tucson. 23 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the second half, going into jam number 7. At the jam line for Pacific, number 007, Carmen Slam Diego, and for Tucson, number 87, Bunny Beatdown. Bunny is on the outside. Can Bunny find a hole? Not in time. There's Carmen Slam Diego, who gets assessed lead jammer. Both jammers now neck and neck as they come around to turns 1 and 2, and there's the call off from Carmen Slam Diego.
Yeah, those jammers are really going. And the blockers trying to keep up, trying to lap around, get ready to catch, but they call it off. That last jam is 0-0, bringing us up to Pacific 51, Tucson 136.
At the line for Tucson, that's number 27, yeah, that's right, foul play. And for Pacific Roller Derby, number 916, Major D. There's the whistle, both jammers trying the outside. Only one will be successful, I suspect. It's looking like it might be Major D, but they're being stymied by some more blockers. Now, foul play is up ahead, but no, Major D who gets the lead jam.
Pacific has been really improving their lead percentage here with Major D and lead jammer, but Tucson jammers also out. Major D coming around for a scoring pass. Going to try to get past these Tucson blockers, and they do, getting 4 points up on the board. Just as as the Tucson jammer comes around for a scoring pass as well.
That's foul play, and in the box right, number 6'8", number 6'8", Venus thigh trap for Pacific Roller Derby, serving for a multiplayer. There's the call off there.
I think Major D may have gotten 1 extra point. That's right. So we got 5 points on the board for Pacific, 4 points for the Javelinas.
At the jam line for Pacific, number 50, Strawberry Short Skates. And for Tucson, number 69, Glitter Bomb.
Strawberry Shortcake knocked Tucson's jammer out on the inside line as she was coming through. But Glitterbomb is not deterred and skates up the inside line to get out, finish her initial pass. Strawberry short skate coming around for a scoring pass. And just getting caught up a little bit on Tucson's blockers, but maybe got a couple points and calls off the jam.
Nice quick jam there. See what the score looks like. I see 0 fingers on the Tucson ref and 1 for Pacific Roller Derby.
Every point counts.
Did it right the last time, but very close skates. Steve said. At the jam line now for Pacific Roller Derby. Number 007, Carmen Slam Diego, and for Tucson, number 424, Artie Misfits. Artie Misfit up ahead, working on 4 blockers from Pacific Roller Derby.
That's tough to go up against 4 blockers. All of those, every blocker on the track is doing defense or bridging out. And it looks like you've got Tucson. Artie Misfit is the lead jammer for this jam.
Yeah, and it looks like Carmen Slam Diego is working on the same thing. And just I was going to say that, one of the Tucson skaters was sent to the penalty box. That's all of a sudden, number 324 for Pacific.
And Artie calls off the jam.
That's 2 skaters now in the penalty box. 1 for Tucson, that's number 66 Buckets for a forearm. And for Pacific, number 324, all of a sudden for illegal position.
Tucson calling a timeout. Give us a second to catch up on these penalties. We are now just over 20 minutes remaining in the second period, with Pacific at 57, Tucson 144. Hey, since we've got a timeout, I'll give a shout out to our sponsor, Fit Aid. Fit Aid is a hydration packet that replenishes sodium, potassium, and magnesium, providing over 200% more magnesium and potassium than leading competitors. Sugar-free and dextrose-free, it's built to keep you performing at your best. Available in single-serve stick packs, watermelon wave, and pink Himalayan lemonade. That sounds delicious, and if you're here in person, you can get it in your hospitality basket for the visiting teams. Thank you, Fit Aid, for sponsoring our tournament.
At the jam line for Tucson, that's number 87 Bunny Beatdown, and for Pacific Roller Derby, that's 916 Major D.
Both teams starting off at the pivot line, getting those jammers a lot of speed before they come in. And it's going to be to their advantage as Bunny Beatdown made it through but slipped and fell. I think she's still lead.
She is, yes, that's
right,
correct.
But coming around the track is the Pacific Jammer, who has completed her initial pass and is going to score right now. With a little assist from her teammates, gets past the Tucson blockers for 4 points. Bunny Beatdown coming around the track around turn 3 right now. Pacific is ready for her up on the inside line. And both teams' blockers skating really fast, trying to keep their momentum going as these jammers come around. But both jammers coming around the outside of the track, ready for another scoring pass. And Bunny Beatdown calls it off. There was 1 point on that last jam for Pacific. Great work. That jam was 10 points for Pacific, 4 points for Tucson.
Coming up next in jam number 12 at the jam line for Pacific Roller Derby, number 91 Sabine Wraith. And for Tucson, number 27 Foul Play. Looks like we have Pacific Roller Derby at the jam line. A little dynamic start there for Tucson as they come from the pivot line and join the rest of the skaters on the jam line. It's Foul Play who makes it through.
Nice.
Lead jam for Tucson Roller Derby. Sabine working as well. Star is off, and there is the star pass for Pacific Roller Derby. Star is passed to 187 Sugar and Cyanide. And Pacific Roller Derby is down a skater. That's number 44 Megan My Day, serving for direction as Foul Play makes it through, earning 4 points. Sugar and Cyanide is now through as well. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Sugar and Cyanide, and another 4 on the scoreboard for foul play.
Also, Javelina's jammer gets through and calls it off. That's 8 points on the board for Tucson, 4 for the Hooligans. Keeping it moving right along to Jam 13. We've got 6-9 Glitter Bomb for Tucson, and numbers 007 Carmen Slam Diego jamming for Pacific. Jammers both working on those strong blocker tripods, and Glitter Bomb is able to find a way through on the outside line. Pacific coming back to do a little offense, help Carmen Slam Diego get out. Stymied by 2 more Tucson blockers up at the front. Spends a brief moment on the ground before getting back up to fight her way through. And Glitter Bomb still trying to get past those last 2 Pacific blockers.
Looks like a forearm call there for 1-2-2, the Diamond Cutter. That's penalty number 5, the Diamond Cutter. They're going to get sent to the box for 30 seconds. Glitter Bomb is coming back around now, about to run into those Pacific blockers on the outside and finds a way through almost all of them, still contending with a few more. Can the Pacific blockers regroup? No, they cannot. Glitter Bomb is through. That's 4 points on the scoreboard. It's 8 points total for Tucson, as Carmen Slam Diego is now working on earning some points themselves.
What? Attempted apex jump from Glitter Bomb, but it was not quite enough. And it looks like Carmen has got a penalty and is headed to the penalty box.
That's 2 penalties for Pacific Roller Derby. Forearm for Heidi Doom 0-0, and a cut, I believe, for our jammer for Pacific Roller Derby 0-0-7 at Carmen Slam Diego. So Heidi Doom, forearm. Carmen Slam Diego, track cut.
Wow, great apex jump there from Glitter Bomb. Javelinas are going to use this to their advantage to get a couple extra points before calling it off. So they will start in a power jam for Tucson. And our power jammer will be Artie Misfit for the Javelinas. Really good strategic calls from both teams here, knowing the right exact moment to call it off to maximize your points, maximize the time, weight, usage.
Oh, absolutely. I can only imagine that's a difficult thing to get timed correctly.
It takes a lot of communication, and it's already out already on the initial pass for Tucson. It's a power jam for Tucson, so Tucson blockers are going to do some offense to try to help their jammer out and see if Artie can get through on a scoring pass. Nice recycle back from Strawberry short skate. Keeping the Javelinas jammer at the back of the pack. Carmen Slam Diego from Pacific is released and is dumped to the outside of the track by Tucson blockers, recycled back by number 6-6 Bucket. Both jammers trying to get through these blocker walls. Looks like we've got pack up in the front as we have a Tucson blocker, and both teams bridging to the back.
No pack call, and Artie Misfit is able to get through on that no pack call. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Artie Misfit, and there it looks like is a star pass for Pacific Roller Derby. Now wearing the star is number 0-0 Heidi Doom.
And Heidi is out, able to get through that pass for the initial, and it coming around to score some points. I saw the Tucson pivot go to the box for what looks like a multiplayer block, so they'll sit in there for 30 seconds before rejoining their team. Artie Misfit still powered, not power jam, but lead jammer. Pacific calling for some encouragement from her bench and able to come around for another scoring pass. Trying to get past an outside line past those Tucson blockers, but gets recycled back. Artie calls off the jam. Let's see how many points we put up in that one. That was a good jam. Looks like we're at 11 points for the Javelinas, 5 points for the Hooligans.
And up next in jam number 15 at the jam line, for Pacific Roller Derby, number 6-8, Venus Thigh Trap, and for Tucson, number 8-7, Bunny Beatdown. There's the whistle. Both skaters taking the inside. Venus Thigh Trap is through on the inside. Lead jam for Pacific Roller Derby.
Nice, leaving two Tucson blockers on the ground in her wake.
Bunny Beatdown is not far behind, so it looks like the Thigh Trap just noticed that and it's picking up the speed. They're coming back around on turns 1 and 2 to the back of the pack. Here comes Thigh Trap, hitting hard into the pack and calling it off. It looks like maybe 1 point. Yes, indeed, 1 point for Venus Thigh Trap. 0 for Bunny Beatdown.
Pacific is trying to get every point they can. They're at 78 points right now up against Tucson's 183 as we head into Jam 16 with about 11 and a half minutes left in this period. At the line, we've got 2-7 foul play for Tucson and 9-1-6 Major D for Pacific. Oh, Major D almost made it around on the outside, but got tripped up and recycled back to the back. It is foul play, Tucson, lead jammer. And Major D is out as well, about 2/3 of the track behind foul play. Foul play is coming in for a scoring pass and trying to score some points before the Pacific jammer comes into the pack.
Looks like a track cut there for Carmen Slam Diego of Pacific Roller Derby.
As a blocker, not as a jammer. So we've got both jammers out, coming around for another scoring pass. Blockers getting ready for impact. And nice hit out from Strawberry short skate and run back. A little bit all the way back. So foul play must recycle all the way to the back before getting caught again on Pacific's blockers. Pacific jammer actually doing some blocking here, trying to help contain that jammer before sneaking by an outside line. Nice strategic move there. Major D puts up another 4 points. Major D coming around for a scoring pass. We've still have foul play as lead jammer, but they're not going to call it. Tucson wants to run this clock out.
Looks like number 311 Rage from Tucson Roller Derby in the penalty box. Their third penalty of the day for a direction call.
And Major D is through again for another 4 points. Great work. Looks like Major D is leading this points for this jam, despite not even being lead. Foul play at the back of the pack, stymied by the Pacific blockers. Just a couple seconds left in this jam, and that jam is timed out. That jam worked out really well for Pacific. That was 16 points Pacific, 12 points for the Javelinas.
Tucson still in the lead 195 to Pacific Roller Derby's 94 points. That's a 101 point game. At the jam line for Tucson, number 3435 Whole Punch of Pain, and for Pacific Roller Derby, number 91 Sabine Wraith. There's the timeout call, not the start of jam call. I believe it's going to be an official timeout there. Great opportunity for me to tell you about Humble Brands. Based in New Mexico, Humble Brands is committed to creating simple and effective personal care products while being mindful of our impact on the planet and caring for our communities. Once again, Whole Bunch of Pain and Sabine Wraith at the jam line. It's going to be Hole Punch on the inside track against lead jammer.
Bean's taking off the star. He's trying to get there on the outside line, but gets recycled back by Tucson.
Here comes Whole Punch of Pain once again. A little stumble there right in the middle of the track, coming out of turn number 1, but Whole Punch is able to get right back up and right back into the opposing blockers' faces. Whole Punch is now through, and so is Sabine. Sabine ready to start earning some points on their scoring pass. I suppose we'll see a little bit of action here from Whole Punch, and there indeed is the call-off.
4 points for Tucson. Looks like a total of 8 points for that jam for the Javelina, 0 points for the Hooligans. We got timeout for the Javelinas. Just a team timeout.
Don't forget to try IQ Bar, delicious plant-based bars designed to fuel both your brain and body. Each bar is packed with protein, fiber, and brain nutrients. Gotta love those brain nutrients to keep you energized, focused, and full longer without the sugar crash. Absolutely no sugar crash.
Absolutely.
Which is important. Clean ingredients, smart nutrition, and crave-worthy flavors. That's the IQ Bar difference. Hashtag IQ Bar.
I also want to say thank you to our sponsor, Moxie Barbell. Moxie Barbell helps busy humans build muscle, fuel smarter, and feel more confident in their skin without restrictive diets or hours in the gym. If you want to break free from the all-or-nothing mindset and build lasting strength and confidence, DM at Moxie Barbell on Instagram to learn more.
Coming out of that timeout there at the jam line for Pacific is number 6'8", Venus Thigh Trap, and for Tucson, number, I believe, 8'7", Bunny Beatdown. There's the whistle. Bunny Beatdown trying the inside track, stumbles up, can't quite make it through. Now contending with two skaters, but no! Bunny Beatdown is through. That's lead jam for Tucson. Venus Thigh Trap working on some blockers there. That's number 311, Rage, holding up Venus Thigh Trap and keeping any forward progress from being made. Bunny Beatdown now back at the back of the pack, trying on the outside track. Can't quite make progress, so they're going to try on the inside now. Almost making it all the way through before stumbling a little bit.
And it's a star pass for Pacific. That's Heidi Doom, number 00, now jamming for Pacific Roller Derby Hooligans. Oh, and it's a power jam for Pacific with Bunny Beatdown sent to the box for a back block. Tucson is going to take off. They do not want their points to get taken by Heidi Doom, but Heidi's going to find a way through. We're going to be stuck in this tripod. Pacific Roller Derby holding at the back or trying to send up an offense to help Heidi get out. It's really tough to go up against these four defense blockers, but if she pushes a little further, they're going to have to start dropping some into bridging.
Heidi still looking for an opening, trying the outside, and will make it through.
Heidi's through for 4 points. And Bunny Beatdown is also back on the track. Oh, sliding around on the outside line. Pacific quick with a reform to reform back in front of Bunny Beatdown.
Yeah, really great regroup there. It looks like that turn 1 and 2 is a little slippery. We've seen lots of slipping on those turns from our skaters today.
Heidi Doom recycled back to the back of the pack by Tucson blockers. Both jammers struggling against that last couple blockers. Bunny Beatdown makes it out with 4 points. There's just a couple seconds left in the jam. I hope Heidi can get a couple more points. Let's see, Bunny Beatdown's coming around. And there's the end of the jam. That was a 2-minute jam. Great job from a pivot turn blocker, Heidi Doom, and Bunny Beatdown jamming for Tucson.
Yeah, Bunny Beatdown was able to make some progress there despite serving the back block. That was penalty number 5 for Bunny Beatdowns, though. That means Bunny's only got 2 more penalties before they're fouled out from this game.
That last jam from Pacific took us over into the 100-point mark with 102 Pacific. Up next at the jam line, we have Hole Puncher Pain for Tucson and Major D jamming for Pacific. Major D is lead jam for Pacific. Hole Punch stuck behind the Pacific blockers. Long run back from Tucson, excuse me, running Major D all the way back to the back of the engagement zone.
Here comes Hole Punch of Pain coming to the back of the pack, but there's the call off. 0 points there on the ref's fingers for Hole Punch of Pain and Tucson Roller Derby. And 2 points. I see an extra 2 points there for Pacific. Oh, 3 points.
Even better. And 1 point for Tucson. It all balances out.
There you go.
We've got 4.5 minutes left in this game.
At the jam line for Pacific, number 91 Sabine Wraith, and for Tucson, number 27 Foul Play. Here they go, approaching the pack at the pivot line. Looks like Foul Plane just has a little bit of position, but here comes Sabine Wraith on the outside track. Lead jam for Pacific Roller Derby.
Foul play, trying to get through. We got the last two Pacific blockers to contend with, trying to push her way through and get out on her initial scoring pass. Sabine stuck in the back on a scoring pass. And there we go. Foul play is out and coming around the track again for a scoring pass. But Sabine calls it off. And in the jam with, looks like 2 points for Pacific.
Glitter Bomb at the jam line for Tucson Roller Derby, and standing right next to them, number 6-8, Venus Thigh Trap for Pacific Roller Derby. Once again, it looks like our pack is at the pivot line, full 20, 30 feet behind, ahead rather, of the jammers.
That lets those jammers get up a lot of speed before they hit the pack. Kind of hurts when you're a blocker.
Yeah, but it sure is fun to watch. Here comes Glitter Bomb, making it through for lead jam as Venus Thigh Trap takes a little fall there on turn number 1. Looks like a penalty assessed to a skater for Pacific Roller Derby. That's a multiplayer call. And another looks like a high block for Venus Thigh Trap before Venus could get that star passed off. So we are in a power jam for Glitter Bomb and Tucson Roller Derby.
Yeah, Pacific's got 3 blockers left on the track. They're going to try and do their best to contain Glitter Bomb and not let her out. Tucson blocker staying at the back to force their jammer to push all the way out of play. And she can do it. Glitter Bomb is coming around again for a scoring pass. Gonna get up some speed. And nice, sneaks up the inside line without making contact with anyone. That's the best kind. And calls it off. Looks like that was 12-point jam for Tucson Roller Derby with 2 minutes left in this game.
That's right. Yet again, this looks like not quite a blowout, but it's going to be certainly very difficult for Pacific Roller Derby to come back from this. A full 113 points behind Tucson Roller Derby. There's the 5-second call. There's already Misfit at the jam line for Tucson Roller Derby, and we're starting in a power start because Venus Thigh Trap is still serving for that high block in the last jam. Artie Misfit is dodging back and forth as Venus Thigh Trap has re-entered the track, and Artie Misfit has got it. That's the lead jam for Tucson Roller Derby.
Venus Thigh Trap back out on the track, having to fight against Tucson's blockers. Looks like Tucson number 6-6 is going to the not going to the penalty box.
On a battle. Oh no, it's number 06, Anna Rose, getting serving for illegal position, if I saw that call correctly.
And with Tucson having the lead jammer and only 1 minute left in this period, I think they're going to want to run out the clock. With the lead they have, they're probably going to want to keep this game going and not have another jam. But we'll see. We'll see what Artie decides to do, if they want to call it off or keep it going. Artie has just got through with another 4 points. That makes this 8-point jam so far. And there's a star pass from Pacific. Now we have
no Fox given.
0-0-0, jamming for the Hooligans.
Less than a minute remaining in both the jam and the bout, but there's the call off.
And there is a couple seconds left. It looks like we will have another jam.
That's right, one more jam here, at least one more jam. At the jam line for Pacific, number 916, Major D, giving a high five to number 87, Bunny Beatdown from Tucson Roller Derby.
Five-second call. Both teams lined up at the jam line. Jammer's ready to explode out of that start line, right into the waiting blocker's arms.
Bunny Beatdown has position, working on blockers ahead of Major D, who's working on blockers from Tucson behind. But there's the cycle back, and it's Major D who gets lead jam for what is likely to be our final jam of the bout. Now both jammers are out as Major D comes around to the back of the pack. A little tumble there, and the call off, which will bring us to unofficial score.
Unofficial score is Pacific 107, Tucson 230.
And that was 3 more points just now added to the scoreboard for Pacific Roller Derby, putting them at 110 to Tucson's 230.
Great work from both teams out here, and thank you so much to our officials, volunteers, and medics who help us make this tournament happen. This is Cosmo Chaos, sponsored by the California Derby Galaxy Supernovas.
That's right. We'll wait to see if there's any adjustments to the score here. But it doesn't look like there will be. There's the final score there, 110 to 230, and Tucson wins it in game number 4 of day 1 of Cosmo Chaos. Let's see, who do we have next?
We got one more game for you today. Game
That's
5.
right. It's the Ultraviolets versus Rat City. The Rat City A's.
We've seen both of these teams coming up next play already one game today, so we'll see them up against each other in just a few minutes. Thank you so much.
My name is Mitch's Get Stitches. I'm here with
Z Machine, who will be back in just a few minutes. competitive TDA gameplay. And I think we're about to see some of that high-level gameplay today in our teams, with California Derby Galaxy Supernovas, Ultraviolets up against Rat City All-Stars.
And there's the first whistle. Screaming through the jam line, number 5, A Green, and the resetment from Ultraviolets up front behind A Green from the Rat City. How explosive start to the first jam there. There's a call off there. Looks for 1 point on the scoreboard for Rat City. Rat City, 0 points for the Derby Galaxy. Holy smokes, if that is what we have to come here, then we are going to have a very exciting, very explosive game. At the jam line for the Derby Galaxy, number 99, Marinator, and for Rat City, number 21, Anyang. There's the whistle. Marinator on the inside track is through. That's lead jam for the Derby Galaxy. That's Anyang working to find an opening there. Here comes Marinator juking to the inside, running into some blockers there. Anyang up ahead, working on some skaters. Looks like a forearm call there for Lowdown Derby. Shame for the Ultraviolets. And the Marinator is through. Now working on earning some more points once again. There's the star pads there. Damage control now holding the star for Red City Roller Derby. That's number 501. No, excuse me, that's Anyang for 2-1 holding the star.
Took the star to the track, and Marinator calls it off. We've already got a bout shout out. You got good luck to Supernovas from your friends at Cat Squad Roller Derby. Thanks, Cat Squad. If you want to give a bout shout out to your favorite teams, skaters, or officials, you can buy a bout shout at the front table at the hospitality desk. On the jam line for the Supernovas is number 86, Zoe Trope.
And for Red City, number 86, Made in China.
86 versus 86. What does it mean?
Bearded numerology, I'm sure it means something, but it means for right now is that Flatiron for a big jam. With Made in China looking to find a hole, that star is off ahead, and they're continuing to skate up ahead. Zoe Trope now back at the back of the pack, juking and trying to find the hole there. Can't quite find it. Once again, a really explosive jam here. Lowdown Derby Shane now back on the track, joining their fellow skaters.
Rat City blockers holding up Zoe Trope at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Made in China up at the front, trying to contend with the last 2 Supernovas blockers.
That's looks like Lil Killa holding Made in China back. And here comes Zoe Trope on the outside track.
Going for a second scoring pass.
And remaining here in this jam number 3, we may see a call soon. It looks like the legal contact there from 3. Galaxy. Okay. What 19 points, Red City's 3 points. That'll bring us into jam number 4, the jam line. Another neutral matchup there. 5 and 5 from the Derby Galaxy, number 5, Sunny Days, and from Rat City, number 5, A Green.
I think there's only a limited pool of jammer numbers you can choose from.
That's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Now in this jam here, there's A Green who gets the lead jam for Rat City. Sunny Days. Wow, really pushing through blockers there, trying to find an opening. Can't quite find it. A Green now at the back of the pack. Momentum stop for both jammers. And there's a high block call there for 501 of a Rat City Roller. That's damage control going to the penalty box.
And Days is out on our initial pass. And Green calls it off. That was a good jam for Rat City. Let's see how many points. I think that was 2 points up on the board for Rat City. Every point counts. That brings Red City up to 5 points, up against Supernova's 19. Breaking the chain of same jammer numbers, we have number 37 Rex and number 21 Anyang jamming for Rat City. Rex trying to find a way up the inside line, getting stopped by Rat City blockers. She's able to and lead with votes. Right. Oh, that's what just from the box. So needs that pull blocker swing to stop Rex from getting through.
There for Rat City, number 83. That's Thumper Skull in the penalty box.
And Rex calls off the jam.
Next, into jam number 6 at the jam line toward the Novas. That's number 99, Marinator. And for Rat City, that's number 8.
Rockzilla.
That's right, Rockzilla.
Rockzilla fighting hard to get past those Supernova's blockers, but they have her locked down in a diamond formation. Trying to duke around. Marinator up front, contending with the same City blockers. Getting a little assist from Logan's offense. It's not everything. They suck at this grass. Movement going out to try to right hand its Movinator with the lead jammer for Supernovas. We're seeing Supernova blocker low, starts his box for, say, a corner.
Penalty for low touch. In order to whip themselves ahead and get the pack there, it's another 4 points for Rat City. And once again, Rat City's able to find an opening there on the outside track. A green. tell you once again about Humble Brands. Humble Brands, based in New Mexico. Humble Brands is committed to creating simple and effective personal care products while being mindful of our impact on the planet and caring for our communities. The Humble Brand.
Rex is also out about half a lap behind. Looks like Lieutenant Jan is rejoining the pack. And Maiden China's going to score some points and call it off. Got 2 points up on the board for Rat City. This is a very close game. These are well-matched teams. We've got Supernovas at 35, Rat City at 40.
18.5 minutes in the first half, going into jam number 10 at the jam line for the Derby Galaxy number 99 Marinator, and for Rat City number 5 A Green. A Green, really a strong jammer this bout, and they're going to continue this streak as they get lead jam. Marinator's not far behind though. Oh, but unfortunately Marinator will be going to the penalty box for a track cut there. That means we're in a power jam for Rat City. A Green going to work their magic hopefully once again. Will we see a nearly 30-point jam? We'll see. Remains to be seen. Go ahead, please walk on by. And A Green says, why, thank you, I shall. A Green is now.
It's for Rat City, California, Derby Galaxy.
Lead is widening. Now it's a 24-point game with Rat City in the lead, 59-35. At the jam line for Rat City, number 2-1, Anyong. And for the Novas, number 5, Sunny Days.
Sunny Days.
Once again at the jam line for Rat City number 86, Made in China. And sitting next to Made in China, number 37, Rex. There's the whistle. Both jammers looking and pushing through blockers to try to find an opening, but not a whole lot of progress is made. But here comes Rex, almost making it through and tumbling, and it's going to be Made in China who comes through. Lead jam, Rat City.
Rex is out after getting past those last couple Rat City blockers. This is some great high-level derby. We're seeing really good strategies, really hard hits from each of the teams.
Little flourish there from Rex as they make it through.
With a full 4 points right before the jam gets called off. Incredible. So that last jam was 4 points Supernovas, 2 points Rat City.
Up next at the jam line, number 5 from Rat City, A Green, and from the Novas, number 99, Marinator. And it's going to be Marinator who makes it through, but followed shortly by A Green.
There's some fast jammers racing around the track, and the blockers are racing to get ahead, trying to keep their points protected. And Marinator calls it off. I saw he passed at least one blocker. Looks like 1 point each for each of the jammers. We're playing some fast derby today. I got a special shout out for Salt. Woof, woof, woof. Bring back treats. Love Ellie. With the 5-second call, we've got Sunny Days on the jam line, along with Anyang for Rat City. Sunny Days powering through. Oh, both jammers are out, but it looks like it's Anyang with lead jammer. Sunny Days about 10 feet behind. Can she catch up? Really good blocker work here, and Anyang gets through and calls it off. Let's see, again, another 1 point, 1 point for each team. Oh, sorry, 2 points for Rat City. 1 point for Supernovas. Rat City's thankful for that one extra point that Anyang scored. Up at the jam line, we have Blink 182. Blink has some fans in the audience. Go, Blinky, you got this, mama. Love corpses. And then we've got number 8, Rockzilla, jamming for Rat City.
Now, we don't see a whole lot of Rockzilla, but every time we do see Rockzilla, it's a good time. They're up ahead, and they will get lead jam for Rat City. Blink 182 working on those blockers just behind the pivot line. Can they find a hole? They might be able to. Rockzilla takes a little bit of a tumble there at the pivot line. And another tumble at the pivot line, working on finding a hole. Blink was able to make it through, and now back at the back of the pack.
I think there's a forearm call on Rat City blocker 1-1.
The beatdown going through the penalty box.
And right as Blink gets out, Rockzilla calls off the jam.
I just got a little scratchy.
Lining up at the jam line, it's 3-7 Rex and number 5, A Green again. Like this matchup, let's see how these jammers do. And Rex is out on the inside line. Green still in the back, trying to get past these Supernovas blockers, and she does get around on the outside line. Rex is coming in, trying to score some points, and makes it up the outside line. It also calls it off. Good. The textbook 4-0 jam for the Supernovas. Still a very close game. We're at California Derby Galaxy 49 up against Rat City 68 with about 10 minutes left in this period. Heading into Jam 17 at the jam line, we've got 86 Zoetrope and 21 Anyang for Rat City. A little dynamic start for both teams as jammers get stuck in the back, trying to keep their opposing jammer contained. And both blocker walls are doing a great job of holding those jukey jammers, keeping them from moving around too much. Both teams trying to get some offense to help their jammer out, but it is not working against these strong defensive blockers. It's just going to be a grindy one where the jammers have to push their way through and work for every single inch they're getting through. Looks like we've got a nice run back from Lieutenant Jan on Anyong there. And Zoetrope almost made it out, but had to recycle back to the back of the pack. And it's Anyong with the lead jammer for Rat City. Working hard with just over a minute left in this jam. Zoetrope still on initial. I heard a penalty call. Looks like Rat City blocker is heading to the box. That's 323 Feline Fatale. Another run back on Anyong from Lieutenant Jan. And Zoetrope is out after her initial, going in to score some points here, but not before Anyong calls it off. Very smart call off from Rat City. Looks like that was 3 points for Rat City, 0 points Supernovas.
8.5 minutes left here in the first half, going into jam number 18. Rat City still a lead, 71 points to California Derby Galaxy's 49. At the jam line for Rat City, number 86, Made in China, and for the Novas, number 99, Marinator. It's going to be Made in China who gets through, gets that lead jam status pretty quickly there for Rat City. Marinator's not far behind, though, as both skaters approach the back of the pack. There's the call-off from Made in China. I think perhaps 2 points there for Rat City. Yes, indeed, just the 2, but they're able to hold Novas scoreless.
Blocker walls lining up at the pivot line, but we've been seeing dynamic starts on both of these teams, so we'll see where they end up when that 5-second whistle is called. At the jam line, we have number 8, Rockzilla for Rat City, and number 5, Sunny Days for Supernovas. Wow, Sunny Days, I didn't even see her come through, but sneaks by on the inside line to get lead jammer for Supernovas. Rockzilla still in the pack on initial. Oh, and Sunny Days takes a tumble on the outside line. I think I saw a full somersault. Nice hit out from Salt on Rat City. And Lieutenant Jan is headed to the box for a direction. Rockzilla made it out on initial. Sunny Day is still lead jammer and is going to call it off. Let's see if we put up any points for the Supernovas. Looks like a full 4 points for Sunny Days. That's good. Makes you work hard for them, but you got to get those 4 points.
Up next from Rat City, number 5, A Green, and for the Novas, number 37, Rex.
Supernova starting down a blocker, but they are still able to contain Green and recycle. Oh, just kidding. Green is lead jammer for Rat City. Supernova's getting set up in the back for the next scoring pass. And Green's able to find a way around the outside line to get full 4 points. Rex being recycled to the inside line. Going up against those Rat City blockers. And it's a star pass. That's Sami Slam, number 1230. Now jamming for the Supernovas. And Rat City calls it off.
Up next, going into jam number 21 from the Novas, number 182, Blink 182, and from Rat City, number 86, Made in China. There's a 5-second call. Skaters coming to the back of the jam line for a nice little dynamic start there. Made in China is up ahead, working on some Novas blockers. Can Maiden China find an opening? Yes, they can, right there on the outside track. Lead jam for Rat City. Looking at Blink 182. Blink 182 is trying the same thing on the outside track, but is finding no success. Here comes Maiden China barreling directly into the Nova's blockers. Can't quite find an opening there. Skating left and then right and then left again, trying to find an opening through those blockers. But eventually we did find that opening. 4 points on the scoreboard for Rat City.
And it looks like Blinkett's 182 has also made it out for the Supernovas, finished her initial pass, is headed into a scoring pass. Maiden China knows it very well, though, and calls it off before Blink could score any points.
That's right. That's one additional point on the scoreboard for Rat City, bringing them up to 5-0 for the Novas. Terminator at the jam line for California Derby Galaxy, standing next to number 2-1. I believe that is Anyang.
Really good zone start from the Rat City. They've got Marinator contained in a tripod, and she's able to get out. Oh, one last hit, but she is out and still lead for the Supernovas. Anyang at the back of the pack, held in place by the Supernovas blockers. Marinator trying to score some points as she comes around. Blockers doing a great job holding down these hard-hitting jammers. Marinator almost able to sneak around the outside line and makes it without going out.
Terminator looking very happy to get through there, but oh no, there's the forearm call. We're now in a power jam for Rat City as Anyang is regrouping, star in hand.
This will be a 2-minute jam since Marinator was lead.
That's right, a whole minute remaining in this jam. 3 minutes remaining in the half. Another penalty there, number 36 HD getting sent to the box for a multiplayer.
And Anyang has made it out on her initial pass. Coming around now for a scoring pass. The Supernovas are trying to set up to contain, but Rat City is not letting them. That deep offense is great, keeping those blockers separated.
There's jam on from the skaters there as Marinator re-enters the track. Looks like a multiplayer call there for number 1-3, Lil Killa from the Derby Galaxy. They're getting sent to the box just as HD from the Novas is coming back onto the track.
I think that's 1-8 Alligator for a multiplayer.
Oh, a direction. That's a direction. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Got it.
Alligator
Lots of
as HD comes back. Anyang's made it back around, and there's the end of the jam.
Good work. It looks like we're getting Rat City calling an official review. Let's see what they are asking about.
Waiting for the officials to see that OR being called. No whistle yet. Uh-oh, both team captains are on the track. Was that perhaps 2 ORs?
2 official reviews.
Trying to be called at the same time? I've never seen that before.
I think you just do one right after the other. Our score as we go into this official review is Supernovas 57, Rat City 88.
Like we have
Supernovas are not too far behind.
Yeah, looks like we have the bench coach staff from both teams in the infield there. That reffing team says, hey, please take a number. We'll get you all sorted out as soon as we can.
Thank you so much to our officials, our skating officials, non-skating officials, medics, and volunteers who make this bout happen. Couldn't do this tournament without you. If you want to cheer on your favorite skaters, officials, and volunteers during the bout, you can buy a bout shout. Let the skaters, officials, and volunteers know you love and care about them, and let them know how special they are. A $2 donation gets you 1 shout-out. $5 donation gets you 3 shout-outs. And I've got a bout shout-out for you right now. And Smashaway is an incredible blocker and an amazing human. Go Annie, and thanks for finding us a new hotel that is habitable. I'm thankful for that too. You can hear your shout out to your favorite skater on the track and on the live stream.
A second penalty assessed to the white jammer, but the calls.
Looks like that official review is Rat City was asking for a second penalty to be assessed to the jammer, but looks like the call is going to stand. So no changes to the current lineups. That whistle signals the end of the official timeout, or the official review, and we're about to restart Derby.
11.
With that 5-second call at the line, we got Rockzilla for Rat City and Sunny Days for Supernovas, and it's Rockzilla with a lead jam for Rat City.
That's right. Like I said earlier, anytime we see Rockzilla on the track, it's just it's a victory for Rockzilla. It seems like that anyway.
And easily getting through that Supernova's defense, just breaking them open like open French doors. I don't know, revolving doors. Anyway, it's a star pass for the Supernovas. We've got Harley Sin, number 2-4 jamming. But Rat City calls it off before Harley can score any points. And here we have an official review for the Supernovas.
We'll find out what that is in just a moment. Looks like number 4864, Lowdown Derby Shame, in the box for a multiplayer.
While we find out what this official review is about, let's shout out our sponsor, Skate Good Club. Skate Good Club jerseys are made in Europe with dispatch from Europe, the US, and the UK. Enjoy perfect color matching, no minimum orders, and jerseys built to last. Fast skating, not fast fashion, just solid jerseys made right. Skate Good Club. Jerseys, ships from the UK, US, or USA.
Looks like the main issue here on this official review is the Derby Galaxy is asking for a forearm call to be assessed. I believe that was for Rockzilla, number 8 of Rat City. Our officials are deliberating, and we'll get an answer on that soon.
And that whistle signals the end of the official review. Looks like the call stands. We're starting the next jam, Jam 24, with Rex for Novas and Green for Rat City. And, okay, Green is out, assessed lead, and Rex has got recycled to the inside line. Has to go all the way back through the Rat City blockers. And Rex made it out, along with Green, about a quarter of a lap behind. Green calls it off. We've got 48 seconds left in this period. There's going to be one more jam before we get into halftime.
Rat City now at 100 points. They've hit the century mark. California Derby Galaxy at 57. 43-point game here. And looking at the stats, it looks like Rat City's gotten lead 15 times compared to Nova's 9. So 6 lead difference there. Trying to account for this healthy lead that Rat City has. Speaking of Rat City, jamming for Rat City is number 86, Made in China. And Made in China gets to that Oh, not a lead. That was a no pass. And we are now in a power jam as number 99 Marinator from the Derby Galaxy is sent to the penalty box. That means Made in China has a chance to earn some points here.
I've got a chance to increase the lead that Rat City has over the Supernovas. And she's out. Made it through.
Calling it now. No pass, no penalty.
Some offense coming around from the Rat City, trying to keep the Supernovas from setting up and keeping their jammer in the back. Nice hit out from, looks like Low from Made in China, recycling all the way to the back of the pack. And Marinator is out of the penalty box, but Rat City's ready for her in the back.
Period clock has elapsed and under a minute left here in jam number 25. Marinator makes it through. Coming back around now to the rear end of the pack.
That's the initial. Let's get some points up on the board for Marinator before the end of this jam. Looks like at least one. And Made in China stuck in the back of the pack. A nice hit out from Lieutenant Jan, running her all the way back. Get an offense jammer duo, Low down Derby Shame and Marinator, trying to get some points and get Marinator out of that pack. Both jammers fighting hard against these strong blockers. Made in China recycled again to the back of the pack. Marinator pushing those jammers, pushing those blockers out of the engager zone. Not quite there yet, but he's got one left, two left, and that's the end of the jam. Great work from both teams. We're going into intermission with 61 points for the Supernovas, 112 for Rat City.
That's right, 15-minute intermission here. We'll be back soon. to the back end of the pack, but there's the call off from Rex. 0-point jam for both teams. Quickly bringing us into period 2, jam 2.
On the line for Rat City, we have Rockzilla and Sunny Days for Supernovas. Really enjoying these dynamic starts. The blockers keep you guessing, not sure where they're going to set up when that jam whistle starts. We've got Sunny Days out on the inside line for Supernovas. Rockzilla also making their round out on the outside line, about half a track behind Sunny Days. Let's see if Sunny Days can get some points before calling it off. And Sunny Days calls it for 2 points for the Supernovas.
Zoetrope is up next for the Novas with number 86, Made in China from Rat City.
Got a shout out here from Made in China. Shout out to Made in China. You're so cool and fierce. Welcome to the Bay Area and keep jamming. Thanks to the fans in the audience for these bout shouts. And Zoetrope out on the center of the track for lead jammer for the Supernovas. Made in China, taking off the star, thinking about a star pass, but oh, she's knocked to the inside line by Alligator and recycling to the back of the pack from the Supernovas. Seeing a
Forearm call there for 1-3 of the Derby Galaxy. Lil Killa getting sent to the penalty box. A little bit of blocking action there at the back of the pack as Zoe is trying to get through the pack.
It's a star pass for the Rat City. Now jamming, we have 5-0-1 damage control, but they don't get a chance to score any points. Okay, looks like their shoes untied. Skates untied. Gotta take care of that between the jams. That last jam was 8 points from Zoetrope for the Supernovas, 0 points Rat City. Man, California Derby Galaxy Supernovas coming back from that halftime with a vengeance. Must have had a good talk from their coaches in the locker room. Up next we have Marinator against A Green. And we'll see Green get out immediately for Rat City lead jammer. Marinator's out as well. Both jammers coming around to start scoring some points. And nice offense from Rat City. Lets Green get through without too much trouble. Marinator's trying to get through and avoids getting hit out for 4 points. Nice. Green is knocked out by Lil Killa and calls off the jam. I think she scored a couple points before getting knocked out. Looks like that jam was 4-4.
Next up at the jam line for the Derby Galaxy, number 37, Rex. And from Rat City, number 86, Made in China. There's the 5-second call. All skaters lined up at the jam line. Here they go. Lots of pushing and shoving. Rex is able to push up ahead, but can't quite make it through the pack. Made in China on the inside track, getting cycled back. While Rex has a second wind and pushes some more. Rex is going to try on the outside, tiptoeing, but can't quite make it through, and will get cycled back. Same thing happening for Made in China on the infield. Made in China getting cycled back.
Both jammers getting run way back.
That's right.
Reset.
Rex is now back up front. Looks like blockers from Rat City is able to end all of the speed there. I see Mr. Fine and Natty very successfully holding Rex in place. But not for long. Rex is through. Lead jam for the Novas.
Made in China at the back, stuck in the Supernova's tripod, trying to do a star pass, but not quite. Or maybe it's just a distraction to get out. Rex is stuck at the back on Rat City blocker tripod. Seeing some strong blocking for both teams here, keeping those jammers held in place. It's like one crowd crush all together.
Yeah, it sure is. Made in China getting knocked down to the inside. They're going to stand up slowly but surely and cycle back just a little bit.
Looks like we got number 1859 sent to the box for a forearm.
That's Natty in the penalty box.
And we had a star pass, damage control jamming just for a moment for Rat City before Rex calls it off. We have a timeout for Rat City. Give a shout out. We got a bout shout. I don't understand this one, but hopefully someone on this team does. Quack, quack, quack. Ducks fly together. Love corpses. You too can give a bout shout out to your favorite team, skaters, or officials. Head on over to the hospitality booth to buy your bout shout.
That's right, and they can be as cryptic as you like, as you've heard, as long as they're appropriate for the Plex.
While we're in this timeout, I can talk about some of the programs that California Derby Galaxy is putting on for our member leagues. CDG has created roller derby specific anti-bias training that's accessible to all its members, plans to coordinate additional partnerships with Equity in the Center to create sustainable and intentional practices in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Rolling whistle ends the team timeout. And lined up at the jam line, we have number 86, Zoe Trope for the Supernovas, and Rockzilla, number 8 for Rat City.
5-second whistle.
And they're off. The jammers both getting out, and Zoe's out as lead jammer for Supernovas. Able to find a way through those Rat City blockers. Rockzilla keeping held in place by V. And knocked to the outside line. Big run back from the Supernovas.
Not a whole lot of movement there from either jammer. Zoe getting knocked to the outside. Oh, but there was a forearm call there. Number 1-1 from Rat City. Bertha beat down, sent to the penalty box.
Zoe Trope breaking through, knocking down one of those blockers. Oh, it looks like we had a star pass from Rat City. Now jamming, we have 8-3, Thumper Skull. They're still stuck on the Supernova's wall, and Zoe Trope has made it out for a scoring pass.
Two skaters from Rat City in the penalty box. Number 1859, Natty in the penalty box for a legal position.
And Zoe uses that opportunity to get through for another 4 points. Gonna try and make up some of this deficit for the Supernovas. It's a nice offense from Lil Killick coming in to help Zoe get through the Rat City wall. Supernova still holding Thumper Skull at the back of the pack.
All skaters now back on the track, having left the penalty box. Lockers regrouping, forming tripods to keep their respective jammers in place.
Oh, we're getting a run back from Rat City. And Zoe's gonna call it off. She does not want to run all the way back there. This still turned out to be a good jam for Zoe Trope and the Supernovas. That's 12 points up on the board for Supernovas, bringing them up to 91 points to Rat City's 120. That was a tough one. Both teams looking strong out there.
At the jam line for the Novas, number 5, Sunny Days, and for Rat City, number 5, A Green.
Sunny Days knocks down one of the blockers and used that to her advantage to get out and get lead jammer for Supernovas.
Green has the star off their head. Perhaps thinking about a star pass.
Days, nice pivot around and gets hit to the outside line, but it looks like, oh, they're gonna get run all the way back to the back of the pack by Rat City. Green is still on her initial pass. Sunny Days pushing this wall of Rat City blockers, not making too much progress. Oh, that was almost so close. Did you know if you put one hand out, you are not out as long as your feet are up and in bounds? Days was very close to that. And Days makes it out. We had a star pass from Rat City.
Number 501, Damage Control now jamming for Rat City. Hearing lots of calls there from our coaches. We'll see if our skaters act upon it.
Oh, it looks like the Rat City Jammer lost the star. You know, you can't score any points if the star is not on your head.
That's right.
Gives Days a chance to do a second scoring pass and get some extra points here.
Damage Control went ahead and skated back, picked up that star. It's now back on their head. Days stumbling up front, trying to get through.
You could just go. Sorry. Days has to get recycled all the way back to the back of the pack. I thought maybe she was able to just go out, but she's going to have to fight her way through the pack again. But it's okay. Damage Control also stuck in the Supernova's wall. Not too much progress from either team here. Both trying to break up these strong walls apart. And that's the end of that jam. Good work. That was 4 points for Sunny Days, bringing the Supernovas over 100 points to 103. And it kept Rat City at 0 points.
Up next, going into jam number 8, we've got number 99, Marinator from the Novas, and number 21, Anyang from Rat City. There's the whistle. Marinator and Anyang trying the outside and then scooching over to the inside. Anyang getting cycled way back there as Marinator is up ahead working on a lot of blockers there.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Supernovas trying to do some offense here to help Marinator out. Those blockers, that 4 blockers. It's 4 blockers for Rat City up and playing defense. But that is tough to get against 4 strong blockers, even with your offense helping you. Both jammers still on initial pass.
Anyang in the back working on that tripod, not making a lot of progress. Now trying on the outside shreg. Their right skate just inches away from the outfield, and there they go, getting cycled back.
Looks like we got a blocker from Rat City headed to the box. That's number 11, Bertha Beatdown, headed for a high block.
High block. And number 36, HD from the Novas for legal position.
It looks like Anyang has made it out of the scrum and is now lead jammer for Rat City. Marinator getting dumped to the inside line as Anyang almost makes it out, but it's stopped by Lil Killa. Has to recycle back a little bit. Is held in place by the Supernova's blockers. A lot of patience from both jammers here.
25 seconds here in this jam.
This has got to be exhausting for these jammers.
I believe I heard a track cut there for Rat City. I believe, yeah, that's Bertha Beatdown getting sent right back to the penalty box after serving that high block. Now back in the penalty box for a cut.
Marinator did make it out on that last jam, but did not get around just in time to score any points. That was a pretty low-scoring jam for a 2-minute jam with 3 points for Rat City, 0 points Supernovas. Just really grinding through each of those points. Up next on the jam line, we have 8-6 Made in China and 3-7 Rex for the Supernovas.
Rex and Made in China starting on the inside track, now moving quickly to the out, tiptoeing through. There's Rex with lead jam. Made in China working in the fracas on turn number 1, trying to get through those 2, now 3 skaters. Here comes Rex, now back to the pack, and made it through on the inside line. 4 points on the scoreboard for the Novas. Made in China now through as well, about to begin working on scoring some points. So I suspect Rex will get through here. Will they call it off? No, not in time. Made in China is through, and so is Rex.
Made in China getting recycled all the way back to the back. That's good for Rex, as she's going to make it out and get 4 points and run it around to score another.
That's right. I do believe Maiden probably has picked up a few points already, but certainly not the full 4. Here's Rex once again through all 4 skaters, or rather 5 if you include the jammer, for the full 4 points.
really explosive movements from Rex here, getting through this blockers. And great defense from the Supernovas, trying to hold Made in China at the back of the pack.
All the acceleration here seems to have slowed down on turn number 2. Looks like the pack is getting stretched out a little bit.
Rex is pushing those Rat City blockers out of play, but gets knocked out of bounds and calls it off. That was a great jam, though. I think that was 15 points for Rex for the Supernovas and 4 points for Rat City.
The team timeout there towards the end of that jam. Bertha beat down for Rat City. Number 1-1 sent back to the penalty box. That's for a high block, and it's going to be penalty number 5 for Bertha. 2 more penalties, and that will be a foul out.
During this timeout, I want to say shout out to our sponsor, Moxie Barbell. Moxie Barbell helps busy people train smarter, eat well, and build habits that actually stick. If you want to get stronger without overhauling your entire life, DM at Moxie Barbell to learn more. It's fitness that fits your lifestyle.
That rolling whistle brings us out of the timeout. And our skaters slowly coming back to the track. I see for Rat City at the jam line, number 8, Rockzilla. And from the Novas, number 8-6, Zoetrope.
Oh, a quick switch for the Jammers last minute. We've got... Oh, extra Jammers lining up. Oh, we're swapping Jammers last minute. I have not seen this trickery in a while. They Supernovas swapped. Oh.
It looks like the officials weren't a big fan of that. They called a timeout.
I think they assessed a penalty to the captain of the Supernovas. Not positive.
Yeah, that certainly was interesting. We saw 2 jammers, 1 jammer from each team on the track and stood right next to them, but just outside of the track. Another 2 jammers, 1 from each team.
I think they were hoping to do a last-minute switch just to throw the other team off a little bit, but I'm not quite sure what was wrong there, but we did get a penalty for the captain of the Supernovas for probably illegal procedure.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They're sorting it out there in the infield, and hopefully we'll hear back soon about what did we just see there? Yeah, you know, I'd love to talk about what's going on right now, but it's it's hard to tell exactly what we're seeing here. It looks like our officials are huddled up in the infield, discussing what the next move is. Now, I do know we have Bertha Beatdown serving for a high block in the penalty box right now.
Also seeing HD, Supernova's captain.
Is that the captain? Is HD?
Yep. But not quite sure what her penalty is. I think we've got the alternates for both teams. Talking to the refs right now. Maybe getting a little scolding for some trickery. Hey, this break gives us a chance to do our last bout shout. You can buy some more bout shouts if you want me to read them. But here's the last one I got for now. Julie, you're an invaluable boon to this team. Kick some booty and have a lot of fun. That's so sweet.
It's really sweet, but it begs the question, is that a cardinal sin to use your government name in roller derby?
I think so.
That's funny.
Actually, some people are using their real name as their derby name now.
Oh, well, that's kind of true. I kind of do a similar thing. Mitch's Get Stitches. Mitch, of course, not being something I just made up. It's actually my government name.
I just don't want people to know who I am. Just Z Machine.
It's mysterious, that's for sure. It's got mystique. I was just remarking earlier as we were organizing this tournament, getting emails from people I work with in the Supernovas and seeing their government names on these emails always freaks me out a little bit.
It is unnerving.
I don't like it. I gotta talk to someone about that.
All right, this. Oh, I think we are back in derby play, ending that timeout. We're in lineup time right now. There's the 5-second call. Up next, we have Sunny Days for Supernovas and number 8, Rockzilla.
And what I'm seeing here is I'm not seeing any more captains in that penalty box.
Hey,
So I think maybe it was a shame on you, both teams.
all sins forgiven.
All sins forgiven, exactly. It's Sunny Days who's going to get the lead jammer for the Novas. And it looks like Harley Sid, number 2-4 for the Novas, getting sent to the penalty box for a direction call. There's the star pass there, number 8-3 Thumper Skull now wearing the star for Rat City. As Sunny Days is able to make it through the track and through the pack.
Nice recycle back from Lieutenant Jan, keeping that Rat City blocker at the back. Rat City jammer at the back of the pack. Always tough when you hear a big thump when people collide. And
Thumper makes it through. That's 4 points on the scoreboard for Rat City.
Sunny Days calling it off, does not want Thumper to get any points and does not want to get recycled to the back. That last jam was 7 points for Supernovas, 4 points for Rat City. Supernovas are closing this lead. It's getting to be a really close game. We've got Supernovas at 125, Rat City at 134. Difference of only 9 points. They could make this up in one jam. I think we're going to see some excited lead changes in this next couple minutes.
That's right, and with 14 minutes remaining in this bout, it's going to be fun, that's for sure. Rex is able to make it through. That's lead jam for the Novas.
Up against Made in China, jamming for Rat City.
Made in China is getting cycled way back, which is going to give Rex some time to get around on their scoring pass.
We're seeing the secret cervix sent to the box for destruction. I saw no pack in between, and Rex gets out at the front. That gives Rat City a chance to come back and do a little offense for their jammer. Made in China almost getting out, still on initial pass, but blocked up at the top by Tiller V. Great job knocking Secret Maiden down, and still in play. Of course, Made in China makes it out. Oh, it looks like Rex is sent to the box for a back block. That is not going to be good for the Supernovas. Made in China gets an opportunity to get some points here for a power jam for Rat City. Supernovas have all 4 blockers on the track. Trying to keep Made in China contained at the back of the pack. And she's out. That's 4 points on the board for Made in China. And Supernova's going to try to reform for the second pass. Looks like we've got a blocker from Rat City going to the box.
That's right. That's 1859 Natty for a forearm.
And Rex out of the box, but getting recycled back by Rat City blockers. Going to try to make it through. Hopefully not get stopped up, and she makes it out. That's 4 points on the board for Rex. Going to continue scoring as we go. Made in China still stuck in the Supernova's wall. Those blockers doing a good job containing that jammer. And Rex makes it through right as the jam ends. Great work. Looks like close the lead even a little bit more. That's 136 Supernovas, 142 Rat City. That last jam was 11 points for the Novas, 8 points for Rat City. It's a really close game in here. Looks like we have an official timeout.
That's an official review for Rat City.
Not sure what the official review is contesting. Let's go find out for you. During this official review, I'll shout out our sponsor, Sticker Coven. Bring your designs to life with 100 custom stickers for $47, or go full sparkle with holographic options starting at $85. Sticker Coven is a queer woman-owned business spurring up low minimum, weatherproof, wildly original stickers in specialty finishes like glitter, chrome, rainbow, and more. Stickers so good, they might be cursed with quality. Support a queer woman-owned business and hex your gear with style through Sticker Coven. All right, it looks like Rat City.
So we just heard back about our official review. It looks like that was a destruction call. I heard on the track it was for Rat City 09. I think that may have been 619, Red Divicious. And yes, indeed, we are seeing that that penalty is being put on the scoreboard now for illegal position. So it looks like that official review will be retained.
And that whistle ends the official review. 5 seconds until the next jam starts. At the line we have 8-6 Zoe Trope and 5 A Green for Rat City. And Zoe Trope gets past that last Rat City jammer to be off lead jam. Rat City only 3 blockers on the track due to that last penalty, but they are still able to recycle Zoe to the back of the pack. Up at the top, A Green doing a good job fighting against the Supernova's tripod, but they are not able to make any progress there. Zoe gets through with a spin move on the inside line for scoring points, 4 points.
Looks like a direction call there on 1859 Natty from Rat City. That's penalty number 4 for Natty.
And I heard a call for a multiplayer on a white blocker as well. Looks like that was 1-1.
Bertha Beatdown, yeah, that's true.
Looks like that was penalty number 6 for Bertha Beatdown. So it makes it through without touching anyone on the outside line.
Wow, and that's another penalty for Rat City. Number 8-3 Thumper Skull getting sent to the box for a high block.
And it looks like that was as the jammer, so it is a power jam now for Supernovas. This could be the time. It's actually already happened. Supernovas has taken the lead at 153 points to Rat City's 142. This could give them a chance to get far enough in the lead that Rat City's unable to take it back. Zoe's just racking up the points thanks to her great offense from the Supernovas, not letting that Rat City wall set up. Oh, an apex jump from Zoe. I'd love to see those apex jumps, and it keeps you in the air and away from blockers. Supernova setting up for the opposing jammer to get back on the track. That's Thumper Skull, 83. That's the pivot jamming now after a star pass for Rat City. Without that great offense, Zoe's slowing down a little bit, getting pushed to the inside line, recycled back. But no problem, we are just recycling back to the inside. And looks like Zoe gets out for another extra point. That was a lot of points, wow. I'm seeing 28 points on the board for Zoe Trope, 0 points Rat City. That brings us our score to Supernovas in the lead with 165 to Rat City's 142. And with the lead change, we have about 9.5 minutes left in this period. Still a very close game, really exciting.
And we're in a team timeout for Rat City now. This will be their final timeout, but they do still have that official review, which they could call as a timeout.
That's right, they got to regroup and strategize for the next jam.
And you know someone who can strategize? Well, it's Moxie Barbell can help you strategize to find a strength and nutrition plan that works for you. Moxie Barbell helps busy humans build muscle, fuel smarter, and feel more confident in their skin without restrictive diets or hours in the gym. If you want to break free from the all or nothing mindset and build lasting strength and confidence, DM at Moxie Barbell on Instagram to learn more.
That whistle ends the timeout. We are heading into jam number 13. On the line is number 2-1 Anyang for Rat City and number 9-9 Marinator for the Supernovas. Both jammers off the line, and it looks like Anyang has almost made it. Oh, and she does make it out. That's Anyang with lead jammer for Rat City Roller Derby. Marinator getting knocked around by Rat City blockers, but she is almost able to push through. Let's see. Pack is pretty strung out now as Marinator's fighting up at the top. Anyang's fighting up at the back. Both teams getting really low.
Not a whole lot of movement here. Looks like this pack is spread out with Low and number 619, whose name I don't quite see there from Rat City.
Looks like Marinator's made it out of the pack. Coming around for a scoring pass now, but Anyang calls it off.
And right before the call-off there, we did get a high block assessed to Natty, 1859 from Rat City. That's penalty number 5 for Natty.
Looks like our total penalties actually right now are even between the two teams. Both teams have 20 total penalties for this entire game.
That's right. 5-second call there at the jam line.
And
for the Novas is number 5, Sunny Days, and for Rat City, number 8, Rockzilla. There's a no pack call. Skaters are reforming there. Rockzilla behind, Sunny Days up ahead. Sunny Days looking close to making some progress on those blockers there. Trying on the outside, can't quite find a hole. Then on the inside is almost able to make it through. Takes a little stumble and has to take a knee in order to regain their balance. Back in the behind side of the pack. Rockzilla still looking for an opening.
I'm seeing a penalty for Canna Whoopsass for Rat City. That's a multiplayer. And that lets Days get out of the engagement zone and be assessed lead jammer for the Supernovas.
Almost a full 1 minute before we got that lead jammer for this jam, so you know these skaters are exhausted.
Yeah, still fighting hard during this last 7 minutes of this period. And Sunny Days makes it through for 4 points. Rockzilla still on her initial pass. Thinking about a star pass, I just saw the pivot shake their head, no.
Speaking of pivot, number 24 Harley Sin in the box, but is standing, serving for an illegal position.
And Rockzilla makes it out on their initial pass, coming around for a scoring pass. We've got Sunny Days knocked down to the inside line, gets right back up. Let's see who is getting points here. I got a back block on Lieutenant Jan for the Supernovas, headed to the box to serve their penalty.
4 seconds remaining here in this jam. That's the end of that jam.
Great job from both of those jammers. That was a really grindy one. We're ending the jam with 8 points for the Supernovas, 3 points Rat City. Supernovas still in the lead with 173, Rat City's 147.
That's right. Supernovas will start this jam down a skater with Lieutenant Jan in that penalty box. And it does look like Natty from the Rat City team, 1859, served that direction call in the penalty box, and that was penalty number 7. So they will be sitting out for the remaining 5.5 minutes in this bout. Here's A Green from Rat City. He's able to make it through and get that lead jam status. Whereas Rex is stuck behind towards the outside track on turn number 1, trying to make it through.
Nice hit out on the outside line from damage control from Rat City, hitting Rex out. Rex is back on the track, stuck in the Rat City tripod, hoping for some offense from her team. A Green coming back around, but run back from Lieutenant Jan, who is now out of the box. However, replaced by the Secret Cervix, who is serving a direction penalty in the box right now. Green makes it out of the pack for 4 points.
And here comes Rex as well.
Rex just completed her initial pass and is now going to start scoring, unless we'll see Green call it off. I have a feeling that, Green calls it off. That is 8 points on the board for 12 points on the board for Rat City, but that's not quite enough to get them up to the Supernovas level. Supernovas in lead at 173, Rat City 159.
14-point game.
Very
that could
close
happen
game.
in a jam.
Exactly. We've seen several high-scoring jams in this game. We got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. Heading into jam 16.
At the jam line, I do see A Green and Zoe Trope, two really wonderful jammers, have both had really high-scoring jams so far this bout. It really goes to show these teams are putting in their strongest jammers, saying, please, we need these points, do what we can. But that's not to discount the blockers. You still do play a big part in this in keeping those jammers at bay.
Looks like we have lead jammer for Green up at Rat City, and Zoe's also out, starting to score, and Green's going to call it off there. Not sure if we saw any points there. I've seen 2 points for Rat City.
We also got 1 penalty there. That's number 17, Cannon Whip-Ass for Rat City, serving for a forearm.
All right, let's see if the teams switch up any of their defensive strategies for this last 3 minutes of the jam, and we're getting a timeout for the Supernovas.
Clock is stopped at 3 minutes 12, going into jam number 17.
We're just about wrapped up with the 5th game of our first day of this Cosmo Chaos tournament hosted by California Derby Galaxy Supernovas.
A close one.
It's a really close one. We saved the exciting games for last.
That's for
on your
sure.
toes.
12-point game now. Look at that. Both teams are very, looking at the stats, are really neck and neck. Each team in our 44 jams rather, each team has had 20 leads.
Wow.
The Novas only lost the jam 3 times. Rat City only lost the jam once. 7 star passes from Rat City, only 2 from Novas.
These teams are really well matched.
Yeah, and the penalty is 23 and 24.
Very even.
So very, very evenly matched.
This is great, and I love knowing that these high-level teams, they might be doing live stats so that they can actually update in real time. If one of their jammers is having more success, they might put them out more, just looking at the numbers for during the game. And at the line, we've got number 5, Sunny Days, for the Supernovas, up against number 21, Anyang. And it's Sunny Days with the lead. Anyang pinballing around against the Supernovas blockers. Almost, and stays in. Gets knocked down, but stays in bounds. And Sunny Days dumped to the inside line by Rat City. We're sending Rat City number 619, Red Delicious, to the box.
I think that was a legal position, perhaps? That's right, legal position on the scoreboard there.
Long run back from Lil Killa, running back Anyang.
No pack call there. Pack is there on turn number 2. And another penalty for Rat City. Oh my goodness, 3 penalties.
Rat City's got 1 blocker out on the track right now.
Scratch that, just the 2 penalties, the high block and the illegal position. The high block is for number 30, Miss Defiant. full minute left here in this jam and 2 minutes left in the bout.
Sunny Days is going to try and keep running it, try to widen that lead that the Supernovas have right now. Trying to, oh, we're seeing actually a little blocking from Anyang, but doesn't even phase Sunny Days. Makes it through for another 4 points. Sunny Days trying to get by on the outside line. Anyang still fighting through the Supernova's wall, hoping for some offense from her team coming through here. Strong blocking from Rat City, holding Sunny Days in the middle of the track. Both of these blocker walls locked down.
Yeah, not a whole lot of movement there on turn number 2.
And I saw Sunny Days knock Anyang into the inside line, run all the way back. And that's the end of the jam.
Looks like we did get a penalty right before the end of that jam. That was number 13, Lil Killa. Skating out of bounds. It's a legal position on the scoreboard. We'll see that momentarily.
That was a great jam for Sunny Days, putting up 15 points on the board to Rat City 0. And we're going to do an official review from Rat City. Nope, from California Derby Galaxy, actually. Let's see what they have in store. Looks like the Supernovas team is requesting a cut call on the white jammer on that last jam. Let's see what the officials decide, if they retain their official review or if it stands. The jammer for that last jam was Anyang. I've got a bout shout for Anyang. Your skating is as gorgeous as your personality and your face. Mustard. Hopefully that means something to you.
Face mustard?
No, that's a 2 separate word.
Oh. Oh, as your face, period, mustard?
That's right. All caps, several exclamation points.
You know, that's what's great about these bout shouts. They don't make any sense to me.
It's like a secret code. You can communicate with your favorite skaters without the rest of us knowing what's going on.
Yeah, that's really great.
All right, I got to read this last bout shout because we only got 48 seconds left in the jam. Keep crushing jammer souls, Shrekkies and turds.
So let me see if I understand that correctly. Are we crushing souls, Shrekkies, and turds, or are we crushing souls, and then there's another cryptic message at the end?
I think that's a question for later because we're about to start the next jam. We have Green at the jam line for Rat City and Rex for Supernovas. Looks like that official review is not upheld for the Supernovas as the white jammer is still out on the track and not in the penalty box. Both teams working really hard to contain those jammers. Rex is trying to help block a little bit, trying to hold Green at the back. And Rex, Rex's lead, but Green is out first. Let's see if Rex wants to call it off or Rex is going to try and run out the clock. While green is trying to score as many points as possible. I hear the shouting from the bench, Supernova's bench, asking for Rex to call it up, but Rex says, no, I want to run the period out. And green makes it through with 4 points. Rex gets another 4 points and calls it off. Rex will not be happy until she gets all of her 4 points.
That's the unofficial score there. California Derby Galaxy currently in the lead with 192 to Rat City's 165.
Great work. It was California Derby Galaxy came back from the half with a vengeance and got into the lead and held it the whole way.
Now we do have an official review, it looks like, from Rat City.
Oh, let's see what we have here. Got their one last chance to get an extra jam, if that's possible. Stay tuned, we may have one more jam for you. This will just about wrap up our game day 1 of Cosmo Chaos here at the Plex in San Jose. Cosmo Chaos is hosted by California Derby Galaxy Supernovas. And come back tomorrow for even more Derby. Looks like the official review that Rat City is doing is requesting a cut call on the black jammer. That's Supernova's jammer. Let's see what the officials decide if they're able to. I'm seeing a handshake, and looks like that official review is not upheld, and that is the final score. Final score, California Derby Galaxy Supernovas Ultraviolets 192 to Rat City 165. Great job, great work from both teams. Excellent high-level roller derby play.
Absolutely. And that actually does conclude day 1 of Cosmo Chaos. Now, keep that in mind, this is day number 1.
That's right, we got even more games coming to you tomorrow, where you'll see the Ultraviolets play again tomorrow. I'm playing tomorrow, playing 2 games tomorrow.
That sounds excellent. I cannot wait.
We hope to see you back here tomorrow for some more hard-hitting derby action at Cosmo Chaos.
Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Mitch's Get Stitches.
And I'm Z Machine, signing off.
Have a good night.